And let me tell you that planning for that meet took about 3 months. Planning for this meet started the day after the 2021 Virginia Pro. And a lot of people have asked me if the 2021 Pro was a fluke. This is proof that the TSG Events crew and Jason Albrecht and the rest of his team put on the most spectacular competitions and events imaginable. And trust me, without their help, this just wouldn't be possible. The time that was spent putting this competition together, we started on Monday morning and worked continuously all through the night until today, to where we're gonna have one hell of a competition. All right, the standard procedure is I need to introduce the referees. Hopefully I'll get this right. All right, the first three up are the Virginia Pro jury. And let me tell you that I've been in powerlifting for 18 years now, and I'm standing next to my idols. These are the people that really, they lead the sport. We have the finest crew of officials, really, that I've ever seen at a competition. So first up, Bill Sindelar, Jack Marcus, and Don McElravy, right? Yeah, I got it right. All right, they are the jury. What they will be doing is ensuring that the platform runs correctly and handling any protests from coaches and things like that. So their oversight to the platform. But the platform is actually being run by Joanne Craig. Side referees will be Alyssa Haverson, and Al Matagrano as the other side referee. All right, we've got Joe Marksteiner as a Cat 2 practical. Al is going to be taking his international level exam. Moving on, one of my most trusted national referees, soon to hopefully be taking her Cat 2 exam, Megan Liu. And one of my favorite state level referees, Juan Wardak, still. And at the end, we've got our expediter and scorer, Melissa Lara. All right, thank you all referees. Please take your positions. And just to kick this off, a lot of people put a whole lot of time and effort into this competition. We've been promoting this for about a year now. We've got some of the best lifters in the country. Some of the best men, some of the best women. Personally, been doing this for 18 years now. This is gonna be the first meet where the winner for the men and the winner of the women is gonna come down to the last pull. And really what we need, we don't have a large audience in the crowd today because we're doing a free live stream, which is great. But what we're gonna need from the spectators is as much volume as you can, because you're gonna help these lifters lift as much as they can. So, all right, thank you for showing up. We're gonna start at 12 on the dot. So relax, get a drink of water or anything like that, but at 12 noon, we're gonna kick this off. Thank you.
Hello and welcome everyone back to the 2022 USA Powerlifting Virginia Pro, our first anniversary of the Virginia Pro. So excited, so glad to be back. Leo Bonetendara, national referee here, joined by my esteemed colleagues again, Cat 1 referee, Kathy Marksteiner, USA Powerlifting Pro, Solana Lewis. Kathy, so excited to have you back here behind the mic. I mean, I think we speak for all of us here.
I am incredibly delighted to be back here, to be invited, it's an honor to be here at the inaugural and to watch all of this lifting.
Absolutely. Solana, actually, we talked a little bit about everything at the preview show.
Yes.
But more specifically, we wanted to talk a little bit briefly about the Pro Series right now and placings.
Yes, so this is the last chance that every lifter has to qualify for the finale of the Pro Series. And this is the not third meet. We also had the Arnolds this year. We had Mega Nationals this year. We had the Uber meets this year. And everyone competing in them is a part of the Pro Series. At this meet today, everything is based off of dots. So it's not a weight class battle. It's a head-to-head battle against every single athlete. And at the end, we use the actual athlete's total plus the coefficient of dots to figure out who gets first, second, third, fourth, fifth place.
That's right. That's right, Kathy, and you actually had some things about the Pro Series as well.
And so with the final ability to qualify for today, they are going to be ranked on our Pro Series leaderboard, and the top 10 of the raw men and the top 10 raw women, as well as the top 10 equipped men and top 10 equipped women, will be invited to the Arnold for the Pro Series final, which will be competing on Saturday for a total of 40. So we've got several people today that could be moving up on the leaderboard, and that changes their ability to be competing at the Pro Series final at the Arnold.
Absolutely. Well, folks, not to beleaguer the point, because we're about to go live. They have already got the squat bar loaded. We're excited. I hope you guys are excited, our viewing audience. We can't wait to bring it to you folks. We're just moments away from getting started. Let's take a look at the screen now, and we should be good to go. We got the thumbs up from Saber. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't wait to get started. Let's do it. And we're back, folks. So Helena Wu smoked her opening attempt, 122.5 kilos. How'd that look to you, Kathy?
It looked executed beautifully.
Absolutely.
That is, I mean, that's the best you can always hope for, is that you execute beautifully.
Exactly. And first attempts are supposed to move really easy. I mean, honestly, I say first attempt is something you can do for a triple in the gym. It's just to get on the board.
That's right. That's right. Something you should never feel too nervous about hitting. It's about getting into the meet, right, Solana?
Yes, that's exactly what it's for. We have Jasmine Pepper West. Y'all, I just had her on the Power and Lifting podcast telling us her freaking life
Love
story.
that
It's
episode,
incredible.
by the way. Incredible.
Full-time coach, coached by Sam Keller.
The Power and Lifting. Yes, great podcast.
And I know she has a big goal of hitting a 400 kilo total today, but she's had as a goal for 4 years.
Okay, so let's talk about what is necessary in order for it to be a good lift. We just saw that both Jaslyn and Helena had 3 white lights all the way across the board. So there are 3 referees situated in all 3 positions around the platform, the chief referee and then the 2 side referees. And they're looking for, during the squat, they're waiting for the lifter to set up underneath the bar. Their knees have to be locked. They have to be in an upright position. The bar has to be across their shoulders. It cannot be way down on their back. When the 2 side referees say that they are in the position to receive the signal, the chief referee will give the signal to squat. The lifter will go down as deep as they think they need to go, then come back up. And then they'll stop, wait for the chief referee to say rack. Okay? Right now, Heather Foss is on the platform. We'll just stop and watch her.
There we go.
Foss. Would you expect anything less, though, from something like Heather Foss?
I mean, honestly, this is exactly what's to be expected. She herself is a full-time coach, also the women's chair of the USA Powerlifting Board on the executive committee.
And the state chair of South Carolina. So what we just saw just now is that Heather went completely down, and this goes to the technical rules of why a lift would be a no lift. She completed, she went down, she stood back up, but the one side referee indicated that she did not go deep enough, so there was a red card underneath that red circle. And the description in the rule book is that the top surface of the leg at the hip joint must go below the knee.
Very important to note. Here we got Miss Flapjack herself, Ariel Patra. If you guys watched the USA Powerlifting Virginia Pro last year, Ariel Patra kind of captured all our hearts. She definitely captured mine. One of my favorite lifters to watch on the platform, gets incredibly hyped. But she talked a little bit about how it changed a little bit for her, Solana.
Yeah, pretty much how she gets a little bit more calm. It doesn't get super hyped until she's literally about to hit the lift, and mostly just for 30 attempts now, not all 9 attempts. And that moved beautifully. Let's see. Looks like it was a good lift. 3 white lights.
Great lift. 132.5 kilos for Ariel Patra.
And the same weight for Amy Schmidt, also Virginia's own as well, part of Team Sam Strong. And it's just so cool to compete with your coach, I think. I've never done it. I probably never will. But it's amazing to have the opportunity.
If you compete next month at the Hometown Barbell meet, shout out Hometown Barbell, Frederick, Maryland. Your own coach is actually going to be competing at that meet next month. Brad Couliard.
I didn't even know that.
The coach of, oh wow. Well, sorry to tell you now. The coach of coaches.
He
Here
is.
comes Amy Schmidt, Virginia product.
Amy is also, I always love what they do outside of the platform in a way. Amy is a math professor, excuse me. She teaches at the university level and just recently moved over to the community college.
She's also just starting to dabble into coaching for powerlifting.
Yes. Now that was incredibly deep, so there is, what you're looking for is the top surface of the hip joint of the leg at the hip joint to go below the top of the knee. You want to execute just like Amy did. You don't want to let it be in the referee's hands. There's no question about that one way or the other.
Exactly. And one thing about Amy, she's taller. So I love watching her squat. Like, she has to be more lean over. She has a very deep squat, and there's a lot of forward lean, but it makes a lot of sense for her leverages. So it's actually really good.
Real quick,
man,
did you just notice the Rose Huang's athlete video actually included her pup?
Yes.
That was adorable. Oh, man, for all you dog owners out there, that was awesome. Rose Huang, so cool. Opening up here with 137.5 kilos.
When you don't have kids, like your dog is your kids, like that was her child on the screen.
Speaking from experience here. Oh, yeah.
There we
Rose
go.
Huang. Let's see what the referees say. Looks a little soft on the knees there, potentially.
Oh, 3 white lights.
No, 3 white lights.
So Rose actually holds the American record for the collegiates in the 56 kilo class at 144 kilos or 317. So when we say 56 kilo class, that's only 123 pounds.
And we have Megan McDonough coming up.
Megan McDonough, another Virginia Beach product. I mean, you want to talk about the Tidewater region. Shout out to some of the great gyms out there, Iron Asylum, Amy and Alvin Lapitan, some of the best gyms in Virginia, along with the shop gym, just like we are here. Megan McDonough.
Looked a little tougher than a typical first attempt.
Yeah.
I can see by her face she wasn't happy with it.
A little bit. But she still nailed it. Still 3 white lights. Still gets into the meet, which is important. I remember last year, I don't know if you guys recall, Kathy, we didn't see a lot of missed attempts last year.
We did not. There were so many consistent, especially on the squats. They were very, very consistent.
I mean, we looked at the lifting cast. It was straight green almost.
Yes.
I mean, it was incredible.
Yes. Besides the one bum out, yes, it was absolutely a lot of green light. A lot of green on the lifting cast.
Yeah, no.
We need not speak of those.
We need not speak of that one. Now here comes Juliana Iorno.
Yes.
Solana. Juliana Iorno is a VCU student. She has a pretty cool background herself. Opening here, 137.5 kilos. Another Virginia product as well.
Yes, at her last meet, she got a 470 dot. She's definitely climbing up the leaderboard.
Real speedy. We saw a little knee valgus there on the squat out of the hole, but shouldn't be too much of a problem. Almost kind of a close stance as well.
And to be honest, I don't really get concerned about knee valgus unless it's severe. Like, it's going to happen throughout the mid portion of the squat to some extent, and people who have a closer stance tend to see a bit more of it, in my opinion.
That's right. And here comes actually one of my personal favorite lifters. Shout out Kyle Miller, Project Strength. One of our favorite lifters, Mark Frizzell. If you guys have ever seen Mark Frizzell compete, he is one of the more stoic lifters out there. Whenever you see him lift, not a ton of emotion, almost kind of like if you have Ariel Patra getting incredibly kind of like hyped and getting ready for a lift. Mark Frizzell is probably the other side of the spectrum. So take a look here. Mark Frizzell, easily one of my favorite lifters to watch.
But I noticed from her last year, and I mentioned it this morning in the interview, he, like, every lift will look like RP10. Like, it's like super slow grind, but he gets it. He's great at execution on meet day.
And watch the face here, 220 kilos on the bar. Waiting for the call from Joanne Craig, our head ref. Oh.
Okay.
Could be a little issue there.
Yeah.
We'll come to find out here later. I know he's actually coached by Sapient Strength. Mr. Kai Rosbach, one of the great coaches in the game. Looked like something potentially just out of place there. He was trying to find that center of mass, that balance there. Wasn't able to hit depth, so we'll see. Hopefully Mark Frizzell bounces back here on the next one. Hopefully it wasn't too much of an issue.
But it's a good chance to mention that he does not have the option to go down. You can either match the attempt or go up. There is no going down in powerlifting once you've already gone out for an attempt.
That's correct. And the other important part about that is you want that opener. So the opener sets your tone for the second attempt and the third attempt. What his challenge is now is just release that, and then the next one is the only one that he focuses on. This is one of my absolute favorite lifters, Charles Akpoko. Now, Charles was he was 9 years old when his family emigrated here from Nigeria, and he just finished his physical therapy doctorate, and he is doing general physical therapy down in Dallas, Texas now.
Dr. Akpoko.
Exactly. And he wanted to do a shout out really quickly to his family back home who are watching on TV.
Beautiful squat
there. We go.
Now, Kathy, we remember last year Charles actually wasn't able to get a good squat last year. We actually weren't able to finish.
This is correct.
But now he will.
Not the case this year.
Perhaps it was the studies and the ability to train or not train, But at the same time, the fact that he is still training and working at the elite level to be at the pro meet is just absolutely amazing and fantastic, and honestly, a testament to how good an athlete he is.
Absolutely.
I mean, he's probably the most decorated athlete here, if I'm not mistaken. Correct?
He is.
I mean, some of our records here that we have, it's just incredible. And here comes Tracy Gilliard, another Virginia product, one of our own. Actually, more specifically, this is a hometown meet for him. This is his home gym, folks. Tracy Gilliard is training right now. He is competing on the rack that he uses day to day. You want to talk about an advantage. Software engineer, smart guy on top of being an incredibly strong athlete. I mean, I saw some of his deadlift leading into this one, 257.5 on the bar. Tracy Gilliard is a name to remember.
It's always convenient competing out of your home gym. How many athletes do we have here competing out of their own gym? We have Ariel, we have Tracy. Anyone else?
3 white lights.
And 3 white lights for a good lift for Tracy.
And Connor Borkert. And Connor Borkert as well. Some great lifters. And Flight A, just to kind of let everybody know, Flight A doesn't have as many pros as Flight B, but nonetheless, we have some great athletes here all the way across the board. Some of these athletes probably should be pros, given some of their numbers, so I wouldn't be shocked if you see some crazy numbers. And would it be crazy to say, guys, we could see somebody who's a non-pro maybe even sneak into that top 5? We don't know.
We have to see.
We'll have to see. Ricky Cho coming up. Ricky Cho, Pug the Goat, as you affectionately know him. Mr. One Hunt himself. Ricky Cho talking a little bit last night on the Q&A that this is actually his last meet ever, opening here at 265 kilos.
I'm excited to see him execute today because he's had some up and downs, but I think that for a DOS meet that's not head-to-head with weight class, it could potentially be an advantage for him.
Now he's opening only 5 kilos less than his personal best.
Now let's see what the judges say.
All right,
here.
2 to 1 with white lights, so it counts.
White light, shout out Angelo Fortino.
Now, again, just like Kathy mentioned earlier, the typical reason for a red light in the squat, or at least most common, is depth. So that means one side judge did not see him get that hip joint below the knee, but the other side, they saw it, so it was okay.
That's right, and more specifically, actually, folks, so if you're watching on stream, you'll see the red light, but under it, you'll see the card infraction, and that one more specifically, that was the red card. So if you see a red card, more than likely it's going to be a depth call. Coming up here, folks, Connor Borkert, another, technically a Virginia product. He lives in Virginia, but based out of Pennsylvania. Connor Borkert, coached by your own coach, the great Brad Couliard. Connor Borkert, one of the best squatters in the country. In my opinion, the best squatter in terms of technique, potentially pound for pound strength. I mean, when you watch this man squat, he was built to do the squat. 290 kilos on the bar.
He does have a beautiful squat. Let's see it. There it is.
It's like a Smith machine, really.
That was very, very fast. Now, just to let you know that Connor does also have international experience. He competed in the 2019 World Championship as a junior and took home the gold medal.
Amazing.
So he's got international experience, and his composure and shows on the platform. Let's just briefly go back to the reasons why a lift would not be passed, or what the technical reasons why a lift would not be passed. So you could have, as you've already discussed, the red card underneath the red circle means that they did not go deep enough. The blue card, there's only 2 reasons why the blue card would be given by a side ref or any of the referees, and that is that the bar went down or they did not have their knees locked at the end of the lift. At the beginning of the lift, the referees have their hands up. When the knees are locked, they will put their hands down, and that's when they get the signal to start. If their knees are not locked at the beginning or the end, it's a blue card. Let's just watch right now while Lorenzo is on the platform.
There we go. That looked great. And he's chewing gum casually while he hits that squat. That was pretty phenomenal.
So that was 307.5, and he is competing in the same meet that his coach is competing in, and his coach is Heather Foss.
Yes.
And Lorenzo wanted to do a shout out to his fiance, Julia, who's actually here, family and friends back in South Carolina.
I love that. I love seeing family and friends come out to support. And guys, we just got through Flight A first attempts, and I'm gotta say, the live stream is looking great. TSG Events really is doing an excellent job with this so far.
Do you expect anything less? I mean, I don't know if you guys rewatched it last year. I did. But TSG Events did such a great job on not just the production, but setting up everything for the athletes, the lights, everything. I mean, you talk about the stage that we have. I don't know if people can actually see it, but the stage that you're looking at right now is actually elevated.
It is.
If you're watching it from across the gym, it looks like a WWE show. It's incredible. Shout out to Jason Albrecht and everybody, Tim Roski, the entire production crew, Scotty, Catherine. We really appreciate you guys doing this for powerlifting. It's such a monumental thing. We really appreciate it.
And we're back to Helena Wu, my teammate. She's going for a 130 kilo squats.
7.5 kilo jump here for Helena.
There we go.
3 white lights.
That moved pretty well. I'm curious. I know her best is 135, and she wants to try to chip some stuff today. We'll see. We'll see 137. Let's see.
Well, that moved pretty great.
Jocelyn Pepper is our next athlete up, and she is just finishing up her 1-year anniversary as a newlywed also.
Congratulations, Jocelyn.
She's also the host of a new podcast she started called Pep Talks with Jocelyn Pepper. So far, I started interviewing some people who are competing today, so pretty exciting.
Rocking the Sam Strong headband.
Sam Strong headband for her coach, Team Fuel for her own coaching athletes.
Jaslyn, 7.5 kilo jump for Jaslyn here. Let's see what the judges say.
All right.
Chief referee said that it needs to be a little bit deeper, the 2 side referees, so that it met their standard. So the yellow card is the one that you will see the least often for whenever a lifter completes the lift. And that card is usually for if the spotters and loaders touch the bar, but usually, or if they do not wait for the command. There's 2 commands in the squat. One is squat, and the other is rack. And it's basically, as I explain to people, and when I do the rules brief, it's Mother May I. The chief referee is going to tell you what to do, and when you do it, just wait for them to tell you.
And we're back to Heather Faw taking her second attempt, 137.5. Kathy, as national referee, question for you.
A Cat 1 referee.
Cat 1 referee.
Put some
Oh,
respect
boy.
on it.
Goodness, so far. How do you feel about the chief referee giving a depth call? Like, it's kind of hard to see from the front. Do you agree?
I believe that you can see it from every angle that the referees are sitting. That is actually one of their responsibilities, is to put themselves in a position where they can see it. You can see both hips, you can see both knees when you're the chief referee, and all 3 referees said that was not deep enough on that one.
Let's watch a replay here, folks. And
in fact,
tend to agree.
Solana, you asked a really excellent question. So one of the tricks that most international referees and very experienced referees will do during squat, we don't sit towards the back. We physically pick our chairs up and we move to the front of the platform. We're at about a 45-degree angle off the platform. That way you're not trying to look through the forest of the spotter's legs. You can see the 2 reference points, and there's only 2 reference points that we're concerned with. The top surface of the leg at the hip joint and the top of the knee. Those are the only 2, so you can see those unobstructedly.
Absolutely. And here comes Ariel Patra, Miss Flapjack herself. Second attempt here, 140 kilos, 7.5 kilo jump. That seems to be the theme here, guys. A 7.5 kilo jump on the squat. It seems to be a fairly safe kind of increment for a lot of our athletes to kind of just go for their second attempt here.
This is her current personal record.
Let's see how it moves.
Let's go, Ariel.
That was smooth. Even though it was slowed down, no stopping point.
No emotion in the face there. I mean, Ariel Patra, amazing. Incredible. Great depth in the Insert Ergo Pros.
She asked that we do a shout out to the Shop Gym in Manassas, the original Shop Gym.
2017.
And also to her coach, Carly Skarpinski, Mustache. He is just so much fun.
He's fun to watch, Coach.
Yeah.
Like, he comes in with like the jersey on, the hat.
Did great on the live stream at Nats as well. Yeah, great job.
And Amy Schmidt is taking 140 kilos.
Amy Schmidt, also coached by Sam Strong.
She's 2.5 kilos off of her personal record.
7.5 kilo jump, guys. It's a lucky number.
Just as she's wearing Sam Strong on the uniform, on the t-shirt and the singlet, she wanted to give a shout out to Team Sam Strong.
3 white lights there for Amy. Representing Virginia well. And with an athlete like this, a longer limbed athlete, Solana, whenever you see or you're coaching an athlete who has longer limbs, it's typical to kind of be able to see kind of that more hinged squat. Is that right?
I definitely agree. I think you'll see more and more forward lean, the taller or longer limb someone is for the femur.
Yeah, definitely.
I think that you have also, one of the things that they'll do is they've got a wider stance for the setup instead of a narrow stance, because when you've got that long leg, that long thigh, you end up the knee shoots forward, and so instead of staying upright, so that means the hip has to go deeper.
Megan McDonough taking 145.
Way to
Come on,
fight.
Megan.
All right,
Way to
she
fight
fought
for
through
it.
Atta girl. 7.5 kilo jump again.
And this was right up there with her personal record. That looked like a heck of a fight.
If I had to guess, I'm going to say 2.5 kilo
2.5
jump.
kilo jump, yeah. Or maybe, or, no, yeah, probably a 2.5 kilo jump.
You were going to say scratch, weren't you?
I'm a big fan of the scratch if it's like not a meet that matters. Like, I mean, if it's like a local thing or something like that, if I'm coaching an athlete, but it just depends, right? I mean, if you're trying to make money here, go for it, 2.5 kilo, that's fine. But I'm a little bit more of a safe kind of a coach. Like sometimes, like if that second move like a real grind, we're probably going to scrap the third.
Okay.
Depending on the athlete or the meet.
And save the energy for this bench and deadlift?
For the bench
Yes,
and deadlift,
there
yeah.
are more lifts to go. It's
That's
only
right.
the first one.
That's right.
And we have Juliana Yorno. Let's see how this moves. That was
Look at that.
easy. All right.
Juliana Yorno.
145 kilos. So I think I'm going to go with 7.5 kilo jump. That was like a really good second.
Yeah, it was.
So we're seeing a lot of the females our lady athletes are coming out here and they're tying up with their PRs, which sets them up now for their third where they can bump it up a little bit. So
Yes.
what they're looking to do is set a new PR.
Yes.
That's exciting.
But that's the best way to go about it. You want to ease into it. I've seen a lot of newer lifters who won't get this meet because it's not a meet for new lifters, kind of go in hot with that first attempt and like they're running out of steam for the second one and
Right.
it's just not going well. But if you set yourself up to just kind of climb the ladder, it tends to go much better, more high chance for a 9 for 9 meet.
Definitely. And I think sometimes it's easy to kind of get lost in things when you're not the pro and you're competing at a pro series meet and you want to kind of almost go for the gold.
All right, this is Rose Wang. This is 147.5. This is a new PR for her.
Wow, let's
Incredible,
see.
Rose.
Look,
She
it's
was
3 white
144
lights.
before, so this is 325.
Great job, Rose. 3 white lights there.
Where it was 317, she just added 8.5 pounds to her squat PR.
Yes,
Incredible.
and you said 144. That sounds like an American record to me, 144.
Could be. Now let's see Mark Frizzell here, folks. Mark
It
Frizzell,
was, but that was a collegiate American record.
Okay.
Mark Frizzell here actually coming back on. I know he missed his opener. We didn't really know what was going on, but he's coming out here for his second attempt. Looks like the same thing, 220 on the bar.
Let's go, Mark. We missed the first attempt. Let's come out.
Definitely a smart move to make, right? Retake it and see how it
Oh, of
moves.
course, yeah. No, you don't want to take too many chances here, especially if we don't know what's going on here.
Yeah.
Again, always love watching Mark compete. So let's see this here. Oh goodness.
Uh-oh. All right.
Could be something wrong. Could be an injury. It looks like he's wincing a little bit. Let's hope that Mark's okay.
Next up there is Charles Akpoko.
Kind of collapsed there into the hole there. It looks like he lost a little bit of a brace.
And he got his hand a little pinched on that left hand, on that right hand side when they put the bar back in the rack.
Wishing Mark Frizzell the best, hoping that he can stay in the meet. If not, we hope that if there is an injury that he can bounce back quickly.
Absolutely.
Always love watching Mark Frizzell, and always a big shout out to Sapient Strength, a great coaching team by Kai Rosbach.
All right, so we just saw him he's not going to take his third attempt. So that means, unfortunately, he will not be in the meet. And he can still continue on the meet if he would like to. His lifts just won't count officially.
He will not have a total. So Charles, his most recent competition was he went down to the Sydney Invitational in Australia. And I believe that was in August, something like that. He was actually invited to go. He holds the world junior record in the squat at 263 kilos. So this is 265. He's no longer a junior.
He just got a pace command.
Okay, and so the side referees did not put their hands down, indicating he is not in the position to receive the signal. Usually that means the bar or the knees are not locked. The chief referee tells you to replace. You have the ability to do that, but it has to be within 1 minute. And he got the squat signal within that 1 minute. It was 0.3 seconds left. And the two side referees say that it was not to the standard.
Now that was
so that
trouble
was not
he had
a
last year, correct, Kathy? It was depth,
Yes.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, he kept getting red lighted on depth.
But the first one moved well. He got two white lights in the first one. And I think he was rushing this one for obvious reasons. So let's see if he can come back, hit it clean.
Yeah. Just
Okay,
make sure to
chief
lock it
referee Joanne Craig has said that the bar is ready.
Lockhart, you are
We have Richard Cho coming out.
Ricky
Going
Cho.
for 272.5. So another 7.5 kilo jump. You're right, that is definitely a theme.
It's a safe bet. It's a safe bet. So here we go.
Okay, this is 2.5 kilos over Richard's personal record. So he's wanting to go out. This is his final meet. We want him to go out with 27 white lights.
Would love to see it.
And his goal is, after he leaves the competition platform, is to become a pillar of the sport and help to give back to the powerlifting community.
272 on the bar, Ricky. Let's get it. Come on, Rick.
Okay. Let's see what the referees say.
That was a
Three
doozy.
white
Three
lights.
white lights, so that was a good lift.
Love
Now,
that.
Ricky's been himself has been a state referee for 2 years, and he wanted to do a shout out to not only his family, but his girlfriend Jen.
Oh,
Oh, Jenemiah. So lovely. She's awesome.
Tracy.
All right,
Gilliard
Tracy
coming out.
is Gilliard, yes, is up our next.
Tracy
Our
Gilliard,
next lifter.
the software engineer himself. Mr. Big Body Gains. Such a great lifter, and I really hope he gets his shine, and we're going to try to give it to him on air as well, because he's one of these up-and-coming lifters I think that you're going to see as a staple at Nationals moving forward. Tracy Gilliard, 272 on the bar.
All right, let's see. So he's
Steps
taking his
back.
time adjusting.
Knees are locked. Chief referee Joanne Craig gave the squat signal. Down.
Let's go, Tracy. Let's go.
He's fighting it
Okay.
out. Way to commit to it. Way to keep going with it.
See the call.
And 3 white lights.
There we go.
And that also ties his personal best ever.
Seeing that attempt, Solana, what are you thinking for his third attempt? That seemed like a dogfight there.
I think he'll take a 2.5 kilo jump. I think he will. Like, I would say just kind of go for it, but also if he scratches, it's not bad necessarily.
He seemed like he got every bit of that squat there. It took everything out of him.
It
We'll see
did.
what happens. Now here comes again one of our favorite squatters, Mr. Connor Borkert.
Yes.
Connor Borkert, one of the best squatters in the game. We've already talked about it, but we saw it initially. If you guys ever get to see it in person, it means something else. I mean, that's an Ohio power bar. That bar is not meant to oscillate like that. Well, guess what? When Connor Borkert sets up for the squat, that's exactly what it does. You see it bend and snap. I mean, it's unbelievable. It looks like something like an Olympic lifter. It's high bar. It's incredible. 305 on the bar.
Fascinates me. People can high bar squat ridiculously heavyweight.
You see the oscillation in the bar. 305. I mean, rock bottom. Did you expect anything less from Connor Borkert?
Of course not. And just like I said, 3 red lights, and I can't wait to see what he does next.
So for those of you that are watching at home, we've got 14 people in the A flight and we've got 14 people in the B flight. All of the lifters in the A flight will come out and do their first, second, and third squats, and then we will move to the B flight. And everyone that's in the B flight will be pros. But for now, what we've got is some incredible lifting going on. People are hitting their personal records, and then on their thirds, they're putting in numbers that are going to be higher and trying for those personal records. We just finished up our third attempt with Connor Burkert. Such incredible speed.
And we have Lorenzo Wright coming out, going for 325 kilos. He's taking his time adjusting. So you have a full 60 seconds to receive the squat command. As long as you receive it, you are good to go ahead and do your squat, even if you don't finish the squat within the 60 seconds. So that's one important thing to note. These lifters have a good amount of time.
Now here comes the South Carolina product, Lorenzo Wright, smoking 325. Let's see what they say.
And 3 white lights.
And 3 white lights.
Okay, we're starting final attempts for Flight A. Starting out with Helena Wu, 137.5 kilos.
Your teammate, Helena Wu.
Yes.
Solana, that's correct.
And she's going for a PR.
All right, let's see it.
Go for it.
Maybe, hopefully not another 7.5 kilo jump, right? I mean,
It was.
Or it could be. Oh, is it?
It
now?
was.
Oh well, it is a theme.
I'm sure it
isn't
was planned.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm sure it
but-
was
a
planned.
theme.
You know, she'll be passing that PR. If she PRs this, that'll be a 5 kilo PR, which is pretty exciting.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
even just chipping 2.5 kilos is huge.
Yeah.
Going, especially just her last meet was Mega Nationals only 6 months ago.
Yeah.
So
No, that's quick, and especially now being able to do it here at the Pro Series. I mean, it means so much more. So a huge shout out to Helena. We're really excited for this third attempt. I know, I don't know if you guys actually knew this. Saber told me before the show, he wasn't able to vet everybody's music for their PR attempts. He said that if he hears anything inappropriate, you guys might be getting Rick-rolled on the stream. So you'll hear Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley if we hear any inappropriate music at all, just to give you guys a heads up.
And now we know what that song means.
That's right. Never Gonna Give You Up, folks. Helena Wu, 137.5 kilos on the bar.
This is a 5-kilo increase over her personal record,
that
and
was like
she
easy.
controlled that beautifully.
Let's go,
Way to
girl.
go.
Wow.
9 white lights.
Let's go.
Fabulous. Okay, Heather has chosen to repeat her second attempt. She did not get it based on depth. So it was the red card with both of the side referees.
And like we said, you have that option, right? You can either retake it or go up. So I think it's a smarter option, more safe, to just retake that lift and see if you can get those white lights.
So a theme I think you'll see on a lot of lifters in general, really. I mean, all across the board. Solana, the Titan Triumph singlet, the super suit, and we see Heather here wearing the same thing. It just feels more secure, would you say?
Yeah, it's a more supportive singlet. It's the most supportive you can get when it comes to raw powerlifting.
Within the rules.
Within the rules of raw powerlifting, yes. All right, Heather, let's see.
Knees are locked.
What do you guys think?
I'm going to go red.
I'm also going to go red. What do you think, Kathy? Yeah.
And 2 red lights, unfortunately. That's a no lift.
The 2 side referees were in full agreement that she was not to depth.
Al Matagrano and, sorry, I don't know the other referee. Apologies.
Hope Havison.
Oh, okay. Hope, thank you.
And we got Jocelyn Pepper. So again, big goals, which is mostly everyone's goal at this meet, to go 9 for 9, right? Even if you're battling for that first and fifth, going 9 for 9 will help you, obviously. So let's see if Jocelyn can put it together, hit this 137.5 kilo attempt.
This will tie her personal record.
Let's get it, girl.
Way to
There we
finish it
go.
out.
Beautiful squat. Let's see what the
So-
judges say.
Nice. Nothing like grinding out a squat.
And it looks like she got 3 white lights. And also, I just really, I got to bring this in. Jocelyn said she wanted to do a shout out to her husband, Justin. He's not able to be here. He's actually in West Virginia. He's in his 2nd year of medical school. So
Yes.
he is
Congratulations,
becoming
Justin.
a doctor and also to her team Fueled. So she wanted to give a shout out to them.
Love that. Congratulations,
Amazing.
Justin.
And we have Virginia's own Ariel Patra, who trains right here at the shop gym, going for 145 kilos. Now, she tied her all-time best on her second attempt. It's a 5-kilo PR. So I think now we'll see a bit more hype. I think you're seeing it right now.
Love Ariel Patra. She's amazing.
And of course, we have NF playing for her because that's her favorite artist every time she goes for a PR attempt.
Gotta be. Hopefully it's appropriate. Else you get
No,
rickrolled.
it's playing.
Let's see it.
Oh, the spotters are hyping her up.
Spotters and loaders are supportive, and that is always great when you're on the platform and you've got them cheering for you. Very upright position.
Ariel Patra.
Yes.
Oh, the smile on the.
Say it
3
again.
white lights.
Say it again, girl.
So she's waiting. She was waiting. She didn't turn and look at the lights. Instead, what she did was she waited until we had the until the announcer said that it was good.
Hit a little prayer there as well. Love that.
Oh, that was excellent.
That's a great photo. I hope we got some shots of that one. That was incredible.
All right, up next is going to be Amy Schmidt. She's going to 145 kilos. This will bump her personal record up by 2.5 kilos.
Yes.
So for those of you that are listening at home and you're not familiar with kilos, it's basically 2.5. Take 2.5, multiply by 2, and you've got a rough estimate. So 2.5 kilos is equal to 5 pounds. Because this is an international sport, we use the international standards of metric, not just the English standards.
That's right. If you want to be really anal like I am, just do 2.2046. Amy Schmidt, 145 on the bar.
And you can see when she locked those knees in, the knees will go out over the toes. She goes down.
Let's go, Amy.
Wow.
Beautiful squat.
I wonder if that was Deb.
Yeah, I wonder if she
That
hit
was-
Deb there. I'm curious.
And 3 white lights.
Amy Schmidt. I mean, she does not get cheated on Deb.
No, she does not.
And
She does
especially-
not leave it in the referee's hands.
She does
Yeah,
not.
no.
You know, it's there when
Big time.
in 1998, I believe, President Larry Maley did an article for USA Powerlifting called "Convincing Depth," and basically his thing was when U.S. athletes were at World Championship or International, convince them. Don't leave it in their hands.
Don't
Just
leave it in
make
their
sure,
hands.
just to execute the way it needs to be done.
Absolutely. Beautifully said, Kathy. Now here comes Megan McDonough, third attempt, 2.5 kilo, just like our noted coach here, Solana Lewis, said. 2.5 kilo jump, a safe one, we would say, because that second one was tough.
Exactly. So let's see how she executes. Okay. All right.
So we will see yellow cards underneath the red lights, and that is the standard for whenever there is a complete no lift. They were not able to finish the lift. The spotters and loaders are right there, and just a shout out to the spotters and loaders.
Yes.
The
Always.
lifters come out, they do 3 lifts.
Yep.
They do 3 squats. The spotters and loaders are doing 3 times however many lifters. So we've got
Exactly.
14 lifters in the first flight. They're doing 42 squats.
And as far as the learners, they actually dictate how fast the meet runs and
Yes.
how safe the lifters are. So I would say they're the most important people on meet day.
Absolutely. They're the ones that keeps your training partner, your family, your friends safe.
And here comes Rose. 150 kilo. That's a 2.5 kilo jump. So we talked about this too. That second attempt was really tough. She still went out and went for it, but no lift for today.
But she set a new personal record for herself. She took that American record of 144 and she bumped it up to 147.5.
And that's important. And obviously, in Solana, we talked about potentially scrapping your thirds. I mean, hindsight is 20/20, but at the same time, this is a big meet. You want to kind of redline. You want to go out there and go for it. Like, if it means going up 2.5, even if that second one was questionable, you might as well. I mean, there's potential. There's money on the line here.
This is very true.
And we'll talk about how much money is on the line right after we watch Juliana. And I really want to quickly come back to Helena Wu. She is an American record holder in the deadlift, so I can't wait to see what she does.
Juliana, incredible.
There we go.
Way to go and
All
good
right.
control.
2 white lights. That's all you need.
A red light
So-
from Joanne Craig there, our head ref.
There's 3 referees, and you need a 2 out of 3 majority in order for it to be a good lift or a no lift. So in Juliana's instance, the 2 side referees said that she met the depth standard and all the other technical rules, where the chief referee felt that she wasn't. So it's a 2-to-1 decision as a good lift.
So Charles Ogpoko's coming out now. Second attempt, he almost timed out, but then he did not hit depth. So he's retaking that same lift. Let's see if he can hit it.
And I'm absolutely certain that he will be ready to get on the platform as soon as they call that the bar is ready. Yes, he's already walking out on the
With his knees
platform.
locked, right, Kathy?
That's the
Hopefully.
only thing I can guess at this time, because I didn't see specifically what the chief ref, what they were telling him to correct.
Yeah.
When they tell them to replace, they will tell him what to correct,
Right.
but they don't want him to be standing underneath the bar when they do it.
Of course. So
All
let's
right, so
see
taking
here.
his time with the walkout.
Got 26
All right, he got
seconds
that
left.
squat
Quad
command.
signal quickly. There's still 25 seconds left on the clock.
That moved much better. Let's
How was
see.
depth there? It looked a little questionable on my side.
Oh, 3 red lights.
Okay, he is in the meet. This is the important thing. He is in the meet. He has a 247.5. So that means he will have a total.
All right, moving on to Tracy Gilliard. So let's talk about how much money the lifters can get at this meet.
Yeah,
We
Kathy.
have doing, yeah, go ahead.
Right, so Sabre has $5,000 for the first place winner for both the men and the women. $2,500, $2,500 for the second place, $1,000 for the third, $500 for the fourth, and $250 for the fifth place. So 1 through 5 end up having a money prize today.
Yes. I'm
Let's
excited to see
big
Tracy's
squat here.
lift.
Tracy Gilliard, 277.5 kilos for Mr. Big Body Gains.
This excites me too, the prize money, because last year it was top 5 period, men and women combined. This year is a little bit different. Men separate from women. I think that's great because realistically, the women are going to have a hard time, beating Ashton Ruska. So.
Absolutely. Wow. Having a dots. All right, Tracy Gilliard's on the platform, 277.5 kilos.
Jumping up 5 kilos. This is a pretty big jump for. Yeah, that would make sense, right? Yeah, we saw 272 move a little slow, but hey, you can see the expression on himself is like, hey, I was gonna go for it anyway. You know what I mean? Gotta love that dog mentality.
I love it when more experienced lifters, like if they're going to fail, they'll say something or like nod their head. Like they want them to grab it quickly. Yeah. And I see with newer lifters, it tends to just kind of like sink down, and it's like, okay, it's up to the spotters to see it. So.
And unfortunately, the inexperienced lifters dump the bar backwards. And that is a safety issue at all times.
And sometimes a DQ, depending on if they just dump it entirely.
Yes. If we've had spotters and loaders who've been injured.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Richard Cho. So this is going to be a big PR for him if he can get it. So he already PR'd with 2.5 kilos on the second attempt. This will be a 10-kilo overall PR for him on the squats if he gets this.
Let's get it, Ricky.
Virginia
Tech product himself, a Hokie. Come on, Ricky.
Oh, man.
So we've...
Great attempt there, though.
Absolutely. He still ends up with a new personal record of 272.5. Right. If this is his last meet, which, as I told him earlier, hey, even if you're stepping back from the platform, the family is always here. Right. We're ready to have you come back anytime.
We're always rooting for Ricky Cho here. Absolutely.
All right, so Connor, this will be 2.5 kilos less than his all-time best. Now, he hasn't hit a squat this close to his all-time best since 2020. So this will still be a big improvement for him. He has some weight class changes at some points. Number starts to go a little bit up and down, but I'm excited for this one.
No, absolutely. I mean, Connor Borkert, we talked plenty about him, but a guy like this going for a huge squat, 312.5 kilos on the bar, folks. I mean, that's big, big weight.
He is definitely a technician. He's a very upright squatter. He's got great speed, that wide stance.
I mean, he's built to squat, too. I mean, let's
see. Oh, my goodness.
That was beautiful.
He could have added to
I won't even act like I'm surprised. 3 white lights. Connor Borkert, Burley Bork. Incredible. Always so perfect. Always so technical.
Makes me so happy to see because he said this was a really good prep for him, and he said Nationals prep was not as great. So it's always great when a good prep leads to a great, result on meet day. Yeah. All right, ending out Flight A squats. Lorenzo Wright with 342.5 kilos. This will be a 5-kilo meet PR for him if he can hit it. He's someone who takes big jumps. I mean, we see a 17.5-kilo jump from the second attempt of this one. That's pretty big.
Definitely, it's not usual. Usually you have your smallest jump between your second and your third, your biggest between your first and your second.
Yes, I will say that. But also, the heavier the lifter is, the bigger jumps we're going to see more often. So,
I mean, but especially like that. I mean, let's call it what it is. Solana, if you're feeling the juice, I'm going for it.
Yeah, if you feel good, why not?
If you got the juice, go for it.
And every meat is different. Every meat has its own flavor. And Lorenzo also wanted to do a shout out to his fiancee Julia, who is actually here, and his family and friends back in South Carolina.
Amazing.
Let's see it.
Oh, can he get it out?
Smile.
Come on.
The smile.
Oh, my goodness. That was a great grind.
Lorenzo Wright shouting, let's go.
Oh, 2 white lights. He got it.
It's a good lift.
2 white lights. Plug him on the podcast, folks.
It's a good lift.
What's awesome is he had multiple stopping points, but he never went back down, and that's why the lift was able to count.
That's right. Huge let's go moment there for our man, Lorenzo Wright. Now that should wrap up our Flight A. Guys, who stuck out to you on Flight A?
That last squat. Lorenzo Wright's last squat.
What about for you, Kathy? Who stuck out for you?
Right after Allison, we're going to see Samantha.
Honestly, I think Helena Wu.
Yeah.
That was a big PR for her.
Yeah.
And very clean execution as well. I mean, she's our opener.
Going from increasing her personal record up to 147.5. I thought that was pretty darn impressive. Yeah. That's a significant increase at that weight class.
Absolutely.
At that weight class. All right.
We're starting with Dr. Allie Weinberg. She just got her doctorate last year.
Better
Became
check your
a
teeth,
dentist. Yes.
Check your
she
teeth.
has a very bright smile, by the
Oh,
way.
man.
I feel judged. when I get
last
close to her.
night after meeting Allie, I actually went and brushed my teeth twice. Yeah.
For the first time in how long?
Oh,
All right, she's opening up with 150 kilos.
3 white lights. Beautiful. And
150.
again.
150. Smoked that one opener. Allie Weinberg. Now here comes Virginia's own, one of my favorite lifters, Sam Calhoun.
Yes, and she's a lot of people's favorite lifter. You know, we all know that she is pushing today with the goal of first place, and the person with the closest dots to her by only 2 dots points is Celine Crum, who was squatting right after her. So we are all looking to this, but Sam is known for going 9 for 9. She really is.
Yeah. And we talk about Flight B. Flight B guys, heavy hitters. I mean, where it's all names here.
So Samantha Calhoun is definitely one, but coming up, we've got Autumn Green, who is a world record holder in the squat in the 75 kilo class, or weighing 165.
160 kilos here. Sam Calhoun. smoked the
Beautiful
opener.
for a squat.
In the gold Sam Strong SBD singlet.
So 160 kilos, for those of you that are watching out at home, it's 352.5 pounds.
In freedom units.
Yes. And now, following her, Celine Crum.
Celine the
now,
machine.
Again, we've been talking about this a lot, you guys, like how big of a competition this is, how Celine and Sam are gunning for first place. Celine has Sam on the squat for sure, and Sam has Celine on the deadlift.
That's right.
So it's going to be fun to watch.
Definitely.
167.5 kilos to open up for Celine.
Bars
And
loaded.
At this point, they're both known for going 9 for 9. Celine's last 2 meets were both 9 for 9 meets.
Okay, let's just up the ante a little bit. Celine holds the world record as a junior. Is in her squat is 175 kilos, or 385 pounds. She's opening at 167. She's not a junior anymore, but she holds world records.
Gets her brace. Wow.
There we go.
Celine
that's
is
how you
number
open.
3 on the pro leaderboard for the women.
And with a good lift. All right, and now we have Autumn Green. So when it comes to head-to-head stuff, just like we have Sam and Celine, we have Autumn and Jasmine. Both compete in the same weight class.
Right.
This year, Jasmine took first place at Mega Nationals. Third place was Autumn Green. And her lifts have been trending up, both Autumn and Jasmine Penn's.
No, definitely excited to see the matchup here for Autumn Green versus Jasmine Penn. I mean, we talked a little bit about it on the preview show, but Autumn Green really does feel like she's just having a very linear progression in her career. So I expect nothing less here today at the Virginia Pro.
Her goal today is to take the 84-kilo squat record. That's her goal.
Now let's see it. She's got 187.5 kilo on the bar here. Autumn Green.
Wow.
There we go.
Great execution and great depth.
Can we talk about how awesome those
That is
PR
3.
shirts look right now?
Yes, they do look good.
It's incredible. Great job, Steve Denovi. Cultivating mass, as they say.
And we have Jasmine Penn coming up.
Okay, this is still at 187.45, or 413 pounds.
Following Jasmine, we will see Carly Richard, then Charlie Yang.
You got Jasmine Penn.
All
Same
right,
thing.
let's see how this moves. And again, this year's national champion, Jasmine Penn. And her list has been
Two-time
trending
national
up.
champion.
Yes, so
Is
that
that correct?
that brings
Yeah.
her here too.
Ooh.
That was speedy. Let's see what they say.
See how depth was there?
Oh, 2
Yeah,
red lights.
Look close there to me.
So this is something that I have noticed sometimes. She does have a hard time in hitting depth. Sometimes she does.
Saw that a little bit.
So
But it
we'll
seemed
see.
easy. It seemed easy. I mean, would you still be okay going on a jump?
I think she'll probably take a small jump,
Yeah. I think a small would
but
be
not
safe.
like a big one.
Now here comes our dark horse, folks. Only 2 meets into her career, Carly Richard, she of a 500 dot score after only 2 meets.
Yeah, so that's a 505, and again, after only 2 meets, and she says she's coming in for some PRs today. I'm excited because, like I told you, I haven't seen her lifting because she doesn't post it for the world to see. She's on private on social media, but I'm excited to see this 195 opener.
So the Mega Nationals and the Arnold are some of the primary ways that you can earn your pro card. And she just handled 429 pounds or 195 kilos very easily. So she earned her pro card at the Mega Nationals. So this is the second meet. In order for you to go to the Pro Series final, you have to have at least 2 meets and the top scores. And one of those is Nationals. That's required. So she did Mega Nationals. She earned her pro card there by being one of the top 3 in her weight class. And now she's doing this meet, which will give her an additional score so that the 2 of them combined together will place her higher up on the leaderboard. The top 10 of the Raw women will be invited to the Arnold Pro Series final.
And we have Charlie Yang. So Charlie had a great Nationals this year, took 3rd place in his weight class overall. I've seen some PRs for him in training in the end. I'm excited to see what he does today.
220 kilo, Charlie Yang, national champion.
From Game Day Barbell. There's a lot of strong people from Texas here today.
Let's see what the call was on depth here.
3 white lights.
3 white lights. Now sometimes, Kathy, when you have a lifter who squats so fast like this, isn't it tough to kind of judge depth in that moment?
No.
No? No? Okay, hey.
Well, to be fair, though, you are staring for that one thing as a referee. So,
you know.
All right, so we have Eric Lapointe, national champion Eric Lapointe.
That's right, 75 kg.
Yes, and he gets the head-to-head bout today, too, because Dan Clements is here, who took 2nd place this year in the same weight class.
That's right.
He's opening at 522 pounds, or 237.5 kilos.
Eric Lapointe, Pizza Bloat
on
Instagram.
523.
Yes, he is Pizza Bloat on Instagram. He posts great pictures of pizza and lifting.
It's a great account, folks. You should really check it out. Eric Lapointe, 237.5 kilo. One of the great deadlifters of the game, Eric Lapointe.
Another triple bodyweight open squat.
Triple bodyweight squat right here.
Incredible. As an opener.
I know. Ooh, but 3 red lights for depth. All red cards.
Got it. Well, let's see if we can bounce back here. It looked pretty speedy.
From that angle, because of the spotter, we're not able to see. And that, again, that supports what I was saying. The senior international referees, we move forward on the platform so that we can see unobstructed the piece of the hip, the top surface of the leg, and the top of the knee. We'll also do the same thing for deadlift. We'll move forward because you have a better view of seeing the knees are locked and the shoulders back. For bench, we tend to move towards the back end of the platform. So we end up taking that problem out of the way, and that is really good.
And we have Daniel Clements coming up next, 240 kilos.
Our projected 3rd place guy from the preview show. Or sorry, fourth place. Sorry, 4th place, yeah. Our projected 4th place guy, Dan Clements, the shadow himself, 240 kilos on the bar.
Let's see it. So we all know Nationals didn't go as planned for him, and I think that really lit a fire underneath him for this meet, for his prep.
That looked really smooth and easy.
3 white lights.
240 kilos.
Guys.
Another Game Day Barbell athlete.
529.
And we just saw Eric Lapointe put up his 2nd attempt by 12.5 kilos, even though he missed the 1st.
And here he comes, folks. Your favorite, Mr. Hamstring Poppy himself, Sean Noriega. Moving up weight class now. No longer an 82.5 kilo lifter.
Potentially moving up today. Today he made sure to just walk in that weight. Yeah. Potentially moving up the weight class for Nationals. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. But I am excited to see him. Just like we said earlier, y'all, we saw him getting those adductors warmed up on the machines.
That's right, on the abductor machine. Now he's competing in the Pit Vipers because you are allowed to wear sunglasses.
Yes, once they made that rule pass, that changed some things. He was excited.
And he looks incredible. This is a great photo for IG, folks. 260 kilos, speedy
there
squat.
We go, speedy.
Let's see where he was on depth.
Oh, 2 red lights. I honestly thought it looked good from here. Kathy, what did you think?
I agree with the referee's call.
I do too. Yeah, I actually saw that.
Oh, I guess I had no view. Okay.
It's tough though. I mean, because of his stance and he wears heels and it's like so quick. That's why I mentioned earlier to Kathy, but it's like sometimes for me as a referee is if I'm sitting from the front too, and I also sit at a 45-degree angle, sometimes it is kind of tough to see because if you have a snappy squatter like Sean, because they'll have a chance to maybe hit depth, but I'm like, I don't really know. My opinion on it is if I don't really know on that opener, I need to watch again on the second and see where they're at. But usually it's like I'll always throw the benefit of the doubt to the lifter. But I have my definition of what I see depth, and if I don't see it, then I can't give it to you.
Austin Perkins on the platform, 275 kilos, 606 pounds.
So that looked a little slower than I would expect based off how training was going, but it was 3 white lights anyways, and he looked excited. So we've been talking about Austin Perkins a lot because there are 3 people who are very definitely gunning for first place today.
275 kilo there. I mean, opener still moved well.
I know.
Yeah, still moved well, absolutely. Perk.
I know he has a goal today of getting the world record squats, and
Yeah.
I can't wait to see if it happens.
I mean, Perk's progress leading into this meet has been incredible. So I mean,
Yes.
I don't think we'd be shocked to see it. Here comes Muscle Man Marcus himself, Marcus Adudu, he of the red hair himself.
He's coming off of a hot meet, Carolina Prime Time. He went 9 for 9 for the first time ever in his lifting career, and that was big for him. He's carrying that same momentum into this meet. I'm excited to see if he will be able to chip what he did at Carolina Prime Time, since that was about only 8 weeks ago.
Opening 295 kilo year for Marcus Adudu.
What's crazy, he's one of 3 people here who did that meet.
Yeah.
Very quick turnaround.
650 pounds on the bar.
Wow. Didn't seem to
That
affect
was
him too
great.
much there. Solana. 3 white lights for Mr. Muscle Man Marcus
Yes.
Adudu.
That move's excellent. All right, and we have Super Saiyan Bob coming up next.
Oh yeah, Bob era.
Hashtag Bob era.
Hashtag Bob era. Really excited. I know you actually drove Bob down here.
Yes,
correct?
he's definitely a fun person to be in the car with because I was entertained the whole time. He talked a lot about his training. He said that he has way more fire and excitement for this meet than he even did for nationals. He's like, I don't even know why, but I feel amazing for this meet. This morning I said, Bob, are you gonna win? He said, yeah.
Well, I think we all kind of see Bob fitting into that one spot. We talked about it in the preview show. You talked about it a little bit on 2 White Lights with the team. I mean, we wouldn't be shocked to see anyone flip-flop around the Bob, Perk, or Ashton. But, I mean, when you talk about one of the best in the game, possibly the best in the game, I mean, Bob Matthews is absolutely in that conversation.
I won't be surprised if someone else takes it, though. I don't want to discredit anyone else.
No,
There's some
absolutely
strong
not.
lifters today.
320 kilos on the bar for Bob Matthews.
So he's opening with 705 pounds.
Yep. Oh,
Yeah.
that moved great.
And shocked he didn't do that for a double, Solana.
I know, he's known for doubles.
Yeah.
Okay, one thing I've noticed about Bob, it's a good lift. He knows it if he starts sticking out his tongue halfway through on the way up.
Yeah. That's how you
Every
know.
time, right there, see?
Yeah.
Right there. Little tongue, right there at the end.
That's how you know.
If I see a closed mouth,
Now there's a problem. Now, let's talk a little bit about one of our favorite lifters, Kathy Ashton Ruska. Tell us a little bit.
Ashton Ruska, one of my all-time favorites. Ashton is a lieutenant in the Army. He is here at the Armed Forces Medical School, and he is getting a degree in clinical psychology. He's finishing up his PhD in that. He holds the world record in this weight class, and he and Bob Matthews are going head-to-head in this weight class as a result.
327.5 kilos. I mean, this is unreal, an opener.
absolutely. And he's last year's winner. Let's not forget, y'all. He won the Virginia Pro last year.
Of course not.
Took home 10 grand.
He won the Virginia Pro, then Brandon Patry took second, and based on dots, and Bob Matthews placed third. This year on the leaderboard, Bob Matthews is number 1, Brandon Patry, and then Ashton. So could we see any changes?
Ooh,
Wow.
that moved great. That makes me excited for this meet when you see the openers move really well
Absolutely.
against the top of this competition.
No, it's exciting. It's reminiscent of what we saw last year, right, Solana?
It really is.
So many white lights, so much green on the lifting cast.
I will say though, this year we have a few more reds on the first attempt squat than last year.
We did,
especially for our stronger flights. So let's see how second attempts go.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's but so far so good. Definitely excited to see Ashton, Bob, and Perk, but also Sam and Celine as well battle it out for at least the squat.
All right, so 157.5 kilos for Dr. Ali.
Dr. Weinberg.
I asked, I was like, can I call you Dr. Weinberg? She was like, that's my father. Her father's also a doctor. So she was like, don't call me that, please.
Apple doesn't fall far, I guess. Let's see. She moved up here 7.5 kilos. 157.5 kilos here for Ali Weinberg. Wow, speedy
that moved
squat.
well. That's 7.5 kilos below her all-time best. I have a feeling she might go for a match. Matching her best of all time. And we have the Samantha Calhoun. And again, you're gonna hear a lot of screaming for her. Team Sam Strong's in the crowd. They're based out of Virginia.
I mean,
we all love her.
This is her team, right? I mean, Samantha Calhoun, the reputation speaks for itself, but we're the kind of stream where we want to give them their flowers, so it's like you can't say it enough, really, for Sam Calhoun.
I fully agree. And just look, I love the poise she has. We talked about this last night in the Q&A. She said at one point she tried to be a hyped lifter, but that never worked out well. So she's extremely calm and put together throughout the entirety of the lift.
Very stoic, yes. 170 kilos on the bar.
There we go.
A little pause there, a little slow down there in the middle of the rep, but still good. 3 white lights.
I would say that's honestly normal for her. Like when it gets heavier, it slows down a bit, but it never stops moving.
Yeah.
So
that's most important.
And Celine Crum, and again, guys, I just love that they're going back to back already. What's really important for this meet. Honestly, Sam and Celine, they both have to hit every single attempt. It's coming down to last deadlift. If there's a single miss before that, that could be deadly very quickly.
No, definitely. I mean, you're working at a deficit at that point, and especially if Celine misses a lift. I mean, you're talking about Sam Calhoun. She doesn't miss often, and she has deadlift advantage. So that's going to be pretty interesting if we go into deadlift and it's neck and neck.
Yes. But I will still say, yes, Sam is 100% known for going 9 for 9, but Celine has gone 9 for 9 so often, I'm going to say she's also known for it now.
Yeah.
She executes.
177.5 kilo on the bar for Celine the Machine.
There we go. Don't let the face fool you. I feel like on the way down, she always makes a scared face. She always makes that face when it's heavy. It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't matter.
And Celine had talked about kind of the quick turnaround from CPT, from Carolina Primetime. But for her, it's more about like, she actually likes being in meet prep. Sometimes she feels a little unmotivated when she's not in meet prep.
Now, Kathy, how do you feel about Jasmine taking a 7.5 kilo jump after missing the first attempt?
So the only reason that she would do that is because she felt that she was that it was a mislift only due to a technicality, that there was she had plenty of strength to do it. So she just needed to adjust whatever it was that the referees called her for and fix it on that. So she's absolutely confident that she has the strength to take this.
And let's see it. Let's go, Jasmine. Sink it. Okay, I feel like it looked better on the left side.
Yeah,
specifically.
One hip looked higher.
Okay, 2 white lights, she's on.
Wow, and that's why they pay us the big bucks here, folks, is that other hip was indeed higher.
So I was talking to Jasmine, and I said, how do you feel about sneaking in the top 2? She was like, honestly, I came here to execute today, and she wouldn't be too shocked if she could pull an upset. She's a very strong lifter.
Oh, I mean, 2-time national champion. I mean, how could you be underrated, right?
I first met Jasmine when she came to the Arnold. It was a really cool experience. I think at the time she was still a junior.
See, Autumn Green, PR's performance athlete, 197.5 kilos, 10-kilo jump from her opener. Let's see it, Autumn. Strong mom in the house.
Yes, she is a mother.
Mother, she says to please give a shout out to her son, Connor.
3 white lights. All right. Moving on to Carly Richard.
So ladies and gentlemen, while you're watching from home and you're seeing tremendous athleticism on the platform, what we can also share with you is that there's so much they did do away from the platform. For example, Autumn Green, who holds the world record in squat, who just left, she is a mom and she works for nonprofits. We've got dentists, math professors, scientists, biologists.
Engineers, I mean, they run the gamut. Yeah.
Yes, so just a tremendous diversity of professions that are represented on our platform.
It always excites me because it really just shows like you can be doing anything and be very busy and you can still make time for stuff that's important to you.
12.5 kilo jump, 207.5 for
There we
Carly
go.
Richard, our dark horse
Yes.
to crack this top 5, 2-1.
That was a 457 squat.
That
And
was,
again, the red card means that she didn't go deep enough on that one side.
that was 2.5 kilos less than her best, so I see a PR coming, or at least a PR attempt.
Carly Richard, incredible.
All right, we're moving to our men pros now. Charlie Young is going to be our first lifter up as part of the second half of the B flight. He's doing 232.5 kilos or 512 pounds.
Charlie Yang, coached by the great Joe Stanek. Shout out, happy birthday to Mr. Game Day Barbell himself, Joe Stanek.
Oh.
His 28th birthday the other day. He's in the house handling Charlie Yang today. And Charlie smoked that opener. We talked about it earlier. Now jumping up 12.5 kilo. Not a shocker given how quickly that opener moved. So let's see how 232.5 moves.
Even in general, I feel like 12.5 kilos is a pretty normal jump.
Especially for a lifter of Charlie's caliber, right?
Yes.
The Charlie only weighed in at 66 kilos, which is roughly about 144 pounds, and he's doing 232.
Wow.
Oh, that moved amazing.
I mean, that's why he's a national champion. I got to train alongside.
Oh, no.
Oh, goodness.
I really didn't think that was,
We'll have to see the,
two red lights.
See the, oh, two white lights. Okay.
No, 2 red lights.
2 red lights. Oh, I thought I heard it. Sorry.
All right, so we'll see if he retakes that.
Well, it moved really well. I wouldn't be shocked if he retakes that one.
I wouldn't be shocked if he
Maybe
pushes
even
it up slightly.
Potentially 2.5,
but slightly.
right?
Yeah.
Maybe even 5 kilo.
All right.
Let's see the shadow.
Yep. Daniel Clements, and again, we're excited. He wants this to be a redemption meet, essentially.
Definitely. Definitely. Dan Clements, 250 kilos on the bar.
This is 551 pounds.
Oh yeah. Dan Clements, he's one of the best in the game. I think we can all talk about it now. I mean, I think at one point we didn't really talk about him enough, but I think now everyone kind of knows who he is.
67.8 kilos was what his body weight is, so he's just barely over 148 pounds, not even 150.
That looked good to me.
Incredible
Let's see what
squat
they
there.
say. 3 white lights. Excellent.
3 white lights for 550 pounds on his squat, 250. Okay, so next up is going to be Eric Lapointe, and he also has asked for 250. So for those of you that are out and watching, how do we determine the order for the people that have asked for the same weight? The lifters are assigned a lot number before the meet. It's randomly assigned because we have to have some way to put them in order or in line. So Eric has a higher lot number than Daniel. They both took the same weight of 250, but Eric has the higher lot number, so he goes next. Now Eric went up by 12.5 kilos.
Yes, after missing the first attempt.
Interesting,
So
guys.
let's see.
We'll see how it works out for him.
This is also 550 pounds.
Okay, looked a little deeper.
Now
Okay.
It still looks close to me. Let's see what happens.
Oh, no.
Okay, so
And we have blue cards.
Saw some blue cards here.
Okay, so what they are saying, both of the side referees say that his knees were not locked at the conclusion of the lift. And again, this is part of the technicality. So the knees, in the rules, the knees have to be locked at the beginning of this lift and at the end of the lift.
Yeah, soft knees does happen on occasion here.
Yes.
Here comes Sean Noriega, the Pit Vipers, Mr. Nori Plate.
Now
All
he
right.
went up by 15 kilos. He
Yes.
went from 260, which is 573, to 606.
So he missed first attempt as well, also on depth. So these lifters who are gunning for a placement and some money today, they're not scared to go up anyway, especially when it's off a technicality and not off strength.
Hey, we're going for money here, Solana. They got to go.
Okay, let's see what they say for
That
depth.
one looked close there, too.
It looked close to me. Oh, no. Okay.
No lift there.
All right.
Red lights, we see a couple of, we see a blue card there on the right.
All right, so I'm starting to get a little nervous for some of these lifters in the flight B.
Getting a little nervous for my top 5 pick there, Solana. Having a little bit of trouble myself.
Yes, so we're probably going to see both Eric and Sean retake their last attempt, see if they can just get on the board at this point so they can stay in the meet.
Yeah.
Like we said earlier,
Yeah.
if you don't get an attempt for the squat and the bench and deadlift, you can still finish off the meet, but unfortunately your numbers will not actually count towards the total.
That's right.
We have
On the platform is
Perkins.
Austin Perkins, 287.5 kilos. That's 633 pounds.
In the 1 Hun slippers.
Okay, I think that looks a little close to me. Let's see.
That one did look close.
3 white lights. All
White
right.
lights. And you know what? And you guys talked about it, I believe, on the podcast. Sometimes he does play it close, but he does hit his depth
On
when
meet
it
day.
comes on meet day.
Yeah, no, it's true. And it's not in the approach that I necessarily recommend people take. But in general, though, his training seems to be slightly high, but he's not known for missing squats.
Yeah.
He's not. So.
And when it comes to, shout out Allen Iverson. We're talking about practice.
Yes.
Talking about practice. See me play the game, right? Of course.
All right, Marcus Adudu, 315 kilos, 20-kilo jump from his opener. 5 kilos less than his best that he just hit at Carolina Primetime.
This is 694 pounds.
Marcus Adudu dripped out here, too. You see the chains, you see the bling, the earrings.
I know.
The man is killing it.
Change the hair up for this meet.
Yeah.
You gotta look fresh. You gotta look fly.
Got to. It's a Virginia Pro.
Taking his time with the walkout, making sure. One thing I
Set.
noticed too, higher level lifters, they'll tend to look down until they're ready and then look up at the referee.
There you go. 315 kilo on the bar.
I so enjoy watching him lift.
Oh, yeah, he's incredible. 2-1. Good lift. Here he comes, the Super Saiyan himself.
Yes.
Some people are calling this the Superman versus Goku battle. Bob versus Ashton.
The Bob Matthews, and again, one of the favorites of this meet to potentially take first.
He sits
340.
already at the top of the Pro Series leaderboard.
Yep.
Right, 20-kilo jump here for Bob Matthews.
So this is matching his best right here. I'm excited to see how fast he moves because I know he's coming in here to PR every single lift today.
749 pounds on the bar.
Now let's see it.
Let's see it, Bob. Very efficient walkout. Just 3 steps and then quickly look up.
Beautiful. Let's get it, Bob. Oh, no.
All right.
Now let's see, a little tight there.
I feel like he lost his brace a bit. That's
A
like
little
what
bit.
I feel like
A
I
little
saw.
bit. Obviously, he's going to retake that at least. We're hoping nothing else going on there.
I think he'll retake it if I had to guess.
think he'll
We'll see.
But that's a bit of a wrinkle in the storyline now.
It is. I mean, that could be a game changer.
That
Just
could
like
be.
you talked about earlier. Doesn't matter how great your training has gone. It matters what you hit on meet day.
That's right.
Things can change completely.
Now, I think the door's opening for our previous Virginia Pro champion here, Ashton Ruska.
Yes.
And he could just blow that door down.
Yeah, he really could. I mean, and look at that. That's a 35-kilo jump from the first to second attempt. And that's 77 pounds. Incredible to see a jump that big, but he's known for doing that. He takes those bigger jumps.
He holds the world record in the 110-kilo class. So he knows how to do this. He holds multiple world records as a junior, both raw and equipped. And right now he's got 799 pounds on the bar at 362.5.
That's what he does.
Let's go. Oh, my goodness. That looked good to me.
During COVID, he was posting videos of his training. He would sink it down and then pause all of his lifts while he was in his living room.
know, incredible.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, second attempts are now completed. Now we're going to be moving on to the third attempt. These will be the final squats.
Yes. And that really tells us where our lifters will be at so far for today. So we have 2 lifters right now who still need to get on the board. We have some failed seconds that are on the board, but they were gunning for first, and they need to see what they can do.
Yeah, I think that was actually interesting. So we were watching, obviously, Bob and Ashton hit theirs. Bob missed his attempt. We don't really know what happened. It could have potentially lost the race. But we were also looking at Ashton right there. That second attempt also looked pretty difficult there, too.
Yes.
What would you imagine his next jump would be?
You know, I'm going to say I know he wants to go for the world record squat, but I think he may potentially go a little bit less than that. Like maybe like a 5 to 10 kilo jump.
We'll
Kathy, what are your thoughts? I see your face.
He's 7.5 kilos off of the world record right now. The world record stands at 370. So if he wants to set the world record, it would need to be 372.5, which would be a 10-kilo jump, just as you called.
Okay.
Well,
All right, Allison Weinberg on the platform right now. She's got 162.5.
There we go. Excellent finish.
Speedy.
2.5 less than her all-time best, and 3 white lights.
Great execution there by Allie Weinberg.
All right, now we have Samantha Calhoun, 177.5 kilo. That's 2.5 kilo less than her best. Being handled today by Susie Gary, who that means you know there'll be smart attempts in the bar.
Oh, yeah. Susie Hartwick-Gary, one of the better handlers in the game.
So this is 391 pounds on the bar for Samantha.
Let's see it, Sam.
Samantha weighed in at just 65.35, so that's about 144 pounds.
Oh! Okay.
Thank you to the spotters and loaders. Our spotters and loaders doing a great job today.
Absolutely. So another, I mean, this could be huge, guys. Let's see what Celine Crum does. If Celine hits this attempt, that really says where we are for today's standings.
That changes things, absolutely. I'm getting nervous over here, Solana.
I've been sweating since second attempts, but you know, I'm trying to not sweat through the dress. It's okay. All right, so Celine Crum, 185. Now, again, oh, I love it. She always wants the crowd to get hype for her. This will be a 2.5 kilo PR for her. And she says she wants to PR every lift today.
So currently, Celine is number 3 on the Women's Pro Series leaderboard. This is 407 pounds on the bar, 185 kilos. And Celine weighed in at 82.5, which is roughly about 138.
Let's see it, Celine. The Carolina product.
Oh my gosh, I told you. She's known for hitting those attempts. Let's see what they say. 3 white lights, guys. That's a big game changer.
Celine the
That's
machine.
a game changer.
Incredible.
All right, we have Jasmine Penn coming up for her final attempt. So she only took a 2.5 kilo jump. Now, I'm a little shocked. Feel like the second moved well enough to take a bigger jump than that.
Right.
But let's see.
Well, I mean, her coach, I believe it's Michael C., should probably have a good idea as to why he probably did it. But
Yes.
now things kind of get interesting for Jasmine because of that missed attempt by Sam. Let's see it, Jasmine.
Jasmine is currently 8th on the Women's Pro leaderboard. This will be her second meet to get a score for the Women's Pro Series.
That looked like good depth there.
Oh, looks like good depth on the left.
She's getting better.
Let's see. Oh, 3 white lights.
That was a
Better
really
every
good
time.
lift for her. So Jasmine is successful with 197 kilos, 432 pounds.
Man, we should have had a 4th attempt for Jasmine Penn.
Listen, I said she should have gone a bigger jump, all right?
Yeah.
We have Autumn Green, 205 kilos.
Okay, Autumn is just under
It's the
her
American
world record attempt. Just under it at 205.5.
205.
0.5, so she's just under it. This is a 451 pound lift.
Autumn Green. Incredibly strong lifter. Let's see it here.
Let's see if she can do this.
Autumn
Oh
Green.
my
Yes.
goodness.
Autumn
Oh
Green.
my goodness. I can't wait to see what
Yes.
she does in the Arnold.
And that actually is the American record. She is not competing in 75 today. So for the 82.5 kilo weight class, that's an American record.
Wow. Autumn Green, incredible. I mean, and how speedy that squat was, guys. I mean,
I know.
Autumn Green, I mean, we talked about it before. I mean, I talked about it at the stream at the Arnold. But, I mean, Autumn Green's, she's so incredible. When it comes to the bright lights, she always shows up.
Yes. All right, Carly Richards at 215 kilos. That's a 5 kilo PR for her if she can hit it. Let's see how this moves.
Carly
Oh my
Way
gosh,
to
she
go.
can
Nicely
grind.
done. Nicely
Yes.
done to the lights.
Hey, some people are saying breakout performance. I don't know. Pretty crazy. Yeah.
All right, Charlie Young has elected to repeat his second attempt for his third.
Okay.
It's 232.5 kilos.
Yeah, so he missed that second off of depth. We had a few depth calls today from our excellent referees.
And let's just briefly address that. Leo, you're a national level referee, so that means that you have one rule book.
Yep.
So when you're at a local meet, do you change the rules for the lifters, or do you maintain the standards?
I maintain the standards everywhere I go. Yeah, it never changes no matter where I'm at. If it's a local meet, a regional meet, a national meet, everyone gets measured the same way in my eyes.
It's very similar to football.
Yeah.
Pee-wee, high school,
That's right.
collegiate, NFL.
All the same. Charlie Young,
Offsides is offsides.
Charlie Young retaking that 232.5 kilo that he missed on his second attempt. Let's see it.
This is 512 pounds.
Definitely deeper, definitely deeper.
A lot deeper, yeah.
And that was so fast. 3 white
Blue
lights.
white lights. So Charlie only weighed in at 66 kilos for the most part. That's 144 pounds.
Wow.
And he just did that incredible lift at 232.
Now, guys, this lift means everything to Eric. He needs this to stay in the meet. He's retaking his second 250 kilos.
Missed it on depth both times, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, you're correct.
So I think our colleague Kathy here, Cat One referee, Kathy had said, like, you never want to leave the question in terms of depth. Never leave it up to the referees. You always want to make sure, leave no doubt. Unfortunately, we have a couple lifters here who have left a little bit of doubt in their depth.
Eric LaPointe, this year's national champion. Dan Clements took second, and Dan has his lifts on the board, so this means a lot.
Let's see it here. Eric LaPointe.
550 pounds.
Let's go, Eric. Still look
Okay,
close.
let's see, because I'm not sure.
I don't know. Oh, he didn't get it.
All right, and unfortunately that means no total for him today. He may finish out the meet if he chooses to, but it will not result in a full total.
Now let me ask you, Solana, and you've never had to experience this kind of thing at a meet before, correct? Like a bombing out?
Yes, I've never done that yet.
Yeah. So, but if you did, would you ever say like, "Hey, we're here. You've trained for this meet. We might as well finish it out. We might as well keep going for it." Well, what's your opinion on that?
Honestly, yeah. I mean, let's be real. Most people flew here, okay?
Yeah.
Like, it's not cheap. You flew here, you got a hotel, your friends here, like,
Or you could
it's
have
a
drove
lot.
a long
Drove
way.
far, you know what I mean? Like, I'm finishing out the meet. I'm not going back to my Airbnb. I'm going to finish out the meet.
Yeah.
It's going to be bittersweet, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Daniel Clements.
The shadow.
I know he's more hyped now to hit this 260 kilo
The
squat.
shadow himself, folks. Daniel Clements, 260 kilos.
He already PR'd his best on the second, so this is a 15 kilo overall PR for him if he hits it.
Nothing Dan Clements and Matt Holden come up with together ever surprises me anymore. He's incredible.
Oh my goodness! Oh, I love watching the grind on squats. It's my favorite lift to see grind.
2 to
2
1.
white lights. There it is.
573 pounds, successful at 260 kilos.
2 white lights, free plug. Love watching that. And what was really great about Dan Clements, I mean, we're talking about a predictive, like a lifter who can just show up and execute. He went up 10 kilos from his first to his second, to his second to his third. I mean, Daniel Clements, can't say enough good things about him.
Now we have Sean Noriega. Same situation as Eric LaPointe. He needs this lift to stay in the meet, okay? So he's retaking what he did for the second attempt. Both times with a depth call. Let's see what he can do.
Let's see it, Sean. We're all pulling for him here at the Virginia Pro in the Pit Vipers in the wide stance.
The crowd's behind him. He needs this to stay in. Let's see it.
275 kilos, 606 pounds.
That Jeff did look a little bit better. Let's
Looks
see
a little
it.
better. Let's see.
2 to
Okay,
1.
he's in.
2 white lights. Ladies and gentlemen, Hamstring Poppy himself. Incredible, dramatic lift. 2 to 1. Love to see it.
I'm very happy to see him on the board. That means that he can still collect the total as long as he gets a bench and a deadlift. Perkins, 300 kilos on the bar.
Perk is setting himself.
4-time bodyweight squat.
Big.
Matching his best ever.
Wow. Wow. Hype. Game day barbell athlete. Austin Perkins, 75, the 75 kilo lifter. Austin Perkins. Put some respect on the name here, folks. 300 kilos on the bar. Let's see it.
Austin weighed in at just under 73 kilos.
Oh
That's
my goodness.
160 pounds.
Let's see what the
Let's
depth
see.
call.
And that
I'm
was
not sure about
300,
that.
which is 660, and it's a no lift. So he does get credit for 287.
I thought so too. I thought it was a little bit high.
It was close, yeah, absolutely. But
Okay.
man, how snappy was that? That was great.
Snappy.
Snappy.
And
not to death.
Not to
Yeah.
death.
Snappy, but not to death. That's right.
It is what it is. So Bob Matthews now, he needs this
I think
lift.
it's Marcus Adudu.
Oh, Marcus Dudu, yes. Yeah.
Marcus Dudu is coming up next. Almost that, Bob. 317.5. All right, so 2.5 kilo jump from what he just did.
So that's 699 pounds. Let's be general. 700. Let's round up.
700 pounds.
Let's round up.
Let's call it what it is. Yeah.
Yep. Marcus, he wanted to do a shout out to his mom and to the strength, to his gym, the Strength Vault.
Now let's see it. Marcus, 317.5 kilo on the bar. Marcus Adudu. A lifter who's been around the game for a long time.
Let's see it. This is 2.5 less than his best that he just hit at Carolina Prime Time. Taking his time with it.
Let's see
Very
how depth.
controlled lift.
Depth look close here. Let's see what happens.
2 red lights.
Two side referees say that it did not meet the depth standard.
He still has a 315 kilo squat that he hit. All right, so Bob is up next. Now he missed a second, which is something that's unusual for Bob. He's definitely known for hitting his attempts. So let's see what he can do here. 340 kilos on.
He's repeating 340, which is 749. And of note, this is our final squat.
Yes.
Ashton passed on his third squat.
It's chess, not checkers, folks.
I had a feeling. I mean, I told you 35 kilo jump for a second.
Yeah.
Once I saw it, I was like, you know what?
It's chess, not checkers.
It's also the number of successful lifts makes a huge difference in your total. It's not always the one who has the highest total. It's many times Matt and Susie Gary are the ones who are very strong proponents of this. It's the most number of successful lifts helps to build that total.
Let's go, Bob.
Super Saiyan Bob.
There it is.
340 kilos,
3 white lights.
749, and he just owned it.
Goku himself.
All right. And that concludes Flight B squats as well.
Incredible. So, guys, let's talk a little bit about what we saw here in Flight B. Who stood out to you?
I mean, Celine Crum, absolutely, because now she is in a really good spot to take the win, because Sam Calhoun unfortunately missed that third attempt.
Yeah, no. How about you, Kathy?
Well, I've got to be honest. Sean Noriega coming back on his third attempt squat and getting it and doing good, and then Bob Matthews on his third, but Sean staying in the meet. That was just huge right there. But I think one of the things that's just really kind of cool to me is we are starting to build the dot scores, and we are seeing the lightweight Austin Perkins having as high a dot score as our 210 kilo lifters, which would be Bob Matthews and Ashton Ruska. And there are some people that feel that the middleweight lifters, that the dots is really generous to them. So I don't know if it is or not. I have no opinion, but it's going to be interesting to see this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, talking a little bit about how the DOTS formula may be a little bit more friendly to some other lifters. I know we talked a little bit about on the Two White Lights podcast about how the placings actually from last year's Virginia Pro flipped a little bit. If you do it by DOTS formula, actually Austin Perkins moved up a bit from the placing last year. So really interesting stuff. Guys, this has been such an incredible meet so far. Flight A, Flight B, it's been so amazing. Our squats have gone amazing. We're moving on to bench press now. We're going to take a little bit of a break, about a 10-minute break here. We're going to come right back to you guys and bring you back to bench action. Thank you so much for joining us here at the USA Powerlifting Virginia Pro. We'll be back momentarily.
And we are back. Heather Foss is taking the first bench press with 72.5 kilos in the bar.
So on the bench press, the lifter comes out. They call the bar is ready. They have 1 minute to get out on the platform, get settled onto the bench, and take the bar out of the rack, and then get the start signal. There's 3 signals: start, press, rack.
Just like that.
I was going to say, I was like, you did it actually in tandem.
I was taking the cue from our chief referee, Joanne Craig.
Great, Joanne Craig.
The 2 side referees have got their hands up while the lifter is getting in position. The buttocks and shoulders have to be in contact with the bench. The head can be off, but the feet must be flat. The feet can slide, but they cannot lift up, and they have to be flat on the floor. So once the bar is out of the rack with their arms straight, their elbows locked, the side referees, if everything else is good, they put their hands down. The lifter gets the signal to start.
Now we have Ariel Patra coming out, 75 kilos to open up.
75 kilo bench press for Ariel.
This ties her personal record.
And she did a great job at her last meet, going 9 for 9. So I'm excited to see what she puts up today for this bench press.
This is 165 pounds.
Speedy bench press there, looking like an opener should.
She weighed in at only about 112 pounds, 51 kilos. Good lift.
We have Helena Wu coming up next with 77.5 kilos.
Jasmine will be taking the same weight as Helena. Next up behind Helena, then Rose
So
Hall.
when the bench is being done, the lifter takes the bar out of the rack, holds it motionless. They get the start signal. They bring it to their chest. When it is visibly motionless, then the lifter will then push the bar straight up. It can stop. It cannot go down. Their arms have to be straight with the elbows locked at the end, and then they get the signal to rack.
Speedy bench press there.
Nice and easy. And same thing, just like the squats, right? You want that first attempt to be nice and fast, something you could probably do for a triple. She got 1 red light though, yellow card.
And a yellow card means that either it was something else rather than the red card is that they did not touch their chest, rather they touched their belt. The blue card is that their arms are not locked or the bar went down. The yellow card is they didn't wait for the signals, their feet came up, their butt came up.
Jaslyn Pepper West, 77.5 kilo opener.
And you can see that the bar is visibly motionless, and then they get the signal to press.
Okay, moving on. We have Rose coming on with 85 kilos.
Rose Wang. She of the cutest dog ever.
Yes. What I find cool about bench press as a powerlifter is that even though it's technically an upper body lift, your legs are doing a lot of the work.
Oh yeah, no, I think something interesting that I always heard from one lifter before was talking about their bench press, saying that actually sometimes training on bench press, their legs get more fatigued than their upper body sometimes, and because of the leg drive necessary to be able to execute the bench press properly.
Yes. Legs tend to be stronger than arms, so it makes a lot of sense to use leg drive to get that weight up.
Definitely.
And that moved nice and smooth.
Rose weighed in just barely over 123 pounds, and she just did 187 pounds. 60 pounds more than her body weight.
Megan McDonough.
92.5 kilos. Okay, she's getting set up. Now you have the option. You can either tell the spotter to give you a lift off like she's getting right now, or you can do a self handoff where the spotter does not help you.
I'm more of a selfie guy myself. What about you, Solana?
I'm also selfie. Also, I like to get a faster start command, so I prefer it for that reason.
3 white lights there for Megan. I actually like the selfie to self-unrack more specifically for the fact that it's a variable that you're getting rid of. When it comes to getting a liftoff, sometimes you don't know the person who's going to be able to give you the liftoff. Not everybody is an Eric Curry out here who gives you the greatest liftoff ever. It's actually important to know that, like, if you get rid of that variable, now it's entirely on you. It's something that you've practiced throughout your meet prep that you can control when it comes to meet day. It's not that I don't trust people. It is that I don't trust people, actually. But frankly, it's one of those things that that I think it's a variable that you can get rid of, and a self-unrack usually helps you out there.
We have Amy Schmidt coming out. I love watching Amy's arch. It's like my favorite. Because she's got long legs and a big arch, and I don't normally see both. I don't normally see really long legs with a big arch.
No. Definitely not. No, it's very unique.
I think everything about her lifting is unique.
Yeah.
So right now they're having a discussion up on the platform are the racks where that she wanted them to be. And then there's also the safeties, which are on either side. And the safeties are set based on what the lifter requests. And it is designed so that if there is an absolute failure, that it protects the lifter.
And it looks like the clock has just now started.
Yeah,
so
they should restart the clock and adjusting.
Yeah.
So the bar is 2.2 meters long, or 7 feet, basically. The lifter has, they can place their hand anywhere along that bar, but they cannot have their forefinger, this finger, farther than 81 centimeters. There is a ring actually milled into the bar that they cannot go past.
All right, so it looks like they have fixed the issue, and now Amy's clock, she's got 25 seconds.
Looks like that one wrist wrap looks a little loose.
It's an opener. Hopefully she doesn't need it too much.
Yeah, hopefully not.
So the clock will stop when she gets the signal to start, not when she's on the bench.
That was cutting it close there, folks.
3 white
Three
lights,
white
though.
lights.
Still got the call. Only a couple seconds left on that clock, but she got the start command.
That was 100 kilos, or 220 pounds. And up next at the same weight, Juliana Iorno. And again, it's the lot number that determines what the order is going to be when you have two people that have asked for the same weight.
That was a big bench press for an opener here. Juliana Iorno,
100 kilos. Yes, it is, especially
Opener.
for 56 kilo weight class.
Yeah. 100 kilos. Wow, that's incredible. 220 pounds on the bar. Opener, Juliana Iorno. Oh, looks like a short ROM bench press.
Okay.
That would make sense.
There we go, and okay, 2 white lights. I felt like she missed one of the commands, so I saw a yellow card.
It was pretty quick.
Yeah.
It's pretty quick.
Yeah, so one thing we'll see in powerlifting, people wonder why we arch, right? So the whole point is to limit the range of motion so that it's essentially easier to press more weight. Because at the end of the day, this sport is about lifting as much weight as you possibly can for one rep.
Right.
And essentially, you do whatever you can within the rules to an extent to benefit you.
Right, and that's the important part that you said there, within the rules.
Yes.
Right? There's a lot of flexibility for some people, literally,
Yes.
within the rules. Shout out Sean Noriega. We'll see that one later.
We will. And we have Richard Cho coming out, 160 kilos to open.
Ricky Cho.
So he's located those rings. He's wrapped his fingers around it. That acts as a landmark for when you're putting your hand on the bar.
There you go.
That looked excellent.
Good opener there.
And 3 white lights.
And Ricky Cho also not opting. He's also a selfie guy, self-on-rack. Always controlling those variables.
So one of the reasons why you can do that more successfully at this meet is because the racks are adjustable, so you can raise them up and down. Sometimes at a commercial gym or at a regular gym, it's a fixed height, so you don't have the opportunity to adjust it.
Now, guys, was it just me, or did it seem like that rack height was a little low for Ricky? He might need to adjust it on that next one because I feel like he had to pop it out quite a bit.
It did. I mean, some people like a lower rack height. I think it could have been higher, but
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see if he adjusts it. That's one thing. You can always make an adjustment
That's right.
throughout the meet for your rack height.
That's right.
All right. We have Charles Ogpoka, 165 kilos on the bar.
Looks like his heel's not on the ground.
I agree. The left heel is not on the oh, and he's getting
And that's
that
why
replace
they
command.
asked him to replace. That means that the side referee indicated the feet are not ready.
All right, so we got 15 seconds. He needs to get the lift off and receive that start command.
And from this angle, you can see that the foot is not flat
It's
yet.
not.
Flat.
It's not flat.
yet.
He might not get it.
And, yep, we're down to 2 seconds.
No.
So one thing I do want to say, when I used to use lift, he timed out. Okay. When I used to use lifters, sometimes like the shoe you wear makes it more difficult to get the actual heel of it on the ground. So I've switched squat shoes.
Yeah,
from squat shoes.
And that's definitely interesting you say that, Solana, because and I'm sure you've seen it, Kathy, repping at certain meets. Some structures of some shoes don't allow a fully flush to the floor design, right? I mean, we've seen a few different ones. I mean, off the top of my head, I think Chucks sometimes have a little bit of a kind of like a rounded kind of bottom kind of thing. So it's like sometimes they can't be fully flush to the ground. So I understand that some shoes are like that. But those, the Nike Romaleos, those are typically pretty flat. So to be able to actually get them completely flat on the floor, that shouldn't be too much of an issue. So hopefully Charles comes back and bounces back on that one.
Yes. Or just switches shoes. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right, Mark Frizzell.
Close grip bench press.
I'm happy he decided to stay and finish out the meet. We talked about this earlier. So unfortunately, he did not get any squats on the board, but he's still finishing out the meet. And he's got 3 white lights for the bench press. And yes, you're right, that was very close grip.
Yeah, 165 kilos. Tracy Gilliard.
This is 385 pounds to the 175.
175 kilo, 385 pound opening attempt for Tracy. After Tracy, we're going to see Lorenzo.
So on the 2 White Lights podcast, actually, we talked about Tracy a lot because he really has seen an uptick in training lately, especially in the deadlift and bench press specifically. So I'm excited to see what he can put out on the bar.
No, Tracy, a great lifter, like I said. I think you're going to see him as a staple in the 82-90 kilo class here soon.
Yes, and he's only opening 2.5 kilos less than his best ever.
Incredible.
Moved easy.
Incredible.
And good lift.
Speedy.
Nice work, man.
Speedy.
Same weight now for Lorenzo Wright out of South Carolina.
Lorenzo Wright with 385 pound opening attempt.
And a big shout out to Tracy's coach, So Strength, a B from So Strength, a phenomenal coach here based out of the Maryland area.
Lorenzo Wright coming out, 175 kilo on the bar.
So Lorenzo wanted to do a shout out to his fiancee Julia, who's here watching, as well as his family and friends in South Carolina. He found out that he loves cooking, and his dad taught him. And I just think that is the coolest thing ever.
All right, let's see. He got the start command.
See the chucks?
So easy.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, the rounded at the bottom. So, but you can still tell his foot is flat,
Yes,
but the
still
shoe
flush.
is coming
Yeah.
up. That's
Many a meet I've had an issue with that one. So.
yes. I find an issue with deadlift slippers too.
Yeah.
Sometimes people's feet go like inside of it
Inward.
more, and it's just like the actual shoe itself is not
Yeah.
flat.
The out but the outside of it, see sometimes, yeah. No, the amount of lifters that I've refereed over the years, it's I know the shoes that I'm looking for now. That I'm like, all right, it's not that big of a deal.
Yes.
They're still flat. Yeah. Here comes Connor Borkert, opening up here, 197.5 kilos on the bar, opening bench press. Connor Borkert, USA Powerlifting, Virginia Pro.
This is a double body weight opening attempt.
Also a narrow grip bench press.
Yes.
A man of culture, some might say. Incredible.
That was nice.
No wrist wraps there too, guys.
I know.
Yeah. That's incredible. That really shows. I actually talked to Connor one time about his bench press, and something I picked up from him and also Ricky is not using wrist wraps on the bench press, and they say that it's, you truly do feel stacked when you don't use them, because if you don't, you'll know immediately, right? And it's one of those things that I think is really interesting. Not saying it's for everybody, but if you're ever running a different kind of a training block and you're not really very close to a meet, it's worth giving a shot. I mean, it's something to try. You'll truly feel stacked across those 3 points, your wrist, your elbows, and your shoulders.
So Charles did change his shoes. So I'm excited to see if that makes it, easier to get that foot flat.
So they're letting him sneak in at the end of the flight. All right. And it looks like it's still elevated there, guys.
It's definitely still elevated.
So this is actually, technically, this is a relift.
2-1.
One yellow, guessing for the foot being up.
And the heel was never down. But so there was an asterisk next to his attempt, 165, which means that they came to the jury and they requested a relift. And the jury decided that they did. So really quickly, I pulled the rule book up because I want to make sure that I use the correct words. The feet must be flat on the floor, and then in parentheses, as flat as the shape of the shoe will allow. And that means when you've got a running shoe or something that's got a tremendous amount of padding, it's more curved and rounded as opposed to having hard edges like a cross trainer or a lifter or something else like that. So that's one of the things that you would be seeing, as flat as the shoe will allow.
Yeah, very, very specific context there, Kathy. Thank you. Here comes Heather Foss, 75 kilos on the bar, 2.5 kilo jump here from her opener.
There we go. Moved easy. And that is 3 white lights for Heather Faw.
And that was really good. Heather
That was a
go
PR
ahead.
for her, actually, by 2.5 kilos. I can see why she was so excited.
And Heather also wanted to do a shout out to her 3 kids, Peyton, Faith, and Wesley, and also to her Titus Gym family back in South Carolina. She's one of the meet directors for the high school nationals that is going to be next year at the end of March.
So cool. So cool.
She and her husband, BJ.
Okay, we have Ariel Patra coming out for 80 kilos. So she already matched her best on her first attempt. This will be a 5 kilo meet PR for her.
80 kilos is 176 pounds. And she's basically 116. So her hips are up, then they touch the bench. Her butt is flat on the bench. Huge arch, so that shortens the amount that you have to actually move the bar.
3 white lights.
Visibly motionless, she gets a press signal.
Beautiful execution, Ariel Patra. I mean, you want to talk about one of the more technical lifters out here as well. She's definitely up there too.
Jaslyn, you are next, followed by Rose Hong.
All right, Jaslyn Pepper West, 82.5 kilos on the bar.
Okay, Helena Wu is going to be going up first at this weight. I'm excited to watch deadlift. She owns the American record in deadlift.
Oh, I can't wait to see this one. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yes. And good job from my teammate, Helena.
That's right. Integrated strength teammate there. Brad Couilliard's own integrated strength.
Yep, shout out. And now it's Jaslyn.
And now it's Jaslyn.
Yes.
Right.
Thank
This
you.
is 181 pounds, 82.5 kilos.
One important thing, too, is like when you are getting a handout to explain exactly how you want it.
And the cadence in which you want it lifted off, correct? Absolutely. Jaslyn Pepper West, great episode on the Power and Lifting podcast if you guys didn't hear it.
Nice.
Excellent.
Very
Yes.
nice.
3 white lights for Jaslyn. That is a good lift. Up next, Rose Hong.
And up next is Rose, 90 kilos on the bar.
198 pounds, and she weighed in at 56 kilos. That's 123 pounds. Let me repeat that again. 123 is her body weight, and she's asked for 198.
Wow. 5 kilo jump here for Rose.
So she's bumped it up by 11 pounds. So for scoring, everybody, you take your highest squat, your highest bench, and your highest deadlift for a total. Way to
There
go,
we go.
Rose.
Very soft touch there. Rose Wang.
3 white lights. That is a good lift.
And you start building your subtotal with the addition of your successful squat and your successful bench. Then you just try to keep building on it.
Megan McDonough coming out here 5-kilo jump, 97.5 kilo for Megan.
Yes. And you'll definitely see a theme for lighter weight women to see like 2.5 to 5 kilo jumps on bench press.
Yeah. No, definitely. It's a safer bet for your attempts. You're definitely in attempt increments.
Yes. And when I say lighter, I really mean like 6 to 7.5 and under, I feel like. Yeah. Once we get to 75, I see more 5, 7.5s.
Yeah. Good bench press here, Megan.
And 3 white lights.
Smooth, and that was 214 pounds.
Megan McDonough, software engineer out of Virginia Beach, Virginia.
All right, up next on the bar is going to be 105 kilos. Amy Schmidt is going to be up first. And this is 231 pounds.
Our resident mathematics professor.
It is.
That's right, Amy Schmidt. She doesn't have issues with kilos, I bet.
All right, let's see it. Again, I love just watching. So she's using the actual rack to help her get into that position by grabbing the sides.
And you can see how high the safeties are so that when she brings it down, it's above the safety. The bar is still above the safety, but if something were to happen, then it would protect her.
Juliana Yorno.
Same weight at 231 pounds.
Very strong bench presser.
If you blink, you missed Amy Schmidt's bench.
Yes. Oh, she's eating Cheetos in her. That is so funny.
Juliana Yorno, VCU student. VCU out of Richmond, Virginia. Go Rams. 105 kilo bench press here for Juliana Yorno.
You look close to, right? Yeah, I was like, did she touch her chest or did she float it? And she got a yellow, I think, for not touching chest.
Well, so the red would be not touching the chest, but it was interesting. Yeah, a little oscillation there. You saw there too. Very sus there. Double body weight bench press for Ricky Cho,
yes.
The Virginia Tech product. Moving out to San Francisco here. Going to have some more things in store for all the lifters in the powerlifting community.
This is 363 pounds.
Quick plug for Ricky's company, One Hunt. Make phenomenal mouth guards, make great slippers, wrist wraps, you name it. Some great equipment coming out of Ricky's camp there.
So the grip he has called Talon grip. You can kind of see it's a looser grip on the bar.
Yeah.
Bit more internal rotation. 3 white lights.
It looked a little shaky on that setup though, did it not?
A little bit.
A little bit.
He was still able to push through it though.
Yeah.
175 kilo, 385.
So when you talked about the grip, that is something that is important. In the bench press, it is actually mandatory. It's required that the thumb must be around the bar and all the fingers must be gripping it in the bench press.
Right. No suicide grip, right, Kathy?
No suicide grip, no.
Yeah.
Or reverse grip.
Or reverse.
Which I've seen people do, not in this federation, but I've seen people do it with heavyweight. I'm like fascinated by it.
Many years ago, yes.
Yeah.
But that has not been allowed for quite some time.
Yeah.
Probably for safety.
Yeah, the way of the dinosaur it went. Let's see Charles Akpoko, Dr. Akpoko, 175 kilo.
10 kilo jump.
That left foot is still
elevated. Yep.
Okay, it is now. Now it's good now.
Long to the top for Charles. 3 white lights.
3 white
3
lights.
white lights.
There, yeah.
All right.
I guess it's just different because of our camera angle that we can see it.
Yeah, we can see it
So,
like
yeah,
really
we can
well.
see it perfect. Yeah. So. Mark Frizzell jumping up 10 kilo. Mark Frizzell, one of the better bench pressers, honestly, in the 75 kilo. And that says something, especially given watching how close grip he is. I mean, he does not get cheated on this bench press.
Like, he doesn't have short arms, and then he makes it longer. And he's got a pretty small arch.
Yeah. What arch?
He has, like, the natural curve of a spine.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Incredible. Three white lights.
In many ways, he reminds me of one of who I consider to be a preeminent close grip bencher, and that is Ellis McLean.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Oh, man. Ellis
And
McLean.
Ellis is much of his setup is very similar to this. A close grip bench is also the same, and just as effective as technically perfect as Mark was.
Oh, man. I mean, Ellis McLean, one of the most fun people to watch on the platform, if anybody watching has ever had the chance to be able to see it. I mean, how many people did you ever see smiling going into a third attempt deadlift? I mean, he was awesome.
It makes the competition
So great.
really interesting for everybody else.
Tracy Gilliard, 7.5 kilo jump, 182.5 kilos on the bar for Tracy. Second attempt.
This is 402 pounds.
Tracy Gilliard, man.
This is actually 5 kilos higher than his personal best before.
Yeah, he smoked it. There you go.
Yeah.
Great job there, Tracy. Looking for something spicy here today.
Lorenzo Wright, 10 kilo jump, 185 kilo on the bar.
Great bench press there by Tracy.
This will be 407 pounds.
South Carolina product himself, Lorenzo Wright, coached by Miss Heather Foss.
So I mentioned earlier that I like to share that we've got lives outside of powerlifting. Lorenzo is a physical therapy assistant, and in healthcare, he goes to individual homes and helps people rehab and recover.
Oh, wow, that's awesome.
Wow.
185 on the bar.
That was impressive. 407.
Speedy bench press there. Finishing out our second attempts in Flight A here, Mr. Connor Borkert, integrated strength zone, Connor Borkert.
Taking a 10 kilo jump from his first attempt, 207.5 kilo.
Big subtotal guy here. Big squat, big bench press. I mean, he's got a big deadlift too. I mean, let's call it what it is. But I mean, at the same time, but his squat and his bench press are incredible. Also, shout out to his girlfriend, Nicole. Nicole, probably in the house here. Also a great lifter in her own right.
Nice, very nice.
Great bench. Speedy.
All right, we are starting third attempt bench press.
Okay. 77.5 kilo for Heather Foss.
Everyone has made successful first attempts and second attempts, which means that they've all been choosing really good numbers. And it's set them up so that they're moving into third attempt bench. They're feeling confident about what they can do.
I'm looking at the lifting cast right now, guys, and I don't want to say it.
I'm not going to.
Yep.
Nope, I'm not jinxing them.
Heather
Not going to
Foss.
jinx them. This is 5 kilos over. I thought about it, and I was like, nope, can't say it. Nope.
77.5 kilo.
5 kilos over her personal record so far.
Three white lies. There we go.
Snappy bench press there by Heather. Now let's talk a little bit about guys. I mean, we're seeing great attempts, but this kind of comes back down to attempt selection. I mean, this is a credit to some great game day handlers we're seeing, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. Again, it's not always who's the strongest and who makes the most successful lifts. And some of the ones that I have had the opportunity and pleasure to be on teams with, they've been told, hey, you need to push more, and they go, nope, this is where I want to be, and they're successful across the board. Now, if you look at Ariel's hands, you can actually see the rings on the inside
You can.
of her hands, where it's smooth.
Great bench there. Ariel Patra. 3 white lights.
Awesome, awesome. 82.5 kilos.
She's having a great day so far.
And that was 7.5, not 2, but 7.5 kilos over her personal record. So that's an extra 15 pounds on that bench press.
That's a massive, massive, massive bench press PR there, folks.
Helena Wu, 85 kilos.
What I would give for a 7.5 kilo bench press PR.
So this will be matching Helena's best ever in competition right here.
This is 187.5. And she weighed in at 132. Way to fight it out. Way to go.
3 white lights for Helena Wu, integrated strength zone.
At the same weight is going to be Jaslyn Pepper.
Jaslyn Pepper, 85 kilos. Also matching her best in competition.
Watching from home is her hubby, Justin. He's got a test in medical school coming up very shortly, so he was not able to be with her today.
No misses today on the bench press. No misses.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, well,
Who
he
said
said it. He said no misses in bench press, and now let's. And Jaslyn also continues to streak.
Jaslyn got the memo.
Way to go, Jaslyn.
Since it's been mentioned, can we finish out the flight?
All right,
All
Wo
green.
Swang is up next. She's cast for 95 kilos, 200, basically 210, okay?
I'm nervous for them.
And she weighs 123. She weighed in at 56.1, so she is just at 123.
Yes, and she opened up at her meet best. This is now 10 kilos above it.
Rose Wang.
This is adding 11 pounds,
Wow.
10 kilos. No, 22 pounds, 10 kilos
Yes.
to her bench.
Let's see it.
Oh, all right.
Well,
Our first miss of Flight A
our
bench press.
first miss. I mean, it took all the way up until nearly half the way through third attempts to miss one attempt. I mean, that again, this is a testament to how great the attempt selection has been from these game day coaches
Yes.
and the execution by these lifters. It's been phenomenal, guys.
So Solana, going into a meet, bench press especially, where somebody else is calling the signals and the timing is not yours, does that make it more of a challenge to do bench press, and how do you adjust for it in training?
Well, honestly, you kind of get used to it. So I would say if you practice it, it won't really be much of a challenge, but you can just practice getting commands, honestly, during your training. That's very helpful.
Megan McDonough,
There we go.
100 kilos. Let's see the call.
Three white
Oh,
lights.
nice.
Would you agree that having somebody else calling the timing really makes a difference in your bench?
It does, because if you do it in your own head, you think it's a whole second pause. It's like more like a quarter of a second. So definitely someone else helping you out more.
I find my one Mississippi goes real fast.
Exactly,
Yeah.
yes.
Especially on pause reps and works like that, and
Yep.
work like that. I've gotten so far as to prescribing athletes downloading a metronome app to do their pauses, and that keeps things, like I said, keeps you honest.
Yes. I've done that too.
I don't want to be honest.
All right, we got Juliana Yurno, 107.5 kilo. Again, very impressive bench press. There we go.
Snappy bench press.
She's one of
Easy.
those that just takes advantage of the angles and she executes. Definitely.
And that was a 2.5 kilo PR for her. And now we have Amy Schmidt, 110 kilo.
Schmidt, Sam Strong, Team Sam Strong. Out of the 757, the Tidewater region.
This is 242 pounds, 110. This is 2.5 kilos over her personal best.
Let's see it again. She sets up, getting her feet set.
And your shoulders. Again, the bar is 7 feet long and the bench is only barely 10 to 12 inches wide. So you have to have a good solid base with your feet and then into your shoulders, which is why you get that leg drive so that you can be stable and balance that 7-foot-long bar.
Right. Free the scap. Shout out Steve DeNovi. No. It seemed like there was a little bit of a sink there at her touch point.
There was.
Yeah. We'll watch it here on the replay.
Yeah, a little extra sink.
Yeah.
And that's where you see that those safeties are so important.
Yes.
And the spotters, always.
Always,
Yeah.
yes. The spotters are just the absolute rock stars in a meet.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about it, but it's like when it comes to executing a meet, at the end of the day, it comes down to the spotters and the referees. Those are the ones who are going to make sure that it runs smoothly, but also safely.
167.5 for Richard Cho.
Cho. 2.5 kilo jump here for Ricky.
Yes. Oh, no, I don't think so.
Couldn't break past that sticking point. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Foot cramp.
I think you said that in unison.
Yeah. Oh, no. Okay, so looked like he was clutching his foot. Yeah, it could have been a foot cramp. We're not sure. We'll find out later, but hopefully Ricky's okay.
And Charles Okpoko. So he's gotten 2 out of 3 benches. Let's see if he can finish out strong with 180 kilo.
Here comes Dr. Okpoko. Had a little bit of trouble getting his left foot down. They ended up changing his footwear. Seemed to be a little bit better this time, even though we still did notice slight elevation in that left foot, but it seemed to be good enough for the referees. So let's take a look how things are here on 180 kilo third attempt bench press. Looks like a good bench press there.
And 3 white lights.
And he's hype.
Okay, Mark Frizzell on his last attempt, 182.5 kilo, 7.5 kilo jump for him.
And remember, folks, Mark Frizzell is a 75 kilo lifter. 182.5 kilos is a massive bench press, especially when we talk about a near flat back, long range of motion, and a close grip bench press. This is massive.
This is better than 2.5 times body weight.
I mean,
There we go. Okay, he paused, but I don't think he had any down. I think it's
exactly.
good.
Downward. There you go.
3 white lights.
Great
And
job.
Solana, you nailed it. The bar on its way up can stop, but cannot go back down. And the way the rules are written, it actually says the whole of the bar. So you might have one side that goes down, but both sides continue to go up, so that would still continue to be a good lift. But if the entire bar goes down, that's a whole different story.
Yeah.
And we have Tracy Gilliard, 185 kilo.
Big bench press here for Tracy. Now, we were talking earlier about watching Helena Wu on the deadlift. I don't know if anyone's been following Tracy on IG. This man has a massive deadlift, a huge
He does.
pull. Excited to see him later on deadlift.
Like I said, even his bench press has come up a lot.
Beautiful bench press there.
Beautiful.
Tracy Gilliard.
I mean, that is 7.5 kilos above his best right there.
Wow. PR there for Tracy Gilliard. 3 white lights for him. Incredible bench press. Great execution. Having a great day, honestly. Kind of, I mean, he missed his 3rd squat, but otherwise seems to be doing incredibly well here.
And Lorenzo, 195 kilo on the bar. Matching his meat best right here if he hits it.
After Lorenzo, we're going to see Connor Borker, and then we are running into our light B
Very interesting kind of looking at the lifting cast and the lifters that are currently having a perfect day. I see them and I see some of the coaches that I know that they're involved with, and it's again, it always speaks to how great some of the coaching and game day attempt selection really is.
Yes, game day handling is definitely underrated in my opinion. I mean, it can change everything. It can be the difference between first and fourth place, well, you know.
Especially here.
Yeah, especially for a dots only meet. Let's go, Lorenzo. Oh no, all right.
Ran out of gas there.
All right, so now he's 5 for 6. Finishing out Flight A, Connor Borkert, teammates by Brad Couillard, coached by 7.5 kilo jump.
7.5 kilo jump.
2.5 kilos. I'm sorry, 215 kilos or 473 pounds.
Incredible. Incredible. Connor Borkert, folks. Burley Bork himself, based out of Pennsylvania, living in Virginia. Actually, he works as an auditor, a very involved job. Connor Borkert going for a massive bench press, 215 kilos on the bar.
Wow, I mean, that was beautiful.
No words for that one. 3 white lights.
All right, and guys, we're moving on to Flight B. So I gotta say, I'm excited for Flight B. This is where our heavy hitters are.
That's right.
Yes, they are, but I'm going to take a moment and recognize in Flight A, there were only 4 benches that were missed. That is an absolute incredible event.
Yes.
And to be honest, we were sitting here looking at the scoreboard and we're going, we're not going to say anything. We're not going to say anything. We're not going to jinx anybody. Because obviously we're the ones making the choices, and that's the reason why they lift. No, we're superstitious. We were not going to say anything, but inside we're going, get it.
Yes, of course.
We all want to see good lifts, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, we got Dr. Ali starting us off, 90 kilos.
Ali Weinberg. Benching in the flats.
Yes, benching in flats. Not a nice size arch, nice positioning. And 3 white lights to start.
And Solana, I mean, when we talk about benching, a topic that I know a lot of people have started talking a little bit about is footwear and the option that footwear that you're going to use. I know that a lot of people now are starting to get into flats or deadlift slippers or something like that, but now we've seen the rise of the different kind of shoe. It's the Hyper Vs, I believe they're called, and how grippy they are on the ground. So it's like, tell us a little bit about how important footwear is on bench press.
I mean, so when it comes to bench press, it's a lot of leg drive. You don't want your feet to be sliding away from you, right? So having a shoe that's just grippy is good. If it's a lifter, that's fine. I personally need a flat. And Carly Richard, 97.5 kilos, and I blinked and missed it, so 3 white lights for her.
It was that smooth, that powerful, and that fast.
It was excellent.
Carly Richard.
I will say, though, real quick, I do also wear the Hyper V. I do appreciate the shoe a lot.
It is, yeah, no, a huge testament. The Hyper Vs are definitely a different kind of grip when it comes to bench press, so it's a big difference. I know we train in raw lifting, but sometimes it feels like equipped because of how much we depend on some of our equipment, you know what I mean?
Samantha Calhoun, 105 kilo on the bar. So Sam definitely gunning for a podium position. She went 2 for 3 on the squat. That first temp was very smooth. And honestly, every single lift matters. You never know. Someone else can miss something. We'll be back in contention for first place.
105 kilo bench press there for the GOAT, Sam Calhoun.
And Celine Crum follows her with the exact same bench press, 105 kilos.
I was watching Celine's prep leading into this meet and watching her bench press execute. I mean, it's so incredibly technical and like it's simple. It's a very simple setup. It's quick. There's a self-unrack. She's incredible.
There we go.
Yep.
Excellent.
Okay, so Samantha is at the top of the Pro Series leaderboard, and she's got a perfect 100. She earned that with 50 points at the Mega Nationals, which means that she had the highest score in her weight class, and she got 50 points at the Arnold Sports Festival. So between the two, she's got a perfect score of 100. And Celine has an 80. She scored 40 at Mega Nationals and 40 at the Arnold. So if she places first or second, that moves her up on the leaderboard and moves other people down.
Yes, and that is huge. Autumn Green, 107.5 kilo, coached by Steve Novi, PR's Performance.
Smooth.
Beautiful opening attempt for the bench press.
Smooth. Wouldn't expect anything less from Autumn.
So there's only 14 women in the entire competition here, which means that there are a lot of the pro points are available. And Autumn right now sits in the 12th place position. If she scores really well here with her dot score, then she can end up moving forward. And if she is in the top 10, she's earned a spot into the Pro Series final.
Yes, oh my goodness. Jasmine Penn, 117.5.
That's right, Jasmine Penn. We see her potentially sneaking in here on that top 3.
Absolutely. That's the thing I was saying. If anyone slips up, she can push in, take second, take first.
Ooh. Now that left
she did
arm,
not have, I think the left arm.
Yeah, no, they gave it to her. I realized, but yeah, no, that's interesting. We'll see it on the replay. But that left arm didn't look like it was fully locked out. We'll see it again if they show it.
So when you were talking about Jasmine may sneak in, it's because Jasmine has only done one of the pro meets that's needed in order to get on the Pro Series. She's done Mega Nationals, so this will be her second. So whatever dot score she gets here will continue to move her up.
Yes.
But just based on just the one score, she's already ranked 8th.
Now here comes the national champion, Mr. Charlie Yang, 140 kilos on the bar, 308 pounds, bench press.
It was a 308.
Wow.
That moved well.
Okay, warm-ups are supposed to be completed in the warm-up area.
Someone tell Joe Stanek he can't be doing those as openers, please.
That was, I mean, that's textbook. That was beautiful.
Incredible.
That meant one of my goals with the meet is always get in the meet. That means make sure your openers, you get every single one of them. And he just like, like, hey, I could do this in my sleep.
That didn't even register. Daniel
That was pretty
Clements.
amazing.
Daniel Clements, yes, 155 kilos on. So one big thing to note, his biggest competition for today is out. Biggest as in his weight class.
That's
you know
right,
what I mean?
yeah. That's right.
So that is a big thing for him. Like, that moves him up.
Quite a bit. See how it goes here for the shadow of powerlifting. Dan Clements.
There we go. And a beautiful opener. 3 white lights. And again, I'm happy to see the people who may not still be able to total finish out the meet. Just like you said, right? You come all the way here, might as well finish it out. We have Eric Lapointe coming out, 160 kilos.
No, and definitely glad that Eric is still sticking with it. He's still coming out and still competing because, like you said earlier, Solana, I mean, either you drove or you flew to be out here to come out to Ashburn and compete and put your name on the line. But even if it didn't come out the way you wanted to, or in Eric's case, he bombed out. It's one of the. Did he? Never mind.
He might not come out though.
He might not. I might just.
So this is something else lifters do, right? Sometimes they'll put in an attempt to give people an extra minute.
Yeah.
To rest as a courtesy.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, how about that? Well, never mind everything I just said.
Forget what I said.
Yeah, forget what I said. No, but more than that, I mean, like, we already saw Mark continuing his day, and we talked about, like, well, you trained so hard, you drove all the way up here, or you flew all the way out here. You know, you wanted to kind of, like, redline it anyway. You peaked for this. You know, you went through an entire training block. Some people even had to diet leading into it kind of thing, depending on if they wanted to improve their dot score. So it's like, you might as well kind of go out and finish it out. You peak your bench, you peak your deadlift, go do it, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, you know, but no shame in also walking away, too, if you're just like, you know what, it's not even worth the risk of potential injury. So I understand Eric Lapointe's choice to do so. But it was nice that he did, like you said, the courtesy of kind of putting in that selection so people have the extra minute to kind of rest a little bit longer.
I agree. And Marcus Dudu coming out, 180 kilo on the bar. 7.5 kilos less than his best. Probably looking the best stats today if he can.
Great attempt there by Marcus. 3 white lights for him.
And he's now got a total going, or a subtotal.
Mr. The 75 kilo lifter.
Yes.
Austin Perkins, the Perk.
All right, 182.5 kilo on the bar.
402 pounds.
Now that's really pretty crazy. Like, we just had a 90 kilo lifter take 2.5 kilos less, and now a 75 kilo lifter comes out, and he's gonna go for 182.5.
That's Perk for you.
I'm telling you, and this is his bench press has just flown up so much.
Wow, and that's
for this
the
prep.
opener. 182.
Excellent.
Oh yeah, speedy off the chest. You saw the pop off the chest. He's feeling good.
So we have Ashton Ruska. Now Ashton's in a great position. All right, he did great for his squat. Only took 2 attempts. Basically took his third and the second. Saved some energy, and now he's on to bench press. 195 kilos on a bench press.
Once again, shout out to Powerlifting North America for making this happen with all of the amazing content. Make sure you check it
Now Ashton, yeah, he does a close grip bench press pretty often, so it doesn't affect his pec. But what I've seen is, like, he can basically close grip when he does regular grip anyway.
Pretty much. And this is obviously to protect his pec.
Wow.
There it is.
Way to go, Lieutenant.
3 white lights there for Ashton. Moving on to our next bench press. One of the more controversial bench presses, I think, some people on, if you're on the internet at all, Mr. Sean Noriega, Kiss My Arch, as he used to be known as. Sean, one of the higher arches you'll see in all of powerlifting. A very, very wide grip bench press, very high arch, very high touch point. Sometimes you'll see that the judges will almost give him a bit of a longer call on that bench press command, just because they're not sure. He comes very close to almost not even touching his chest, so it's like sometimes it takes a while for the referee to notice. So let's see it here.
It'll probably touch one side. See, it touched the left side more than the right.
Oh, but he sank that perfect. That was perfect.
Oh,
wow. No, maybe not.
2 yellows. Kathy, what do you think that was?
Could have been a jump.
Let's watch here.
Right? I don't see it.
I don't know. I'm not in the chair.
Yeah, yeah. That looked. I mean, I'm sure it must have been something. I mean, we have Joanne Craig and Al Matagrano.
But the two referees called the same thing.
Yeah.
What's cool about this meet and pro meets, we have a jury, right? So they can at least contest it, because he did get 1 white light.
Yeah.
Yes.
They can understand what it was. And
that is a very important thing that you brought up. If it is a unanimous decision, 3 red lights or 3 white lights, neither one can be contested. And there's times when coaches have gone and contested another lifter's call.
Bob Matthews, 215 kilo. Bob Matthews. Doing what Bob Matthews does. Actually, real quick, guys.
2 white lights.
Now that could it be a command thing? I mean, I'm not really.
I mean, it could.
It could be, but we can't hear it, so we couldn't really tell you, folks. But I was actually talking to Bob in between bench and squat, and I was just curious what happened on that second attempt squat. And he actually mentioned that it was something about the platform that felt a little shaky to him, and it wasn't like there was anything hollow or anything like that. He just said, I never felt like I had my footing. He said, I never felt fully secure when I got under the bar and I got set up. And he was like, and honestly, it was probably my fault. I probably should have tried to secure myself a little bit more before I initiated the squat. So that was really the only issue. That's why we saw him hit that third attempt, not
much
super
easier.
easy, but much easier,
Yeah.
right? So I think that was really all that happened.
All right, we're back to second attempts with Dr. Ali Weinberg.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you can't see it, but we're here at the shop gym in Ashburn, Virginia, and they've got the live stream of the competition on the displays around the gym. It is just so cool.
And honestly, TSG Events is doing an amazing job with this live stream. The highest quality I've seen.
Oh, definitely, absolutely. TSG
Oh,
Events
that was
is
so
one of the best.
beautiful, Allie.
3 white lights
I'm
there
sorry,
for Allie.
Dr. Weinberg.
Dr. Weinberg.
Yes, she's earned that, and I feel that I'm not being respectful if I don't recognize how hard she worked to become a doctor.
We have a few doctorates here.
We do.
Pretty cool.
We
Pretty
do,
cool.
yes.
Powerlifting's in a good place.
I know.
Carly Richard here, 105 kilos on the bench press, 7.5 kilo jump from her opener.
Beautiful. I mean, like, that could have been the first attempt, really.
Smoked. We're talking about TSG Events, guys, but I mean, like, we did this same stream last year, the Virginia Pro, and I mean, TSG Events, they did such a great job. I talked to my wife, I talked to my friends, they all said it felt like we were watching ESPN last year. And now we've seen they've only upped the ante, and now it's just one of these things where, I mean, what can you expect out of TSG Events for 2023? I mean, such a great job. I think it's fair to say this is potentially one of the better streams you'll see all year.
Samantha Calhoun on the platform, 110 kilos, 242 pounds, building her total, her subtotal.
All right, 110 kilos, and that moved great.
Now we move into Celine Crum taking the same weight. And again, Samantha's number 1 on the leaderboard. Celine is number 3.
Great execution there.
And Leo, you asked a question, what can we expect of TSG in the future? I've got to be honest, my imagination is not good enough to imagine how this could be improved upon. It's just really that fantastic.
I mean, from the spotters, the loaders, to the people behind the scenes, Catherine, Scott, I mean, Jason, Tim, Ryan, everyone back there, they've done amazing.
The camera angles, everything.
It's been incredible.
Beautiful. That moved excellent.
Celine Crump. Shout out, and again, we didn't really talk enough about him here. Saber Schnitzer. I mean,
yes,
the guy the reason this happened at all, right?
The mastermind of the first Virginia Pro last year, yes, who put up a tremendous amount of his own personal money for it, you know. And here we are today with a Pro Series. It's amazing.
Yes. You would not have to meet without him or TSG Events.
No, it's incredible. I mean, Saber and TSG Events, it's been a match made in heaven, truly.
All right, we have Autumn Green, 112.5 kilo. Oh, that was smooth. We're seeing some good bench presses.
Great attempts here. Great attempts. Great execution, Autumn Green.
Up next, Jasmine Pegg, second attempt for Jasmine, 127.5 kilos.
And you guys can probably hear the MC. The MC is actually, believe it or not, one of the men who actually not only came up with one of the ideas for a Pro Series to bring the Saber. Him and Saber talked it out, and then they took it to the USA Powerlifting. But also the owner of the facility that we're in here, Mr. Jason Albrecht, the owner of the shop gym, he's actually the MC for the Virginia Pro.
And doing an outstanding job of it.
Nice, phenomenal. Jasmine Penn, 127.5 kilo, 10 kilo jump here for Jasmine.
Let's see it. There we go.
Speedy bench.
Okay, I'm starting to think
that was 281. Okay, now she's only 2.5 kilos off of her world record.
Oh my!
I wonder what we're gonna see for the third. Ooh, I hope.
I'm starting to think that lifters are hard to get fully flat on the floor, which is why I said to you earlier.
Yeah, and could that lend some credence potentially to what Bob was saying about like, oh, something felt a little strange. Bob did say that he was like, I don't think it was the platform. He's like, I think it was me, but I mean, but it is something that we are noticing with the camera angle that we have and that the live stream has is, some of the lifters aren't like fully flat there, and who knows? It could be something on the platform.
But again, the rule is just as flat as the shoe allows.
As flat as the shoe allows. That's
I think we're hitting it.
Charlie
Yang, 147.5 kilos.
325 pounds at a body weight of 144.
Excellent.
144 pounds.
And we talked about it last time. Kathy I thought we were done with warm-ups in the warm-up room. I mean,
it flew. It did fly.
That was a sub-6, you know what I mean?
160 kilo, Daniel Clements having an excellent meet so far. 5 kilo jump from his first attempt.
Mr. Dan Clements, the shadow himself. Posts only a few videos on his IG. You know, you don't see too much, but when you do see, you're just, every time he just wows you. So it's like, when you see him, it's usually at a meet, and he's usually doing awesome.
Yes, I actually asked him in the interview earlier today, like how training went, and he was like, "Well, I posted some highlights, but there were a lot down. But at the end of the day, near the end of prep, started to really clean up."
Hey, Instagram's all about the highlights, Alana.
Of
Everybody
course.
knows that.
Big push. There we go. Beautiful.
So one of the things that I'm watching when Daniel does his bench is he gets the start signal, then he takes a big breath of air, and you can literally see him brace his upper back as well as his torso.
All right. The Austin Perkins, 187.5 kilos.
Perk, the man with the juice. Some might say the man with the sauce. Who knows? Who knows?
And his
Juice
bench
is temporary. Sauce is forever.
So he beat his best ever on that first attempt, by the way, by 2.5 kilos.
I mean, he's incredible. I mean, he talked about working with his diet coach, I believe it was Melissa Nguyen, saying how important nutrition has kind of become for him and how it's translated into his bench press. We're seeing it here at the Virginia Pro. Let's see what the call is.
Okay.
One blue card and one yellow
So
card.
Kathy, tell us what you think you saw there.
So the blue, what I will say is, definitely the hips came up, the butt came off the bench,
Okay.
and it's like a light switch. There's no description of percentage. It's either it's on or it's off, and if you can see daylight under it, it's off. And then the blue card would either be for the bar going down or they didn't lock it out. So I'm really quickly with Austin. I got the biggest giggle when I read over his lifter bio thing that he submitted to us. And hobbies, he put underwater table tennis. I said, say what? Is this, I mean, are we talking about snorkel or scuba gear? And he said, no, as long as you hold your breath and then you can pass out.
Nice. All right, so Marcus Dudu. So he was putting on his wrist wraps on the platform, and that's why they told him to get off the platform and put them on.
Correct, because the only thing that you can adjust on the platform is your belt.
Yes.
And the other thing is, it is a wrist wrap. It is not a hand wrap, so it cannot go up into the palm of the hand. There's only 2 centimeters, which is roughly 1 inch above where the point of the wrist is.
There we go.
Nicely done, nicely done.
And no thumb loops, correct, Kathy?
That is correct. No thumb loops. They have to be off. The maximum length of a wrist wrap can only be 1 meter or 3.3 feet.
So Sean's going to retake his opener. So he got 2 reds. We were not sure why. I believe there were yellow cards.
And it could have been, so now that I'm thinking about it, Kathy, it could also potentially been his buttocks potentially wasn't on the bench.
I did not. I have gotten to the point now where if I am not the one sitting in the chair, I am not going to make a call.
It's tough to say, yeah. Unless it's patently obvious, I'm never too sure. Let's see what happens here for Sean Noriega. Second attempt, retaking 200 kilo.
All right, let's see.
There, let's see what the call is.
2 white lights and one red. Okay.
2 white lights.
That means that he got the lift.
So I will talk to my friend Al Matagrano, one of the side referees, and I'll ask him after what the call was on a few of those. Because obviously it's kind of tough. We're only kind of at the mercy of the camera angles that we have. So kind of curious what the yellow card was there for Sean.
All right, Ashton's second attempt, 205 kilos.
Ashton setting up with his close grip bench press. Beautiful bench press here.
There we go.
3 white lights. And the dot scores are starting to get populated.
Yes.
Things are getting spicy here, folks, at the 2022 USA Powerlifting Virginia Pro. 500 pounds.
Our final second attempt on bench press.
500 pounds, 227.5 kilos for Mr. Bob Matthews, Super Saiyan Bob. Let's see it, Bob.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
So earlier today, me and you, Leo, were talking about the weight that people weigh in at. We know that Bob and Ashton are now in the same weight class. So we do have Bob weighing in about 1.5 kilo less than Ashton. That could be a slight advantage. We know that Bob has gone so far 4 for 5.
Yeah.
Ashton's hit all of his attempts so far, so we'll see how it plays out.
Things are getting interesting, Solana. I mean, we did talk earlier about kind of during the preview show is, I mean, it's going to come down to who makes a list, who doesn't make a list.
Yes.
But we're talking about a guy who's also being coached by the same guy. So it's like, I mean, there's some built-in storyline there that is just like, all right, how is it going to handle? But I mean, Marcellus has told us already that he's like, I don't play favorites. I go off of what's there today. And we already saw foregoing that third attempt on squat for Ashton and then kind of retaking that attempt for Bob. I mean, you're seeing kind of that high-level gamesmanship of a Mr. Marcellus, so it's great.
Dr. Weinberg is on the platform, 209 pounds, 95 kilos.
Let's go, Dr. Alley. Can she lock it out?
Finish it.
Left arm is locked, right arm, let's go. Oh, man. Okay. All right, moving on to Carly Richard, taking another PR attempt for herself, 110 kilos.
242 pounds.
That'll be 7.5 kilos above her best.
Ball is loaded for Carly.
Sam, you are next followed by Celine Crum.
Carly Richard, my dark horse for this meet, 110 kilos.
Can she lock it? Oh, no. All right. Still walks away with the PR overall by 2.5 kilos for herself.
Feels like everything Carly does is a PR pretty much, right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, but also third meet ever, so
Yeah.
I will not be shocked that she's getting all PRs.
So we've got Samantha Calhoun and Celine Crum, and they have literally matched each other on every single bench press. First one, then the other. First one, then the other. First one, then the other at the same weight, 105, 110, 115.
Celine
All right.
truly making her presence known, am I right?
Oh, absolutely. This has been a year for her. And Sam Calhoun taking this attempt.
Way to go,
There
Sam.
we go.
Way to go, Samantha.
Push through second point.
There you go. Sam Strong, Sam Calhoun. Sam Calhoun, also a Tidewater, a product of the Tidewater region, 757 here in Virginia. A very beloved lifter in this side of the coast.
Absolutely. All right, and Celine, and just like we said, same exact attempt for the bench press.
This will tie her personal record.
Celine the Machine.
Let's see it.
£253 pounds.
Big push.
Come on, Celine.
Can she lock it? Oh my goodness.
Way
Two
to stay
second
with
points. And
Way to
still
stay
got
with
it.
it. 3 white lights.
Man, Guys, we have a real special one cooking up so far. We've got Celine and Sam really putting on a great show. I mean, we talked about it in the preview show, though, Celine. I mean, like, I don't think we expected something like this, though.
You know, I'm not surprised at all about Celine being 6 for 6 right now. And Sam is pushing through. Autumn Green, okay, 117.5 kilos.
259 pounds.
So far, projected odds, Celine having the slight edge over Samantha.
Yes.
Here comes Autumn Green, 117.5 kilo, 5 kilo jump for her.
And that moves so well. Just cruising through, like literally every third attempt for her, just cruising.
I mean, of course, when you're coached by the Oracle, I mean, what would you expect, right?
I expect excellence at selection.
Yeah. I expect
Okay, up next, guys, I got it. Jasmine Penn. She owns the world record at 130. She's asked for 132.5. This is a world record at this meet.
Yes, and just like you said, Kathy, you can't chip world records here. You have to take a full 2.5 kilo jump, right?
Yes, because all of the weight classes are competing against each other, so you're not chipping a weight class record. So she can set a world record, but it has to be a multiple of 2.5. So, ooh, white lights, white lights, white lights.
Let's go.
Let's get it, Jasmine.
Wow!
Wow.
Wow, that was smooth. And a world record
Yes.
for Jasmine
Woo,
Penn.
yeah.
Jasmine Penn, folks.
Our first
Wow.
world record at this meet. Yes.
Wow. World record. Jasmine Penn, incredible stuff here at the Virginia Pro.
336 pounds bar is loaded for Charlie Yang.
Charlie Yang coming up 152.5 kilo. So this is 2.5 less than his absolute best. Now, I'm kind of surprised he's not going to at least match it because the first and second move so fast.
Yeah, I am too, actually. I was going to say, I was like, kind of shocked he's not going for at least the tie and not even made. Well, I mean, this is a 7.5 kilo, or no, sorry, this is a 5 kilo jump.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, but at the same time, his coach knows stuff
He's
that we
got
don't.
a great
so.
coach, Joe Stanek.
Joe Stanek, happy birthday, Joe, again. Yeah, you know what? Actually, Sloan, I'm going to agree with you. I think he probably should have went up 7.5, maybe even 10. But
Clemens also from game day barbell, third and final attempt, 165 kilo, 363.7 pounds.
And we have Dan Clements coming out 165 kilos on the bar.
Austin, you are next, followed by Marcus Adudu.
This is going to match his personal record.
the shadow of powerlifting, coached by Mr. Matthew Holden, Systematic Strength on Instagram. One of the great coaches coming out of here, also based out of Virginia. There seems to be a theme here, guys. Virginia having some great products in powerlifting.
Well, we are in Virginia.
We are in Virginia.
We have an incredible gym that we're at, the Shop Gym in Ashburn.
Definitely.
It's a strong state.
That's right.
Honestly, I think the biggest representatives, we have Virginia, we have Texas, and we have Carolinas today.
Yeah.
Most amount of people.
165. Dan Clements.
Come on, and locks it out.
Nothing ever surprised me, this kid. 3 white lights.
All right. Marcus Austin Perkins coming up. So he's retaking his second attempt.
That sounds about right. I think that's probably wise, right, Solana?
Yes. Do you remember why he missed the second one?
I don't actually. Kathy, do you recall what the miss was, the infraction for Perk?
I think I can find out.
Yeah. So let's see here. Perk retaking 187.5. Let's see that third attempt bench press. Austin Perkins.
That looked good to me. Let's see.
That was a quick
3
there you
whites.
go, yeah. Are you not entertained, America?
I feel like he was saying it was the same as the first one. Why didn't I get the first one?
The first one, remember, there was a blue card on one side and a yellow card on the other. And when they did the replay, then we could see there was daylight.
Yeah.
Thank you for the reminder.
Yeah. definitely.
All right, coming up, Marcus Dudu, 197.5 kilos.
7.5 kilo jump here for Marcus.
So he's going for a nice PR. Be a 10 kilo PR for him. My.
197.5 is 435 pounds.
He's communicating with the spotter about how to give him that overall handoff.
That perfect
That
handoff.
looked better.
10 kilo over his personal record.
Oh, okay. All right.
But he still has a new one with 190.
Yes. And great save from spotters and loaders. Again, the meet can't run without them. They dictate the safety of our lifters, how fast the meet's running.
You can't say it enough, Solana. I mean, and the shop gyms, spotters and loaders have been trained by Saber Schnitzer themselves. I've seen the class, the course that he essentially gives these spotters and loaders. He has people come in. If there's a Saturday meet, he has them come in on Wednesday, sometimes even just the day before. But he'll do a whole seminar on how to spot load properly, and then he'll do a refresher the day of. So it's just, these guys are always incredibly prepared, and it's a testament to the shop gym and more specifically to Saber Schnitzer.
Yes, honestly, he's extremely organized. Ashton Ruska, 207.5. Close grip. Let's see it. Whee! Oh, come on. Oh, no. All right. All right. Oh, he pointed to his glute. So I think he was saying like he had a little
Maybe a
glute
little
issue.
cramp there?
Yeah. But overall, still got his first 2 attempts for bench press.
That's right. Now, that does make things interesting, Solana, on that projected dot score there.
I'm going to just wait for Bob, and then we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, no, definitely.
Bob Matthews will finish out this bench press for us, and we'll take a 10-minute break.
Does Bob potentially adjust his bench attempt now?
Well, you can't.
Well, you can within a couple minutes before.
All right, Sean Noriega taking 210 kilo. Okay, let's see.
Two
And
white
two white lights.
Two white lights. Yeah, I'm going to talk to Al.
Please ask him
Yeah, I'm
so
gonna
we
ask
can
him
inform.
what the call was here.
The most important thing is 2-to-1. It's a good lift.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
At the end of the day,
It's a green box.
yeah.
All right. Bob Matthews, 232.5 kilos. 512 pounds.
This will give Bob the lead right
Massive, massive bench press to
Yes.
cap off our Flight B here at the Virginia Pro.
now for the heaviest total of the day.
The last bench press of the day here, folks. And who else would it be other than Mr. Bob Matthews?
Yes,
the-
I mean,
the
he's
Super
got
Saiyan.
an incredible bench press, and he doesn't have like the shortest arm, so I just love to see it. Let's go, let's go. Oh my goodness. Wow, that moves so well. That moves so well.
Talk to me nice.
Okay, he just literally blew his personal record for bench press out of the water. It was 215. It went up by 17.5 kilos to
Incredible.
232.5. And just absolutely incredible. And you had talked earlier, Leo, about the quality of the attempt selections. Out of 42 bench presses, only, let me see, 9 were no lifts.
Wow.
That's how many good lifts there were. That was
Yes.
just fabulous. That is an excellent testimony to them. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking a 10-minute break. There's always a 10-minute break between between squat and bench press and squat, so they can change out the platform. They're getting it ready for deadlift. So the final part of the meet is going to be coming up soon. And in the meantime, the lifters are getting warmed up. They're getting ready because the points are going to come down on the line. So really quickly, before we take our break, Solana, when you first earned your pro points, was it here or at the Arnold?
My pro points originally Like how I became a pro?
Yeah.
Would be 2021 nationals because
Okay.
I became top 5.
Okay.
So top 5 got to become pros from 2021 nationals.
Right. And now it's the top 3 at nationals.
Yes.
So for this meet, there's only 14 pros that are or 14 people that are here. And so the ranking is based on the highest dot score, the coefficient of your body weight times your total. So the highest placer is going to get 50 points, and then 45, 40, 35, and so on, like all the way down. And that is going to be added to where your placing is with Mega Nationals to determine our leaderboard, which I'll show you really quickly. Hang on. Oop. This is just the women's leaderboard right here with the lifters that are going to be here. So there could be changes in the top 10, and the top 10 go to the Arnold Pro Series final.
Yes.
So the deadlifts are going to be important. Come back with us. I figured set the tone.
And we're back, folks, to the 2022 USA Powerlifting Virginia Pro. We are doing our deadlifts now. Solana, Kathy, what do you guys got to say about deadlift?
Well, the meet doesn't start till the bar touches the floor, right?
That's what they say.
But this is when we really get to see dots points and where they're stacking up, and we can really start to volley and see who might take first, second, third, fourth, fifth.
So Solana, would you talk about the difference between the conventional stance versus the sumo and where the sticking point is or where we might see the bar slow down?
Yeah, so sumo deadlift is the wider stance deadlift. Toes are pointed out and your hands are inside of your feet. So not what Juliana is doing. You typically see a sticking point more off the floor when it comes to sumo. Then you have conventional, which is what you're watching right now. Feet close together, hands outside of the legs. And typically sticking points at top. Yeah. And a good lift from Juliana.
Speedy opener there for Juliana.
As it should be.
Ariel Patra opening at 147.5 kilos for Ariel.
And she's having an excellent meet, y'all. I mean, 6 for 6 so far. She came in with a goal of 9 for 9. She can still achieve it.
Yep.
So talking about the rules for the deadlift, for those of you that are watching at home, the lifter comes out onto the platform they must face forward. They pick the bar up however they're going to. Sometimes they use an overhand grip, sometimes they use a mixed grip. The goal is to stand up in one continuous motion, and at the end your knees must be locked, your shoulders must be back. If you support the bar on your thighs or you hitch it up or kind of bounce it, it is not considered a good lift because it wasn't continuous motion.
That was a very clean
deadlift. And she's got the double overhand hook grip.
Oh yeah. Culture, sumo. Yes. Sumo, double overhand hook grip pull.
All right, Heather Frog coming out, 152.5 kilo on the bar. And again, you want these openers to be speedy. The goal is to make it easy because we're not really here for openers, right? So
That's right.
But you want that opener to be very smooth and easy. You want to guarantee you're in the meet.
I've never seen someone wear the belt backwards like Heather Frog for that lift.
She's the only one I could think of, honestly.
You'll notice that all of the lifters are wearing shin-length socks during the deadlift.
And that was a good lift. Rose on up next.
And that was a good lift. We got Rose coming up next with 157.5.
Interesting. I just saw Ashton Ruska walk by, cowboy hat and all, getting ready for his deadlift. You want to talk about people having fun at the Virginia Pro? We're seeing it here.
I love seeing in between lifts, the lifters are so calm.
Yeah. Here comes the shadow walking by as well. Rose weighing 157.5 kilos for Rose. Great pull there for Rose.
And we have Jaslyn Pepper West coming out. 160 kilo on the bar.
And an interesting wrinkle, I know maybe not as years past, when you had to wear a t-shirt, or at least a t-shirt with sleeves for deadlift. Now we're going back to some original rules, and now you guys don't have to wear a t-shirt for deadlift.
Always makes me happy to not have to wear one.
Yeah,
well,
gotta show off the traps.
There's one small change.
Beautiful.
The women had to wear a t-shirt, the men did not. And now neither do. And I think it's great because you can see how muscular both sides are. So Jaslyn Pepper just walked off the platform, and I was talking with her earlier, and she had said she had never done any sport whatsoever before powerlifting.
Wow.
Well, the natural question is, well, how did you get into it? And she said she was in college and she took a strength and development course, and the guy they were showing videos of women, and she said, I want to be like them. And so she got started in powerlifting, and now she's hoping to be somewhat like that for other young ladies.
Amazing.
Megan just finished a successful opener at 170.
Speedy.
And going on to Amy Schmidt with 180 kilos.
Ashton walking by in his cowboy hat saying howdy.
Amy's in a 75 kilo weight class, coached by Sam. It's always interesting to compete with your own coach.
and it's so crazy. We have, I mean, in this meet, we're actually watching 2 athletes competing with their coaches. I mean, that's so cool to do.
All right, let's see it, Amy.
Oh yeah, double overhand hook grip here, folks. Sumo pull. It's something just so aesthetic to me about a hook grip sumo pull. Oh yeah. Great pull by Amy here. 180.
180 kilos. That was easy.
Definitely successful with that. And she wanted to do a shout out to her family and Team Sam Strong.
Of course. And Helena Wu coming out, 185 kilos, my teammate.
We talked about this deadlift. We were looking forward to this one all day.
I have been, yes. Helena owns the American record at 56 kilos. In the 56 kilo class, I'm sorry. Now she's bumped up to the 60 kilo, 67.5 kilos because she weighed in at 60.1.
Oh,
okay.
Wow. Okay.
185. Smoked it.
3 white lights, of course, for Helena. Oh, yeah.
Moving
Great
on.
execution there.
Charles Okpoko. Starting with 250 kilo.
Charles lifted internationally in both equipped and raw. He's done 2 classics and took first place and in both 2018 and 2019. He took 3rd place in the 2017 World Games as an equipped lifter, so he has a tremendous amount of international level experience.
Not to mention a bodybuilding champion. Fun fact, actually won a bodybuilding show not long ago.
After we get to the first attempt, we'll get a
Let's see it, Charles. Dr. Charles.
Dr. Okpoko.
Yes. That was smooth.
Speedy.
And 3 white lights.
Of course.
Lorenzo, 285 kilos.
Great wedge. Saw the slack being taken out there. Wedges in easy. Great pull.
Yes.
Following Lorenzo will be Richard Cho, then Connor Warren.
Lorenzo White right up on the platform from South Carolina. Now his coach is competing, Heather Foss.
And Connor currently tied with 527.5.
And actually, we have Lorenzo, Ricky, Connor coming up next.
Let's see it, Lorenzo.
Lorenzo lining himself up with the rings on the bar.
With sumo, as Solana said, it's slow sometimes coming off the floor, so you're patient. You're patient.
3 white lights.
There. And now here comes actually my favorite person to watch on deadlift, my favorite technique to watch on deadlift. Ricky Cho has one of the prettier deadlifts in all of powerlifting. I don't think it's crazy to say. There are many people that try to recreate what we call the pug wiggle when he tried that little slack move that he takes out on the deadlift. So watch him set up here and watch what I'm talking about, a very slight kind of sequence that he takes, his little wiggle to wedge into place, and the slack comes out perfectly. It's like a machine.
One of the highlights that Ricky said on his lifter bio was that he was one of the first 74 kilos to deadlift 700 pounds.
Wow. And that was excellent. That was very pretty. You're correct, Leo.
Yeah. For some, I mean, it's literally one of the prettier deadlifts in powerlifting. I don't think it's crazy to say. It's really simple. It's what I always like to say to clients. It's quiet. It's a quiet setup. It's a quiet execution. When it comes to approaching the bar, there's not a lot of wasted movement. He gets into place. He finds what he needs to do, and he does it. Right? It's a really, really great pull.
All right, my teammate, Connor Borkert, the Shop Gym Zone. 3:05 to start.
Having a great day today as well, Connor.
Yes, 6 for 6. Let's see if we can finish it out strong.
Wearing the Titan Triumph singlet again, the super suit, as we like to call it. Let's get it here, Connor. Big pull.
There we go.
Beautiful.
And Connor retains control of the bar and contact with the bar all the way down. One of the reasons for a red light, specifically with a yellow card, would be if you let go of the bar at the top of the lift. You have to maintain control of the bar to the platform with your hands.
I mean, something about Connor Borkert, as you guys have probably already seen throughout the stream, Connor, even on his third attempts, never looks like it's the bar speed really loses any bar speed or anything. He's a very explosive lifter from first attempt all the way to his third attempt.
Very true.
Here comes Tracy Gilliard. I was talking about this with you guys earlier.
Big deadlift.
Huge deadlift coming out of here. And actually, Tracy earlier today was telling me he had some issues at equipment check with his socks. He had to scramble to get these socks that he had to borrow from somebody. So thank you to whoever lended these socks, because you were actually a part of this big pull.
And that looked like warm-up weight for Tracy.
All right, 3 white lights. Oh, he said something felt weird.
Oh. 310 kilos there.
Oh, bar slippery.
Oh, okay.
So you can request them to clean the bar off for you.
That's right, and I know that that's something some lifters like to do. I know for some people they like to have it before every attempt on deadlift. It depends on the athlete. It depends on the coach. Everyone will get the bar cleaned off on before their third attempts, just across the board. But you can request to have it cleaned before your attempt. It's just one of those things that it just depends on if you want it or not. But
yes.
But actually, looking at these last pulls, those were pretty great, guys.
And one of the reasons why you would ask the bar to be cleaned is there are a lot of people ahead of you that are using baby powder, and that baby powder makes the bar slick, even though you're putting chalk on your hands. So this is a pro level meet, and at all high level meets where there is a technical controller, the coach doesn't come out and tell the spotters and loaders what to do with the platform. The proper way to do it is you tell the technical controller, who is a referee, an official. The referee goes to the chief referee and says the lifter has requested it. We never turn it down, but that's the proper chain of communication.
Right.
Nice. And Juliana Yorno, 137.5, and that moves smooth.
She is just flat out rocking this meet.
Yes, she is.
Doing awesome. Shout out to
she's already surpassed her dots from her last meet. She hit 470 dots for her last meet. She's at 472 and still has deadlift left to go.
Incredible.
Ariel, again, I know her main word for today is execute. She really wants that 9 for 9 day as well. 160 kilo. So this is surpassing her best ever by 2.5 kilos. This is going to be a big lift for her.
Love to see it.
All right, she's got a current 375 total. A 462.7 dot score at this time.
Let's get it, Ariel.
Beautiful. 3 white lights.
Nicely done.
I'm excited for her. Rose up next, 167.5 kilo on the bar.
369 pounds. I'm sorry, no, Heather is at the same weight of 160. That's 352. And Heather is competing in the 56 kilo class. Heather is one of our female pros.
Let's see it.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Heather Foss, great pull, 160 kilos. 3 white lights there.
Rose hang up next, second attempt for Rose. 167.5 kilos. 369 pounds.
All right, moving on.
Rose Wang.
167.5, 10 kilo jump from her opener.
Rose rocking the 1 on slippers.
Yes. Let's see a conventional stance. There's definitely less variables with conventional.
At 123.
Great pull.
That moved great. There's less variables with conventional. Like with sumo, you can go side to side by mistake or up and down. Conventional, pretty much just up and down is the only mistake you could possibly make.
Yeah, I think you guys talked about it on the Two White Lights podcast, but it's like sometimes if, I think Steve had mentioned, if I'm going to pick between somebody who's a sumo puller and a conventional puller, assuming all other things are equal in terms of their strength, he's usually going to go for the conventional puller. There's less variable to worry about.
I've mentioned that in the powerlifting too. We talk about like deadlift stances. Jaslyn Pepper with the sumo.
Well, to me, deadlift is the most useful of all the lifts when I'm around my house. I want everybody to know how to get down, get your hands underneath my couch, and stand up with it. So deadlift is practical lift.
Yes, now Jaslyn, she's at 392.5 total, 8 for 9, or 8 for 8 so far. So she wants a 400 kilo total. That is her goal for today. If she hits 177.5, she will achieve the goal she's had for 4 years.
So she needs a 7.5 kilo increase.
Which I'm assuming we'll see.
Well, that's going into third attempt deadlift. And third attempt deadlift, we'll talk about those rules in just a minute. But for now, just know that, ladies and gentlemen, that when you weigh in, that's when you submit your opening squat, opening bench, and opening deadlift. You can change those
There we go. Nicely
only
for
if
Megan.
in a certain amount of time. Megan got a no lift from one side referee, and it was the red card. And the red card is that they did not lock out completely. That's it. And the two parts of not locking out involve the knees are not locked and the shoulders are not back.
Let's see Amy Schmidt here coming out.
Let's go, Amy.
190 kilo deadlift. Second attempt for Amy Schmidt.
190 kilos.
Big pull here for Amy.
5 keys below her best ever. I know she wants to PR it.
Let's get it, girl. Takes the slack out. Wedges in.
Okay.
Big. See the call.
3 white lights.
There you go. Great pull there by Amy.
Helena Wu up next. Teammate, let's see it. 195 kilo. Just like you said, she's got a nice deadlift on her.
So Helena set the American record at a much lighter weight class, 56 kilos. But she came in weighing 60.1, which if we were doing weight classes, that would actually put her in the 67.5. But all the lifters today are competing against each other across all weight classes.
There we go. That looks so nice. I think she might be on
195.
But too
Okay,
red.
so the chief and the side referees say that she was not completely locked out. And again, the two parts about not being locked out are the knees and the shoulders.
I wonder if they'll contest that because, well, Brad will. Brad will contest it.
Brad
We'll
will,
see
yeah,
what happens.
we know Brad here, yeah. Brad will definitely contest that one. Dr. Akpoko next. 272.5 kilos.
22.5 kilo jump.
So to explain to everybody out there, when Solana says she would go and protest it, the jury is made up of 3 international referees, our highest ranking ones, and they're all watching the same things. And they will have a discussion. If a coach feels that a call was incorrect, they will go and say, hey, I think that was incorrect. Can you please adjust? Look at that. So,
Second attempt.
Wow.
and paying attention
There
to
we go.
Charles.
There we go.
Paying
3 white
attention to
lights.
Charles.
Big pull there for Dr. Akpoko.
Lorenzo Wright is our lifter with 666 pounds on the ball.
Lorenzo Wright coming up.
Lorenzo, we will see Richard Show.
Ooh, 666. There it is. Our favorite number to see deadlifted.
We're missing him here, though.
I know. No Gino.
No Gino.
You already know what the background will look like.
Oh,
Red,
yeah.
fire.
A lot of pirates around, yeah.
All right.
We love Gino around here.
So I'm going to quickly slide this in. Lorenzo, during COVID, first of all, he loves cooking, and his dad got him started with it. But Lorenzo developed what he feels is a signature dish, a Gouda mac and cheese with barbecued pulled pork on top. And I said, I asked him, what time was dinner?
Yeah, can I get some tomorrow?
Yeah,
I'm still here in town.
Yeah, I was going to say. I'll have to hit up Lorenzo after this.
All right, but let's first see if we can get this deadlift.
302.5 kilos on the bar for Mr. Lorenzo Wright, South Carolina. Let's see what they call here. The knees could be close.
Yeah, potential yellow. Oh, okay. 3 white lights.
Got it. But you saw what I was seeing there,
yes.
too, right?
I was potentially looking at those knees not being locked out. Right. But that's the thing too. They can shake and be locked out. Like, I've seen that before. A little bit of shaking, but they're locked.
Yeah. And I always default, obviously, again, to what these referees are like. I mean, these are the highest referees that we have. So.
Yes.
And here comes our boy Ricky Cho, again, one of the prettier deadlifts you'll see in powerlifting. Jumping up here, 17.5 kilos at 307.5 kilo on the bar for Mr. Ricky Cho. Let's get it, Rick.
Let's see it.
Taking the slack out of the bar. Gonna hit the wiggle and the wedge. Boom. Oh yeah, he's feeling it today. He's got the juice.
3 white lights.
That's a good lift for Ricky.
Love that. Love that pull out of Pug the Goat.
Moving on to Connor Borker.
It's a pretty deadlift.
Yes, you were correct about that.
Oh yeah. Clip that one off for next year's promo.
All right, Connor Borker, 320 kilos.
I'm loving the name on the back of the spotter and loader shirts, lifeguard, because indeed that is what they are.
It is, yeah. Actually, that was something that Jason came up with years back when the shop actually started having their meets back in Manassas, and all their shirts were red, obviously for lifeguards, but it was something that he wanted to have for all the spotters and loaders, so it's actually really cool.
Absolutely love it.
320
Connor's on
kilos.
the platform.
Second attempt pull here for Connor Borkert. Odds are it's going to be speedy. Always is.
Wow.
Connor Borkert.
That's only 10 kilos off of his personal record, and that was a 15-kilo jump. I'm really looking forward to seeing what he does for his third.
Me as well. Maybe time for a PR. Yeah. And Tracy Gilliard, 325 keys on the bar.
716 pounds. 716 pounds.
Wow.
I just shook my head at that one there, Kathy. I mean, it's like, we talked about it earlier about how great Tracy is of a puller. When I saw his name on Flight A, I was like, okay, yeah, he's pulling last. Yeah, it's
absolutely
not a shocker.
And this is already a PR for him.
Yeah. Yes, it will. By 2.5 kilos, a new PR.
Incredible. Big body gains here on Instagram. Software engineer by day. Massive deadlift by night. Coached by a B of So Strength. See that lockout? Looks like it's good. Are the shoulders back enough?
I think they're
they're waiting on the call.
That was a long hold.
That was a long hold.
We got 2 white lights. He looks so confused, but it's okay.
I think if Joanne, our head ref, was waiting, it looked like, to get those shoulders back. I think that's what the issue was.
I mean, it was a red card, so it was shoulders or knees, and the knees are fine. So.
I see what she was waiting.
Yep.
For. Yeah.
Just a little more.
Yeah, a little more. There
hey, there it is.
Yeah.
He's like,
man, I said, man, what's this about? Yeah, no.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going into the third attempt deadlift now.
Yeah.
And the rule is this is going to be your maximum deadlift. So every single lifter gets a brand new cleaned bar. Well, not brand new, but we clean the bar before every single lifter.
Yes, and this is the only attempt where you can actually change the attempt before they call a bar is loaded.
Yes, you can change your third attempt deadlift up to 2 times. It has to be, and you have to do it before they call that the bar is ready for you. So that means be standing there next to the scoring table to give them that information.
Juliana Yorno capping off a 9-for-9 day.
Yes, and that matched her best deadlift.
And she got 400.
Wow.
Very nice.
She got that 400.
400 kilo total there for Julia. I mean, tremendous work here at the Virginia Pro.
Okay, that's 2 different things to celebrate.
Oh,
a 400 kilo total, that's 880 pounds, and a 9-for-9 day.
Yes.
At a pro meet.
At a pro meet.
At a pro meet.
Yeah.
So
good
in her
attempt
home
selection and excellent execution.
Great job.
Okay,
speaking
look,
of that, Ariel wants that 9 for 9 as well. She's
she
wearing
is
a
very
Sam,
focused. Yeah.
She's wearing a Don't Be Weak Sam headband.
I gotta get me one of those after this.
You should. I know that Ariel really looks up to Sam, so competing with her at the same time is pretty incredible for her. Let's see her finish out this day strong.
So again, the only thing you can adjust on the platform is your belt. So her belt, she came out, it was loose. She snapped it as part of her routine to get ready for this.
This will be a 7.5 kilo PR. Yeah!
300.
White lights.
All the emotion.
392.5 kilos.
Did you guys see all the emotion that just came out of the end? I mean, she truly used every bit of her energy, every bit of her emotion there. I mean, incredible stuff here by Ariel Patra.
Excellent.
A great lift, an emotional lift, clearly.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah. Beautiful execution there. And a 9 for 9 day. Perfect day.
We're going to be celebrating later.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Great job. Great job. And here she comes. Getting hyped.
Here comes Heather. 170 kilos.
Heather Foss. Trying to get the crowd behind her.
This will be matching her best ever. Deadlift.
Okay, again, not only is Heather one of our female pros, oh, this is my game song. Champions by Carrie Underwood. She's the chairman of our women's committee. She's on our executive committee. She's one of our pros. She's going to be a meet director for our national championship. And
unfortunately,
she finished
it might be
it.
some up and down. Yeah.
They said that the bar went down in the process. Yeah.
Good call there, Solana.
All right, Rose, 175 kilo.
That was still a great fight, though, out of Heather.
It was.
Huge fight. Huge fight.
And this is a woman who is giving back to the sport in so very many ways, and it's just with all of the roles that she is playing in our organization. It's awesome. Which right now I'm going to just do a real quick shout out for USA Powerlifting.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the largest drug-tested powerlifting federation in the United States. 25,000 members that we have. We have done over 2,200 drug tests, and that is just absolutely amazing.
Yes. Round to Rose, 175 kilos. Again, just want to shout out TSG Events for this amazing live stream. The Shop Gym for putting on this amazing event. Saber Snitzer.
Really happy to be a part of it.
Oh,
Absolutely.
honestly, I've been looking forward to it since after last year's.
Rose Wang, third attempt.
On the platform,
Okay, let's see.
finishing out with
Green white lights.
175, a 412 kilo total, and that is a total of 909 pounds. And ladies and gentlemen, Rose only weighed 123. Let me say those numbers again. 909, weighed 123.
And you see the smile at the top of the deadlift. You guys
Absolutely.
see that, right?
Yeah.
Like,
So as I've been talking about, Jocelyn's been wanting this 400 kilo total for 4 years. If she gets this deadlift, she'll get that total. It means the world to her. Everything's on the line. She likes to scream. She said that last night, right? She screams and goes.
That's right.
Wearing the Don't Be Weak headband. Coached by Sam.
Let's get it, girl. Fight for it.
Can she
Fight
lock
for
it
it.
out? Can she lock it out? Can she lock it out?
She's not giving up. She's committed to doing it.
Jasmine Pepper West.
Oh, okay. Hold your breath.
Oh my gosh! She got it. Excellent job from Jocelyn. From Team Stand Strong.
Wow.
400 kilo total. She did at 52 kilos. That's basically at 114 pounds. She did a 400 kilo total, and she did not have an extra 2.5 kilos in her.
No.
That was the only lift she could have done to finish out her meet.
I mean,
What
Solana,
a fabulous one.
What do you say about an execution like that? I mean, incredible.
I say it makes a lot of sense considering who her coach is.
Yeah.
Jasmine was never a 9 for 9 lifter before. She had a hard time with that.
I think that she also went onto the platform committed to doing it. Megan's on the platform finishing out her
Lock it out.
185.
Okay.
Strong pull here in my
Yes.
Looks good,
Yes,
I think. Okay.
Yes.
Two
Two white
white
lights.
lights. I was wondering.
That's a good
I
lift.
I think knees, probably, soft knees.
We have Amy Schmidt, third and final attempt from
Yeah.
Amy, 195
Potentially, yes.
But I'm happy she got that lift.
But great pull there. 2 white lights, no free ads.
Amy Schmidt coming up next. 195 kilos for her last attempt. This will be matching her best ever in the meets.
Let's get it.
She's
Amy.
hoping to have a 445 total finishing out, which would increase her total by 7.5 kilos. No, 17.5 kilos.
She's
17
well on
and a
her
half
way.
kilos.
Setting up her hook. Gonna take the slack out and then wedge. Oh, Amy.
Close. Okay.
Just lost grip there. Great job
All right.
though today by Amy Schmidt. I mean,
That was
incredible work.
absolutely.
All right.
She still ends up with a new personal record on her total.
That's right.
Helena Wu.
And at the end of the day, Kathy, we're in the business of only improving our total, are we not?
Yes.
Of course. The total is always the total is your biggest thing in powerlifting. So a big win for Amy Schmidt nonetheless.
This will be her best ever deadlift by 1.5 kilos.
Wow.
Let's go, teammate. Oh, and she missed her second. Going for it anyways.
Hey, you're at the Virginia Pro. Might as well redline.
I agree.
A lot of intensity here for Helena. Big pull. Oh,
There it is!
Did you see that?
Let's go, teammate! Oh, man!
Seriously, did you see that?
That was excellent. Like, that was perfect.
wow. So fast.
I mean, that was an excellent lift. So proud of you.
I don't know what she's told herself, but I want to channel that. Wow, that was awesome.
That was incredible.
That was awesome.
That was
Coached by the
incredible.
excellent Brad Couliard, Integrated Strength.
The Bill Parcells of powerlifting.
Okay,
Everyone's coach.
Yeah.
he's asked for 5 kilos over his personal record.
Now, the 272 moved pretty well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes. I think he can do it, but it'll take everything he has.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, Solana, that's a huge jump. So
Like,
I mean,
it will
I'm
take
curious.
everything he has. But we've seen some lifts so far. It took everything they had, and they got it.
But you know what? I mean, a guy like Dr. Akpoko, I mean, if he believes in himself, you shouldn't bet against him.
Let's go! Oh, come on! I don't know!
No, I don't
Can
think
you do it? Oh. All right.
that was a good fight, though.
All right.
That was a good fight. Slightly out of position there at the top.
Let's watch the replay.
Yeah.
I don't think he got out of position.
Just couldn't lock it out.
He's going to lock it out. It is what it is. It happens. He went for it. We have Richard Cho.
Mr. Ricky Cho going up 10 kilos.
Yes. So this will be 0.5 kilos underneath his best ever. If he can hit this.
For his last meet ever, folks. For his last meet ever, folks. We're talking about a massive pull. Potentially his last of his career. You guys are watching it here at the 2022 USA Powerlifting Virginia Pro. Ricky Cho, 317 on the bar.
He's already got a new personal record on his total, 745 where it was. It's up by 2 kilos. But he's wanting to bump it up another 10.
Come on, Ricky.
Let's see it. That nice hook grip. Getting in position. All right.
A little too close to the sun there. Great job, though, by Ricky. Honestly.
And still finishes with a new personal record on total.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I think speaking for all of us here, we're really excited to see what he does next with his powerlifting career and contributing to the game itself. So great job there by Ricky.
Lorenzo, 317.5 keys on the bar. Taking a decent jump from his second, 15 kilos.
The deadlifts have been exciting.
Absolutely.
Can he finish out strong? 8 for 9 day?
Connor Borka, you are next, followed by Tracy Gilliard.
Let's go. Let's see it.
Wedging in there hard, Lorenzo right.
Can he lock it? Can he lock it?
Did you see a little up and down there?
And possible soft knees. We'll see. All right, 2 reds. Okay.
No lockout there. But great
No
job.
blue card. Just the red card.
No. But still a great job, though, by Lorenzo. Still a great day.
Very impressive across the board. Has gone 8:38.
The crowd was definitely behind him, though. We have a good crowd today.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, great crowd. Great turnout here for the Virginia Pro here. Now we got Connor Borkert, Burley Bork, 332.5 kilos
Yes.
for Bork. Bork
Oh, no,
actually being handled by an entire team. Shout out to True Fitness Nutrition out in McLean, Virginia. We have some great handlers out there. Kevin Nguyen, Reggie Mouton, some of the great handlers, and they're actually coached alongside with Brad Couliard. So some really, really great game day handlers based out of there. Awesome place and awesome coaches.
This will be a 2.5 kilo PR for Connor. Like you said, coached by Brad, teammate. I want to see you win. Let's see it. They're cleaning off the bar. It's good that they can clean off the bar between each attempt because it makes it better for grip.
Yes, absolutely. You don't want to run into potentially how Kathy alluded to some baby powder when you think it's just chalk.
Yep.
Yeah, they look the same.
They look the same.
Yeah.
That's why people put chalk on their legs and they don't know.
Bar looks nice and clean now for Mr. Connor Borkert, the guy who's been extremely explosive on all of his lifts. Let's see if he follows the same theme here at the 2022 USA Powerlifting Virginia Pro. Connor Borkert, 332 on the bar.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Come on. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Wow.
And I remember he missed his last deadlift at Nationals. He dropped the bar on grip.
That was 733 pounds.
Wow. I mean, Connor Borkert securing a 949 day here at the Virginia Pro. Incredible job here for Virginia's own.
Excellent job. I am proud to be on your team, Connor.
Oh, man. Big win for integrated strength. Absolutely. That's awesome.
Now, guys, Tracy. Now, we've been talking about Tracy's deadlift for a while now, Leo.
That's
okay,
right.
this is huge.
Yeah.
This is a huge pull, 337.5 for a 90-kilo lifter. Woo. This is going to be huge.
Tracy, the Shop Gym's own, competing at his own home gym here in front of his hometown. These are his people. This is his gym. This is his house, and this is his lift.
He's
Tracy
got 744 pounds on that bar for 337.5 kilos.
Big body. Let's get it.
Let's go, Tracy. Let's go, Tracy. Let's go, Tracy. All right.
Great job, though. Still a great job, though, by Tracy. Showed out today, and I hope that people take away from this that Tracy Gilliard is a name to remember.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Speaking of names to remember, we're moving on to Flight B. Now, guys, this is where it gets a little spicy.
Oof.
We can really start to see the placements here.
We're seeing some things starting to shape up on the lifting cast. We're seeing some of the projected dot scores coming in.
Yes.
And obviously looking at how things shaped up on Flight A. Was there anybody who stuck out to you in particular, Solana?
Besides Tracy, just in general, because that was a big PR from what he did at his last meet. Connor.
Yeah.
Connor that was one of the best meets he's had in probably 2 years.
Yeah,
right there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the thing is like I remember talking to Connor earlier today and saying like, I'm just feeling good, I'm ready to go. But he's always one of those guys who's just like, hey man, he shows up, he does his thing. But if he has a bad meet, he doesn't beat himself up about it. He moves on to the next one and he always executes. And seeing a 9-for-9 day out of him, it was huge. Great execution, and he stuck out to me as well.
Now we have Dr. Ali coming out. So we're going to really start paying attention to Dot's numbers now and where people are.
Oof. Speedy.
Nice and speedy.
Ali Weinberg. Great execution there on the opener. Moving
right.
on to Celine.
Celine
the
Crum.
machine.
Now, one big thing to note, Celine weighed in at 62.8 kilos, so a little, probably where I thought she'd be. I knew she was a bit over 60, trying to stay around 63. The big question mark coming into this meet was, what was Sam weigh in at? And she weighed in at 65.35. So a little bit heavier than Celine.
And let's do that again, boys. Loaded.
190 kilos for the amazing Celine Crum. Checking the weights on each side.
After Celine, we're going to see Autumn Green. And
Her best deadlift is 212.5.
Hey, turn it up. All right. Celine Crum, 190.
Easy.
Celine the Machine. Remember the name here, folks.
So Celine with that lift there just put her
So Autumn's coming out 192.5 kilos in the bar for Autumn.
She didn't come to play around.
And that was just the first attempt. All right, we got Autumn Green up next. Let's see what Autumn brings to the platform.
Oh. Spotter's okay. All right. Sounds good.
192.
Always
good,
need
we
our
good.
spotter. Always need our spotter.
In 20.
Autumn Green, 192.5 kilo. Autumn Green setting up to have a pretty good day here.
Yes.
Samantha Calhoun, both of which also did not come to play.
Let's get it here, Autumn.
Thinking to win.
Strong mom in the house.
There we go.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Autumn Green.
Looked excellent. Going on to Jasmine Penn, also a big deadlifter. 195 kilos to start for Jasmine.
429 pounds.
And if anybody follows Autumn Green on Instagram, I left a funny little photo on her phone because she had me take a picture of her and her coaches and snuck in a photo of myself there.
Oh my goodness. All right, so Jasmine doesn't like to know what numbers on the bar throughout the entire meet. She just goes out and focuses on her execution and technique.
That's right.
There we go. That was smooth. That was 3 white lights for Jasmine Penn.
Yeah, and actually that was something interesting that we talked about last night at the Q&A, Solana. That was a question that we came up with actually while we were talking, was do you want to know what's on the bar before you go out there? And actually, you're a high-level powerlifting professional, so like, do you want to know what's on the bar before you
Absolutely. I can't not know. Like,
Yeah.
I hate the idea of not knowing.
Yeah.
That doesn't help me. It doesn't matter how much I coach. I trust Brad.
Yeah.
I'm like, Brad, trust me. Now tell me what you're doing. That's exactly how it goes
Brad, I
every
trust
time.
you, but also tell me
Tell me
exactly what you're doing.
But we have Sam Calhoun. Now, not only is Sam known for hitting her attempts, she's known for her deadlift.
Big
She's
deadlift.
known for a big deadlift. That moved excellent. She's on point. I think she looks she might be a little pissed off. You know what I mean? Like, ready to just come and hit every attempt at this point.
Yeah.
But that moved great.
That moved amazing. Oh, no, and I can see it too, yeah.
You see in her face, right? Carly Richard coming out. So again, our dark horse, right? Already stacking PR after PR for squat and bench. 225 opener for her deadlift.
Carly is not going to let these ladies run away with it. She is going to
Definitely not. Carly, 225 kilo on the bar. I mean, an incredible lifter and somebody that we need to keep our eye on. Wow.
There we go.
Great pull. 2 white lights there.
2 white lights, all you need.
Now
All
you
you
see,
need.
now you see how she kind of takes the slack out by raising her hips and then wedging into place there. Very interesting.
Yes.
So while they're cleaning the bar, we're just going to quickly touch base back on the dot scores. The highest dot score, because they're all the competitors. The men are competing against the men, the women against the men. I'm sorry, the women against the women, men against the men. And their DOTS coefficient is based on their body weight times their total. And that total, or that DOTS total, is going to be ranked highest to lowest. And then they get an assignment of points. So the highest men's DOTS total at this meet will get 50 points towards the Pro Series.
Charlie Yang,
Nice.
275 kilo, looking like an opener.
That moved great. And you know, so I remember seeing Charlie hit a 540 deadlift at the last meet, and then he hit 550 in the gym and prep for this. And I want to see what he puts on the bar for a third attempt.
Incredible. I mean, Charlie Yang, though, too, I mean, if anyone's ever trained with or around him, like, I remember being around him at Tyson's Playground here in Virginia. I mean, the guy is just an incredible lifter to watch. Austin Perkins, if you blink, you missed it.
That was fast.
280.
Almost got a little heart sound. Like, he didn't drop it, right? That was just so fast.
No, it was just that fast. But I think if you guys remember last year, Austin Perkins was that fast on all of his attempts, too.
Yeah, he was.
ran up there and he ran away. Hits it, runs away. gotta hold on to that bar, Kathy.
I know. I'm like,
Kathy, I
you
saw
know.
that reaction. now that is a close one there, Kathy. I know you're gonna have some words with Austin later.
Maybe his coach will have some now, so that helps him out. Daniel Clements, 290 kilo on the bar.
No, my job at this time is to be a live stream commentator, nothing else.
Dan Clements.
Gonna stay in my lane here.
290 kilos there for Dan Clements. Another phenomenal deadlifter here at the Virginia Pro. I mean, we've been really, really, really lucky to have all of these great pullers here. It makes the end of the meet that much more fun, you know what I mean?
Yes. There we go. Oh! Wow.
You know
so
what,
that's
though?
like when you go up so fast that you get the whiplash and come forward again. And that's a variable that really only happens with sumo.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So we were talking about earlier.
That's true.
Let's watch the replay. Yeah, see, he just
right.
so fast and then he went forward.
Yeah, a little bit of oscillation there. So, and interesting you mentioned that. But, I mean, we talked earlier. Oh, hold on. Turn it up. I know, but I was going to say, but with Dan, you want to talk about pretty pulls. Dan also has a very pretty pull, much like Ricky Cho. Different, obviously, over-under, but still a very, like, technically sound lift, albeit missing it there. But now
Noriega.
Mr. Hamstring Poppy, an Elvis Crespo fan, clearly. Shout out Suavemente.
There we go.
And
3 white lights.
3 white lights. Dímelo, Papi. Love it. Dímelo.
Nice and snappy. He's got a nice wide stance.
Suavemente.
All right, Marcus Adudu coming out. 305 kilos on the bar. All right, let's see what Marcus can do. So far, he is 4 for 6 today.
Now, I got to tell you, Salah and I are vibing to this, Elvis Crespo right now because it's hard not to.
Let's
Marcus
see it.
Adudu.
Now, I will say, at Carolina Primetime, he left a lot of juice in the tank for that deadlift. 305, and that was smooth. So I want to see if he can get a PR today.
That was 672.5.
All right, now we're getting to some more heavy hitters. So we got Ashton Ruska coming out, starting with 332.5 kilos.
Now I see something brewing here between Dan Clements and Austin Perkins. Pretty interesting as the dots forecaster starting to come in.
Yes, I'm trying to look at every single first attempt before I really get into dots, but I'm paying close attention to them. Women and men. Remember, y'all, the highest dots on the men and female side will win.
$5,000.
Oh, say it again, Kathy. That's
$5,000.
Let's go.
And that was excellent.
Good lift for Ashton.
And we're talking about a sport, guys, that, you know, that kind of money wasn't around too long ago. So it's like $5 grand for a lifter. I mean, that's huge. Very excited.
Yes.
All right, so now we have Bob coming out, 340 kilos in the bar.
Super Saiyan Bob. Ladies and gentlemen, we could be entering, or we have entered possibly, the Bob era.
Let's see what we can do. Let's see how fast this moves.
It'll be very telling for the rest of the meet.
It will.
Yeah. Let's see it here, Bob. Also, a very pretty pull out of Bob Matthews. One of my favorites as well. I mean, double overhand hook grip, takes the slack out.
His technique has changed so much for the better in the past 2 years since he's been with Marcellus. Yep, there it is. There we go. And see how he hangs on to the bar now? So he missed.
You saw it. Yeah, you saw the face there. He knows he's got it today.
He missed one attempt from dropping the bar at Nationals, and he was like, that will never happen again. And he just hangs on for a long time.
Oh, no. He said, oh, my God. No, it's over.
All right.
All right, so here's how the dot scores are shaping up now, ladies and gentlemen. Austin Perkins has a 551, and he's forecast to have a 566. Daniel Clements, we still need him to get on the board, but then he would be right behind at 560. And at the leaderboard, we've got Bob Matthews working on a 572 and Ashton at a 568. So altogether, that's 12 points between them?
Yes.
We talked about it before on the preview show, but I mean, initially we only had them like 6 points within each other. It's starting to turn out that way.
Yep.
It is. All right. Dr. Weinberg is on the platform right now.
Let's see it, Allie. 182.5 kilos. There we go.
Oh, yeah. Allie Weinberg. Dr. Weinberg, 3 white lights there. Having a great day so far.
Green up next, second attempt for Autumn. 202.5 kilo, 446 pounds.
All right, we have Autumn Green coming out. 202.5 kilo.
We have Celine Crum and Jasmine Penn. This poll will give Autumn an even 500-point forecasted dots. That is a substantial.
Yes, this pool will give Autumn a 500 dots so far throughout this meet. Let's see it.
Let's get it, Autumn. Oh, yeah. Of course. Snappy pull there with some sass.
Yes.
Love to see it.
And again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, this is the Virginia Pro Meet at the Shop Gym in Ashburn, Virginia.
Yes.
And we have 14 women and 14 men that are competing in the Pro Series. And at the end of the day, they're not competing based on weight class. They're competing based on a DOTS formula. The DOTS is based on their body weight, which gives us a coefficient. That coefficient times their total gives us a DOTS total. Then we put the highest total for the men down to the lowest, the highest for the women to the lowest, and that gives us the ranking. And then we give them assign them points based on that ranking.
Yep. And top 5 men and women get money.
Yes, indeed.
All right, so we're on to Celine Crum. 205 on the bar. Let's see it, Celine. She's been executing beautifully.
She is currently our leader regarding the DOT score. And what would she, as first place, what was the dollar value that she would win?
$5,000.
Grand.
There it is. That was a beautiful second. That was an excellent second. Yep, there we go. All right, so this puts her at 544 dots. Now I want to see.
She's happy with it. We're happy with it. Celine the Machine showing out here at the Virginia Pro. Jasmine Penn coming out for her second attempt, 210 kilos, 15 kilo jump here for Jasmine. And what a production out here by TSG Events, the Shop Gym, and Saber Schnitzer. What an incredible presentation we have here, guys.
Let's go, Jasmine. I hear her peers screaming for her.
Let's go, Jasmine, let's go.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Jasmine.
There you go. Okay,
As
2 white
successful
lights.
That's a good lift by a 2-to-1 decision.
That's right.
All right, now it's time for Sam. So I already hear Team Sam Strong screaming in the background. And this is where DOT starts to really shape up here. So 220 kilos, 484 on the bar.
Sam Calhoun, Sam Strong.
And like I said before, she's known for her deadlift and her execution. She gets set, reaches down, just pulls it up.
Oh, yeah.
She's nodded her head before it's even past her knees. And that's moved great.
Okay. Whew. Yeah. So that now gives Samantha Calhoun a 531.32, and right above her is Jasmine Penn at 531.448.
Yes. And
So it is still super tight.
remember, Leo, we were talking about how Jasmine Penn can pull an upset and sneak in the top 2.
And it's starting
We're
to
gonna
take
see
shape
what
a little bit.
happens.
It's starting to take shape here a little bit.
Carly Richard just came out and got a, no, she is on the platform now at 237.5 kilos. This is 523.5 pounds, and she's lifting in the 90 kilo class.
And
And a good lift.
lift.
Now, Carly earned her pro card at Mega Nationals by placing the top 3 in her weight class.
Yes.
So she is still building her Pro Series total.
Okay, we have Charlie Yang coming out with a 290-kilo deadlift.
20-kilo jump for him, but it's not a real shocker if you saw how that opener moved.
Exactly.
Sorry, 15-kilo jump, but yeah, not a huge shocker there. I mean, how as fast as somebody like Charlie tends to pull, I mean, a 15-kilo jump should be expected here. Let's get it here, Charlie. Charlie, also a software engineer.
639 pounds.
A UT Austin grad. Hook him.
Let's go, Charlie. This is matching what he did at Nationals.
I mean,
639.
Incredible. So fast off the floor. 3 white lights, of course.
Okay, he's getting a PR today. Like I said, I saw him pull 650 in training. Do you think he'll surpass that for his third?
Yeah.
Okay, me too.
Yeah.
I say by 2.5 kilos.
Yeah, I was going to say, it'll be a 2.5 kilo.
Yes.
But yeah, I think so. And it's there today.
Yeah.
I mean, he looks awesome.
Up next is going to be Austin Perkins, and I have to do a shout out for him. He said, I asked, anybody you want to do a shout out to? He said, yeah, to Rachel Perkins, Gamma.
That's adorable.
Gamma.
Now, if you blink, you'll miss this one too, probably.
And, okay.
Hold on to that bar. Thank you.
He did.
I told you. I was like, Joe's going to tell him.
3
Wow.
That was an excellent adjustment.
He held on to the bar.
That
Shout
was
out Joe Stanek, his coach.
That was an excellent adjustment.
Well, that's one thing about Austin. He's a very hype lifter and a hype human being in general. Yeah. You've all seen this. Yeah. Joe is a great game day handler specifically for Austin because he's great at calming him down, but still making sure he keeps the energy he needs. Like, he's just really great at literally handling him as a human.
And also, just shout out to Austin for being coachable. More than anything. That's important too, as an athlete. Here comes Dan Clements, the shadow himself. Missed that first attempt, honestly, just because it was really too fast, if anything. So 305 kilo here.
And he went up by 15 kilos.
Sure enough.
Yes, but like we said, you should go up. Like, why would you not go up and move fast?
There's only one reason why you don't go up, and that is because of the strength. Because you can correct the technicality.
And 3 white lights. We're good. Okay.
I have no words for that.
His heart rate can drop back down.
Wow.
No matter what heel total, and we'll see where he stacks up.
I mean, Dan Clements, you can't say enough good things about this guy as a lifter. It's incredible.
Looking at the woman, I mean, Celine is far ahead right now. It looks like it's her meet.
It really is. It's hers to lose here. Now, here comes Hamstring Poppy, Sean Noriega.
And someone is making a move for the top. 4 lifters out.
Nori.
Clarity. This song. He always plays this song for one of his events.
Hey. The man knows what he likes. Great pull.
There we go. Okay. I think he's good. Okay, we're good. We're good. I saw the knees.
Oh, okay. All right. I'd like to see the replay on that one potentially if we can get it. Thank you, team.
Oh, no, it was good. That was good.
No, but I can see what you're talking about. And thank you again to our production team, getting these awesome camera angles and also these awesome replays. We really appreciate it. I know the viewing audience appreciates it, so it's amazing to be able to get this here at the Virginia Pro.
I mean, like you said, TSG Events is doing their thing.
Absolutely, and you know what? We're getting a chance to see the video wall too, as it does the replays and it does everything else, and it introduces the lifters, and I think it's doing a great job.
Oh yeah.
Marcus is doing 5 kilos less than his best that he hit about 8 weeks ago at Carolina Prime Time, and like I said, he left some juice in the tank at that meet. I think he will surpass his best ever deadlift today. But let's see how this one moves.
Muscle man Marcus right here.
He always does the first attempt really light, and the second one's a big jump. There we go. That was good. Yeah.
3 white lights.
You think he'll get a PR today? His best 345.
Yeah. I think it's happening today. He's got the juice.
That looks very powerful.
Yeah.
It looked controlled.
Yeah.
All right, Super Saiyan Bob. Let's see it. 362.5 kilos on the bar.
Let's get it, Bob.
Okay, he went up by 22.5 kilos. Austin went up by 37 or 35 kilos.
Both Bob and Ashton are not letting anybody run away with this event.
And our
Let's see it.
announcer, both Jason and Nick Hammer, are doing such an outstanding job
Nick
of
as well.
announcing.
Yeah.
Let's go. There we go. Oh, that moved good. All right, Bob. 3 white lights.
I saw the tongue out. Solana, we know what that means. You guys are in trouble.
There we go. You walked away with confidence, too.
Yeah.
I'm just watching how these dots stack up. Let's see. We have Ashton next.
I was asking Bob earlier, so how does this meet set, as you look towards the Arnold, what about him? He said, every meet sets me up for my next meet.
I like it. All right, let's see it. 306, 7.5 kilos.
It's a winner's mentality, truly.
This is 810 pounds for Ashton.
Ashton under a lot of pressure here on this pull, 367 kilos.
It'll move him to second place right now if he gets it. Okay.
And sure enough, let's see what the referees say.
Good lift. All right.
Okay. We are starting third attempt deadlifts. There's a couple of special rules we need to share with you who are watching from home. The lifters have declared what their third attempt deadlift is going to be. However, they can change it. They can change it twice. They can change it up, they can change it down. There's only 2 rules you have to follow. 1, we load the bar from lightest to heaviest, and if 2 people ask for the same weight, then the lowest lot number goes first.
Yes.
So you have to you have a natural order of the bar load, and you have to follow that. So you can go down, but it has to be within that natural order. The other thing is the bar cannot be called ready for you. So you have to be ready to turn in that attempt. But the third attempt deadlift is where every strategy tool comes into play. There might be changes, there might not. The order may change constantly, so stay tuned. It's going to be exciting.
Just looking at dots stacking up for the men. Bob in first right now, Ashton in second, Austin in third, Dan fourth, and Connor in fifth at the moment. Of course, that can and will be changing around.
And guys, I don't know if you noticed, we just changed the background for the screen in the backdrop here. Dr. Weinberg starting off our third attempt deadlifts here at the 2022 USA Powerlifting Virginia Pro. Exciting stuff here, folks. This is going to be it.
This will best her best ever deadlift if she can lock it out. Oh!
The bar never went down.
No, it was close. That was so close.
That was, I mean, she committed to doing that and just stayed with it. That was so excellent.
That was quite the fight there. Oh, she stuck with it.
It even looked like she was about to give up. She looked down and it kept going up.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh man, that was a tough one, but she stayed committed to it. Now we have Autumn Green, 207.5 kilos.
Autumn Green already secured the 500 dots here.
Currently looking at fifth place.
Bar is loaded for Autumn Green.
All right, Autumn, let's see it. This week matching her meet best.
Let's see it, Autumn.
Let's get it. Oh, that was easy.
Let's go.
Wow. 3 white lights. Beautiful ending for Autumn Green, coached by PR Performance, Steve Novi.
9 for 9 day.
9 for 9 day.
9 for 9.
And American squat record.
I mean, Autumn Green, you can never say it enough, but I mean, it's just like every time you watch her, it's like you always think, man, how does she keep doing it? How does she keep? I mean, it's predictable at this point, right? I mean, she's so amazing. Wow. Celine Crum here, guys, lining herself up to potentially take the dub.
Oh, absolutely.
If things go right.
Let's go.
Okay, she's already got the highest dots that we've got going on. What she's trying to do is go from 544 to 552 because there are 2 others that are right behind her trying to go for a 541 or a 544. So
This could
is
secure.
This matches her best deadlift.
First place is on the line, $5,000.
Let's see her lock it out! And she always does! She always does!
9 for 9. Give it
Wow.
to me.
9 for
Celine
9
the machine again.
with a 505, no, I'm sorry, a 512 kilo total. That's 1,129 at a body weight of 67.5 for the most in that weight class.
Wow.
552 dots.
552 dots.
And 2.5 kilo total PR. So she's PR 3 meets in a row and did all 3 meets in 6 months of each other.
I mean, that is how you earn a nickname like the Machine.
Yeah,
obviously.
it really is.
Yeah.
Like, she is the Machine.
Yeah.
Jasmine Penn, 220 kilos right now on the bar. Let's see her hit this.
Jasmine.
All right, Jasmine is trying to work on a 541 dots total. So she's got this on the platform, and right behind her will be Samantha Calhoun.
And a deadlift PR. Let's see, come on. It looks like it.
Looks a little soft on that left side.
Not sure. I see what you're
I don't know if she
talking
got the
about.
hips through.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think so, yeah.
Across
All right.
the board, the referee said
All
that
reds.
she was not completely locked out
Yeah,
with the
let's
red
see.
card
Let's
on
see this
that.
angle here. I didn't see the hips go through.
All right, next
Yeah,
up is
I
going to
think
be
knees. It's
Samantha Calhoun. Okay, Samantha just did the change that I said. You
Okay.
can drop it. She had entered a 230 kilo total. Now, with Jasmine missing that third attempt, she has dropped down to 222.5, again within the natural bar load. So it's going from lightest to heaviest, 220 to 222.5. And what that does is it just gives her the total. Right now, Jasmine is at 531.448. This is not the first time. I mean, Samantha Cole in 2018 faced a similar thing where it really came down to body weight to win the national championship.
So now she's just pulling for second, really.
She is
Yes.
pulling for second place at this point.
Let's see it, Sam. There we go.
Great job.
Locked it in.
There we go.
A great job. Not happy with the day,
Excellent.
obviously. Always wants to win, but still a great day nonetheless.
So that puts Celine in first, Samantha Calhoun in second, Jasmine Penn in third, Autumn Green in fourth, and Carly Richards. Let's see where Carly Richards ends up. And let's see if she'll be taking a higher position
Let's see.
on the podium.
Let's see it. Carly Richards been turning out a great performance so far.
What position did you put Allie in?
Allie right now is looking at sixth place.
Wow.
Let's go, Carly. And yep, all right. That moved great.
Finished it out with a 5:03.
That's my breakout performer there. Carly Richards.
And she just moved up to fourth place, pushing Autumn Green to fifth place.
And shocker, I'm pretty sure that's
Excellent.
yep, that beats her dots just very slightly, but still beats her dots.
And it beats her best total by 5 kilos overall.
Yep.
Excellent day.
Great
All
day.
right. That's
Let's
what it
go
is
for the guys
woman.
now. Get ready. Buckle in.
I know.
Man,
Buckle in.
if we start screaming on the stream, guys, we apologize. We're just very excited.
This is the exciting part when you're on the scoring team and on the scoring table and you're watching this develop. It's like, oh my gosh, this is so cool.
I know.
305.
All right,
kilos on the bar.
305 on the bar. Let's see it, Charlie.
15 kilo
Charlie
drop.
owns the world record at 60 kilos for the team for the juniors.
Oh.
The total.
Okay.
No.
That was, he went for 672.
Hey, great attempt though.
Just didn't have it today.
Daniel Clements trying to sneak in there.
Yes, sir.
After Daniel, we're going to see Austin Perkins and Sean. But check this out.
All right, he's going for 320 kilos. That will put him at 8 for 9.
Daniel is going to put his stake in the ground right here.
This would be a 10 kilo PR for his deadlift. We're all rooting for him. I know last year he missed that last deadlift on up and down, but he locked it out beautifully.
Now we're all really excited. The shadow of powerlifting, Dan Clements.
This is his shot to win right now. He needs this in order to be capable of winning today.
Big pull here. Dan Clements.
Let's go. This will move him temporarily into first place. We obviously have more
correct
people.
me if I'm wrong. I think this might be Dan's first 700 pull on the plat. Successful, if it's successful.
Yes, as I said, his best ever 310. Wow!
Dan Clements.
Wow, that was excellent. That
Remember
was beautifully
the
executed today.
Remember the name, folks.
Yes, yes, sir. That
Incredible.
was beautiful execution from Daniel Clements.
Incredible performance here for Dan.
I would say redemption meet from that.
Yeah.
Would you?
Yeah, big redemption there. And not to be outdone, our boy, Perk.
Austin Perkins going for 325 kilos.
Our boy Perk at a game day barbell in Austin, Texas.
And this will put him 5 kilos above his best ever deadlift. This will move him into first place. Oh! All right. Yeah, he lost positioning.
Yeah, looked a little bit out of position there. And sometimes that can happen, Solana, especially when you kind of rush your setup like that and you're really hype and there's a lot going on and there's a lot of stimulation going on. So I think sometimes it always comes down to, like, sometimes maybe you want to quiet yourself a little bit.
Yes.
And kind of take your time a little bit on that setup. So maybe that's something to think about maybe in the future for Austin. But other than that, still a great day, right? I mean, we're looking at a pretty amazing dots in terms of 566. Probably not going to be what he needed to win, but still a great performance out of Austin Perkins.
Absolutely. Sean Noriega going for 340 kilos. He's a fan of the mellow music when he comes out.
This is John Mayer. This is his third attempt pull, John Mayer. Hey, smooth pulls, smooth music.
There we go. There we go. 3 white lights, 340 kilos. Excellent job from Sean Noriega to finish out the day strong.
Hey, after 2 missed squats to rebound like this, I mean, credit to Sean Noriega. Great performance.
10 kilo meet PR for that deadlift.
Great performance there.
Excellent job.
Here he comes, muscle man
Marcus Dudu. All right, he's going for 357.5. Now that would be a 12.5 kilo meet PR. I told you he had a lot left in the tank from that last deadlift. I told you at Carolina Prime Time he left some on the table, so he's coming to get it off the table and eat it. Let's go.
Oh man, muscle man Marcus, let's get it. Some great shots we're getting here from our production team here at TSG Events.
Let's go, Kenny Lock. Oh, all right.
Great attempt there, and great day by Marcus Adudu. Somebody who's been in the game for a long time. Guys, we are going into our final 2 pulls of the Virginia Pro 2022. And who do you think? Who else would you rather have?
Bob Matthews and Ashton Ruska. So at the moment, it's Dan in first, Bob in second, Ashton third, Austin fourth, and Sean in fifth. Now, obviously, we're about to see some juggling, all right?
Yep.
This will move Bob into first if he gets it. 380 kilo pull.
Yep.
5 kilos above his best ever deadlift in competition. 837.7 pounds on the bar. So he needs this, but that second move, good. I have confidence. How are you feeling?
I do too. And honestly, and we talked about this, Solana, days leading up to this, honestly, is Bob has shown that he's just built different entirely.
Yes.
He's a guy who's been training, he's been thinking about this, he's been watching Ashton's lifts.
Yep.
He knows what he can do, and he knows what Ashton can do. He's going to do it right here at the Virginia Pro, 380 kilos on the bar. Bob Matthews.
Let's go, Bob. He's tracked every macro to the gram. He's gotten 8 hours of sleep each night. Let's go. Yes!
Bob Matthews, ladies and gentlemen.
Number 1.
Tossing it up so y'all know. My man has a sauce.
You know who that reminds me of, number 1? Michael Phelps. He always put his finger up after he won. Oh my goodness.
Someone clip that off.
Okay.
Get a good shot of that one for our promo next year.
So the question is, so now Ashton's going for 387.5.
I have not seen the score change. It's been staying the same, so they have not submitted a change.
Yeah. Let's see. They're going to take their time cleaning it.
It's very simple. If when he finishes this, he still takes second. He still brings home $2,500. He'll have a 580 dots total to Bob's 582.
This is the American record attempt for Ashton.
Now let's see it here, Ashton. Everyone's pulling for him here. Ladies and gentlemen, the final pull of your 2022 USA Powerlifting Virginia Pro.
Let's see if he can get it.
Mr. Ashton Ruska.
Oh! All right.
Great showing here by Ashton Ruska.
Wow.
Guys,
Incredible.
Where do we end up?
So we have Bob Matthews takes the win, as you predicted. Fist bump. Okay. Second place, Daniel Clements. Third place, Ashton Ruska. Fourth place, Austin Perkins. Fifth place, Sean Noriega. Wow.
I think somebody left off Sean Noriega off the top 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Maybe. But anywho, at the end of the day, this was incredible. And I just want to go over the women one more time. First place, Celine the Machine. Second place, Samantha Calhoun from Virginia. Third place, Jasmine Penn. Fourth place, Carly Richards. Fifth place, Autumn Green. This was amazing.
I mean, Kathy, after watching all of the flights, all the lifters, and seeing how it all shook out, I mean, any thoughts on it, like how everything kind of turned out?
It was everything you'd hope a pro meet would be.
Yeah.
And it definitely did some changes to the pro leaders scoreboard, if you would.
Let's hear
so
it.
Bear with me, guys. I'm trying to doing the math on the fly here. But Samantha Calhoun is still going to remain on the top. She has 150 and 50. 150 from the Arnold Sports Festival and 50 from the Mega Nationals. Celine is now tied for second at 90 with Gabby Martinez. So she's got 50 from this and 40 from the Mega Nationals. But the real changes are Jasmine Penn moved from 8 because this is her second meet altogether. She's moved up now to literally the 5th place.
Wow.
Incredible stuff,
The
guys.
5th place. So she's now has a 75 point total because she placed 3rd here, which gives her 40 points for her Pro Series. So she's moved up to the 5th place. And then right behind her, interestingly enough, is Autumn Green, who placed 5th, and she has 35 points added to her score of 23. Well, you take the top 2. I'm sorry. Mega Nationals has to stand, so actually she has a total of 39, which still moves her up to the 7th place. So she bumps a bunch of other people down. So there was a lot of changes going on. So the roster for the Arnold Pro Series final for the women, it made some significant changes today. It really did.
Absolutely.
I'm still doing the math on the guys, so come back to me.
All right.
No, definitely. I mean, so Solana, I mean, we talked about our top 5s before the show, and it pretty much kind of shook out exactly how we saw it anyway. And some jostling around.
Happened.
Yeah, right.
Not quite.
But not exactly how we saw it, but the names were still pretty much the same. I mean, we talked about Bob Matthews was our projected winner. Sure enough, he did. But second place, I mean, Dan Clements, I mean, obviously we kept talking about how great he is and how he can always get in there, but I don't think any of us really thought that it was potential for him to sneak into second. For him to do that, a testament to his execution, a testament to Matt Holden's game day handling and everything. But also, like, it took a little bit of Ashton missing some lifts. It took a little bit of Perk missing some lifts. So it's like, I mean, we did see a couple of things out there. And that also worked to also Nori's advantage as well. Because, I mean, I think otherwise, if they have their days that they're expecting, maybe Nori gets pushed outside of that 5. Maybe someone else sneaks in. But, I mean, any thoughts on how things turned out for the men?
So overall, just like you said, Daniel Clements, I mean, incredible job. I did not see him getting second, but he was never underestimated. We know he's strong. We know he can execute. We know his last one didn't go as well. That doesn't matter because today he showed out. Ashton Ruska, incredibly strong lifter. I did not expect to see him in third compared to Dan Clements, but that is absolutely just still had an incredible day. Really was pushing his lifts. Austin Perkins, now we knew, right?
Yep.
The best prep of his life, really strong, but he still has to execute every single lift.
Yeah.
I knew that it could be a potential, I'm not sure, once that third squat didn't get passed. which is why I talked about a lot on the previous show. Will he hit death and hit every single squat attempt?
Yeah.
And that would really lay it out for what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So I think he just needs to get back and work a bit more on execution on game day and the hype and just how to handle himself on game day. But still, I mean, he came back from hernia surgery. Like, he was told he'd never lift again from his doctor back in, like, May?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah. And then to come into the Virginia Pro later that year.
The same year.
Yeah, and end up placing top 5. I mean, it's incredible. And then obviously, like, talking about a rebound performance from kind of starting off a little bit slow. Sean Noriega missing his first 2 squats.
Yes.
And then I ended up speaking to our referee, Al Matagrano, about what those yellow cards were on bench.
Yes.
It was his glute was not touching.
Yes.
And apparently it kept popping off of the bench press. So that actually ended up being an issue on there. So he cleaned that up. He bounced back. He ended up sneaking into the top 5.
Yeah.
But let's talk about what we wanted to talk about earlier, the girls. I mean, what a show that Sam Calhoun and Celine Crum put on. I mean, like, it really felt back and forth that any sort of missed lift or any, like, not executed lift was actually going to really be the difference, and we kind of saw it there, didn't we?
Absolutely. I mean, we knew, and we talked about this a lot, again, on the previous show today and on 2 White Lights. They need to hit every single lift, and the first person who misses is at a big disadvantage. Yeah. So once Sam missed that 3rd squat, we both knew, okay, all right, now Celine has to miss.
Yeah.
In order for Sam to win. That was the reality.
Yeah.
And Celine, the machine, did what she does.
Yeah.
9 for 9. And so from there, Sam went in, did what she needed to take 2nd place, nothing more. She had more left in her, but not enough to surpass Celine. So overall, I mean, just incredible performance from both of them. And then you have Jasmine Penn coming in 3rd place. And honestly, I wish she had put more in that 3rd squat. Remember how fast that moved?
Yeah. Yeah,
that was pretty incredible.
We talked about, like, there should have been a 4th attempt in this because, like, she not only sank it more and it went faster. It was incredible. So, I mean, but beyond her, I also saw a great performance out of Autumn Green, too.
Absolutely.
Right? And Autumn Green getting into that top 5, too. And where did we round out again? Remind me on our girls.
So we had Celine Crum, Samantha Calhoun in 3rd place. That was taken by Jasmine Penn. Then we had Carly, and then we ended up with Autumn Green. So Carly pushed past Autumn.
Wow.
Now, again, this is her 3rd meet ever.
Incredible.
Okay? Incredible that she was able. And then she had whatever coach she had, I'm not sure who it was, to help jostle her into that positioning. A lot of newer lifters don't have that.
Yeah.
And I did clean up my numbers regarding the women.
Let's hear it.
So Samantha Calhoun is still at the top of the leaderboard with a perfect 100 because you always take the top 2 scores of whatever they did. But Celine moved into, as I said, a tie for 2nd place with 90. She gained 50 points off of this, plus her 40 from Mega Nationals. But Jasmine Penn was the one who really moved up tremendously. She moved up from the 8th place where she only had 35 points. Add the 40 from today, that gives her a 75. That puts her now in the 5th place as on the pro leaderboard.
Incredible.
But we're not done. We're not done. No, Carly Richards coming in 4th gains 35 points on the score, plus her 1 from Mega Nationals gives her a 36, which now puts her on number 9 on the leaderboard. And number 10 right behind is going to be Autumn Green.
Wow.
So we moved, not only did we take 2 that were not above the top 10, moved them into the top 10, and then jostled around mostly Celine and Jasmine, but it was a tremendous day. And I'm still working on the guys. I just wanted to clean up the women for them.
Not at all. But, I mean, talking about the girls, though, I mean, beyond just the girls, let's talk about breakout performances here at the 2022 Virginia Pro. I mean, obviously we talked about Carly Richards, and we alluded to it before, but, I mean, beyond Carly Richards, was there anyone else who kind of jumped out at you throughout the meet?
One thing I will say is Ariel Patra, this is her 2nd 9 for 9 meet. After Mega Nationals, she bombed out. Right, so she's no longer in contingency for the Pro Series. But after CPT, I said, okay, now can you do it again? You know what I mean? Like, can you do it again on a bigger stage? More people, it matters more.
Yeah.
She came out, I mean, PR'd every single lift, went 9 for 9, moving up with the 484 dots. So that was really big for me to see.
Yeah, for me, it was Tracy Gilliard. Tracy kind of came out. I'd already seen him kind of just personally in the gym, being local. But beyond that, it was nice to see him actually do it on a big stage like the Virginia Pro and be able to show everybody, like, hey, man, I wasn't here last year by accident. I'm here because I'm not just a good deadlifter. I mean, he showed a great bench press, he showed a great squat, and he showed great execution. And I think that moving forward, he's definitely a name to be on the lookout for in terms of the 82 to the 90 class.
Absolutely. I mean, surely, just watching him deadlift, even though he missed the third deadlift, like, I can see his deadlift and bench shot up so much
Incredible.
for this meet, and he hit PRs in both of them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And do we have an updated?
We do on the guys,
Yeah.
and there was only one significant change on that respect. So the top one was Bob Matthews. He gets 50 points as a result of his highest dot score. So he is going to change his score from 90 to an even 100 because he got 50 from Mega Nationals. Ashton Ruska, he's going to maintain what he had because you always keep the higher of the two, and he earned 50 points at the 21 Virginia Pro, so he'll maintain that 50 points from there. So he maintains an 85 from that and Mega Nationals. Sean Noriega competed at the Ubu Orlando and came in second on dots and earned 45 points. So he will maintain that instead of the 30 from here where he placed fourth. And then, but the biggest one, Daniel Clements. By placing second in dots, he earned 45 points. Add that to his 7 from Mega Nationals, gives him a 52-point total in the Pro Overall Series, which moves him all the way up ahead of Russell Orhe.
Wow. Incredible changes
Never
made.
heard of him.
So he went from 13 to number 9.
Wow.
So that his performance today was really significant with that. Now this is all still just preliminary. The official numbers come out through the USA Powerlifting National Office and their Pro Series, but these are preliminary. These are not official, and in no way should they be considered that. But the invites are to the Arnold Pro Series finals are based on the top 10 leaderboards for the men's Pro Series and the women's Pro Series. So that's the updates on that. Tomorrow we've got the Masters lifting.
Absolutely.
And if we had world record people lifting today, we've got more lifting tomorrow, and they are incredible.
I mean, I'm super excited to be able to do this again tomorrow. I know we're all going to be back for the Masters Pro. We hope you guys will join us as well for the Masters Pro. But one last time, let's recap who's our top 5s. Bob Matthews gets $5,000. Daniel Clements gets $2,500.
Ashton
Ruska
Ruska
gets
1,000.
And then Austin Perkins gets
500.
And Sean gets $250.
Yes.
And then
for the women, Celine Crum with 5,000, Samantha Calhoun with 2,500, Jasmine Penn with 1,000, Carly Richard with 500, and Autumn Green with 250.
And that should round out our 2022 USA Powerlifting Virginia Pro. For Solana Lewis, Kathy Marksteiner, I'm Leo Bonetandara. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We can't wait to see you guys in 2023. Thank you very much.
And after that, we'll pass out the cash. So if you want one, you give me a group shot. Simple. Where's Ashton and Bob? All right, hold on 1 second on the pick. All right, folks, listen up. I'm not allowed to do combined best lifter awards because of the drug.
Saber, I got Sean Noriega running up here right now, and you said Ashton and Bob. Gotcha.
I'm not allowed to do combined best lifter awards because the USAPL is getting sued in Minnesota for discrimination and all that kind of crap. That's why I made sure, and DOTS sucks as a formula. That's why I kept men and women separate. The problem is that I'd already bought the overall best lifter award. So what we're gonna do is after we pass out the cash and all the medals, we're gonna go hide over and warm up, and I'm gonna pass out some more awards, okay? Cool? All right. So everybody got their cameras ready? Oh my God. Stop it.
It's my fault. It's my fault.
Take the pick. We got Ashton.
Is Ashton in there, Saber? Yeah, there we go. Cowboy himself, Ashton Rushka. Hey, let me get the guys on the right side to move in a little bit. Maybe a couple of you come down low would be okay, just to get you in the light. Yeah, there we go. Somebody can be in front of Ashton, too, or on top of him. What's up, Cowboy? Place. Ariel Patra. Red box, red box. Yes, ma'am, there you go. And in first place, Jazzy Lynn Pepper West. Awesome job. So the one on the blues first. Sweet. Thank you, ladies. Put your hands together for these amazing competitors. All right. Women's Raw Open in first place. Juliana Yorno. You're good to go. Thank you. All right, women's Raw Open 60 kilo weight class. In first place, Rose Hang. All right, women's Raw Open 67.5 kilo weight class. In second place, Helena Wu. And in first place, the Shop Gym very own Megan McDonough.
I know her.
You look like you're about to hit the club after this, Megan. Let's go. Awesome job, ladies. And then last but not least, we're going to do women's Raw Open 75 kilo weight class. In first place, Amy Schmidt. Awesome. Okay. Getting down to the bread and butter of the Virginia Pro with USA Powerlifting. We're going to do top 5 of all of these ladies. In 5th place, and the big check. We bringing them out, Saber? All right. Do you want to say something first? No. Yeah, he does. No. Please.
All right, here's a quick explanation of how we're doing the awards. Because there were so many pro meets this year, we had to invite some non-pros, which gave us a full roster. Non-pros aren't eligible for pro points. Pro points are what gets you into the national championship, which is the Arnold in April. But what we did for this meet, because when you throw as much money as we do at this kind of competition, to kind of relax the rules, so pros and non-pros were competing for money. And best dots, top 5 dots, bring home cash regardless of whether they're pro or non-pro. So the top 5 strongest ladies, the top 5 strongest men are taking home cash. Roll it.
All right, in 5th place with a dots point scale of 504 dots, we have Autumn Green. And a check for $250. Awesome job, Autumn. All right, going on 4th place with a dots of 506. Carly Richard. And a check for $500. In 3rd place with a dots of 531, Jasmine Penn. In 2nd place, just 2 points above, Samantha Calhoun. And taking it with 552 dots points, far above the rest. In 1st place, Celine Crum. Awesome. Put your hands together for these ladies. What an amazing performance. $5,000, $2,500, $1,500, and $250. Congratulations, ladies, and thank you for being part of the 2022 USA Powerlifting Virginia Pro. That's it. And now we're going to transition to the men. If there's any PTSD from the geysers behind you, make sure you reach out to the USA Powerlifting Federation. With that being said, heading to men's Raw Open 75 kilo weight class. In first place, Charles Acapulco. Yeah, Nick's making a comment. He brought the shoes out too. Looking good, Charles. Yes, sir. Put your hands together for Charles. All right, in first place, 82.5 kilo weight class, Richard Cho. Oh, he already left. Anyways, moving on. Men's Raw Open 100 kilo weight class. In second place, Lorenzo Wright. And in first place, Men's Raw Open 100 kilo weight class. Yep, stay up there. We're not done yet. One more. In first place, Connor Borkert. Awesome job, guys. Put your hands together for these gentlemen. All right, now getting down to the meat of it. Best male lifters, the pro class itself, in fifth place with a DOTS of 540, Sean Noriega. In fourth place, splitting it by 2 points in between third. So in fourth place with 566 DOTS points, Austin Perkins. Now in third place with only 2 more points than Austin, with a total of 568 DOTS, Ashton Rushka. You kind of got some like Old Town Road vibe going on there, Ashton. I like it. In second place with a DOTS of 572 points. Second place, and the check goes to Daniel Clements. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're bringing it to first place. The check for $5,000. We already know who it is, but let's make some noise. With a DOTS of 582. That's 10 points above second place. An unbelievable performance from an amazing athlete. Let's make some noise for Bob Matthews. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these amazing competitors. Phenomenal athletes in the sport of powerlifting, brought to you by the USA Powerlifting Federation. Thank you to our Virginia State Chair, Saber Schnitzer. Thank you to TSG Events for the production. Thank you to the Shop Gym for hosting this. We are going to be live tomorrow for the Masters portion of the Virginia Pro. Once again, live tomorrow for the Masters portion of the Virginia Pro at noon. Thank you again for coming out. Drive safe and stay tuned for 2023. It's going to get bigger and there's going to be a whole lot more money coming at you. So with your MCs, myself, Jason, and Nick, we're out. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
sir.